Loading the game. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 is a ring or necklace? Xie Tao couldn't help but say to the river, "The little moon is so cute." His voice is very low, and he said it in the ear of the river, but in fact, the sound is bigger, and they see nothing like playback. Jiang Ti also deliberately approached him, and said in his ear, "No, you are cute, Xie." Wei, Jiang. A bleak brain made up. What did you look like when you were young? It must be the cutest baby in the whole world. Xie Tao sneered. Teacher, the highest death penalty in 3 years. Teacher. Jiang squinted. What are you thinking of, children? I have only one kind of father to you. Xie Tao unceremoniously dismantled him. Good father? Ghost father. Cough. The river slanted and cleared the throat. Baby, you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I think we need to talk in depth. Xie Tao has not adapted to his messy name for more than 60 years. He said, no screaming, river. Ramp. Oh, dear. Xie Yan raised his eyebrows. Jiang slanted to the road. I was wrong. We are married, and we have all vowed. It is a legal husband. It should be called a wife. Xie Wei is angry and angry. You still can't see it. Don't watch me go. Jiang. Laoxi has no lower limit. Well, you are my husband. Anyway, it is married. Xie Wei. If he can't beat him, he will kill him now. Hey, the green 999 has a good feeling of 998. The river slanted instantly. His heart was bleeding. Like the group boss who lost 50 billion. He turned the tide and made a pair of small things shining in silver in his palm. Xie Wei is staring at the plot. Feeling the cold on the ring finger, he looked down and looked stunned. River. Ramp, can you wear it for me? This is a pair of rings. The larger one is engraved with the name of Xie Tao, and the smaller one is engraved with the name of the river. Xie Wei fixedly looked at it, and the tip of his nose was sour. This pair of rings was bought by Xie Zhen. It was their wedding ring. The words inside were engraved with Jiangzi. They took a lot of effort and tried to do their best. The method only wrote the name of the other party in the ring. Xie Tao has not taken it for more than 60 years, and the river is also inclined. Until the end of life. This pair of rings was also worn on their fingers. Their bodies will eventually turn into dead bones, but this ring engraved with the names of the two will always shine with beautiful brilliance. Xie Wei stared at the ring and looked at it for a while and said, "Is there a rope?" Jiang. Oblique. Well, Xie Tao said, "The rope." Jiang. Yan took out a thin black rope. Xie gave him a look. One more. Jiang. Xia took out another one. He couldn't help but say, the ring should not be worn on the hand. Didn't you lose a good feeling? The children will not stand up with him. This is not a loss of 50 billion yuan. He has a sense of vicissitudes of debts and debts of 50 billion. Xie Wei ignored him. He carefully put the ring on the black rope and carefully laid a fixed bar on the ring to prevent it from slipping. Jiangzi wants to open again. Thank you. Come here. Jiang slanted and reached out. Xie Tao was funny and good-hearted. He just got up and tied the black rope wearing the ring to his neck. Jiang is still reluctant. This is a ring. If you want a necklace. Xie Tao gave him his black rope. Help me wear it. Jiang. Oblique. Honestly helped Xie Zhen to take it, and by the way, touched his white neck. Xie Tao's body trembled. Don't open his eyes. Well, look at the plot. Jiang slanted to see the dark lines of his white skin looming. This is not suitable as a necklace. I have air. Xie Tao looked straight ahead. That is a game. The river is slanting. Xie Tao's ear was a little red, but he said seriously, don't you want a real wedding? River slope. After saying that, Xie Wei felt that the whole person was boiling. He swallowed. I mean, he couldn't speak because the river kissed him. Where can this be tolerated? How can this be tolerated? If Jiang Tai feels that he is not doing anything, he may be irritated to get sick. Xie Tao pushed him appropriately. Couldn't push it, and didn't want to push it away. When wearing the ring with a black rope, Xie Tao looked carefully. It was their ring, and the river slanted them completely restored. Even the most subtle scratches, even the shape of the fingers and the running in of the years is not bad. For more than 60 Yes, I think about it, as if I was separated. Zitao can't remember a lot of things, but I remember every moment with the river. He even looked like Zisu's appearance, and even his childhood memories became lighter, and even those lonely nights had temperatures. Those nightmares that entangled him in the slanting of the river had long disappeared without a trace. Zitao wants to understand the complete river slope. And he also wants to let Jiang Yi understand a brand new Zitao. This pair of rings is a dream of the past, and they have an infinite future. Jiang Yan said when he released Xie Wei. Let's go now. Xie Zhen lived in his mouth and said, I have not graduated yet. The river squinted. Zitao said helplessly, you want to spend a day with me, or river ramp, life is born. Xie Yan's eyes bent down. Then we should know more about each other. River ramp. But Xie Wei decided, you are not Professor Jiang. I'm not your student. For more than 60 years in the dream, they can't understand each other better. But that is the river slant and Zitao in the dream. In reality, Jiang Zi is a designer of eternal life, but Zitao is just a junior collector who is exhausted. The gap is so big. How come together? Let Zitao always rely on the river slope. Xie Wei can't do it. Being taken is not to lose oneself. He is very clear what he wants. It is a side by side. It is mutual support. It is a long time. Jiang slanted in a soft mess. He whispered, well, I'm waiting for you. When he grows up, wait for him to be practical, and wait for them for a long time. Zitao said all his thoughts, and then he began to feel embarrassed. He turned his head and said, do not disturb me to see the plot. The river slanted and nodded. Do not disturb. His big hand and thief stretched over. Zitao just wanted to shoot. The river obliquely buckled his fingers. Xie Wei also took his hand. The story of the sun and the moon is not a continuation of their departure from the open world, but earlier there are indeed residents in the open world. They are all normal human beings. They are not developed in science and technology, and are in a farming society. At this time the sun is an adult, the moon is a child. They do not know how to be born, but with a powerful force. To be precise, the sun has a powerful power. At first he just helped a group of people who were going to starve to death. The moon was very unhappy, and he was too busy. The sun smiled at his little brain. Just help. The moon wrinkled with a small eyebrow. It will be very troublesome. Sun said, can't be so indifferent. Don't overdo the moon. Hey. The sun held the little moon in his arms and said, well, my brother, regardless of them, just stay with you. The little moon grabbed his clothes and said with pride, you are not my brother. The sun said, well, you were born earlier than me, then you are a brother. Can you look at your own hand and look at the big head of the sun, saying, where is your big brother? The sun poked his small chest and said, whoever makes you picky eaters doesn't eat well. It doesn't last long. The little moon took his finger and said, you are too fast. The sun smiled and there was some worry in the eyebrows. They were born together, but the moon has always maintained the body of the young child. There is no sign of growing up. The sun does not know why, and he is really worried. This is just out of the Holy Land and wants to find reasons. The little moon tweeted, I don't like it here. Sun said, let's see. It's really boring. We will go back. The little moon did not say anything and quietly lingered in his arms. The two brothers are actually very simple, especially the sun, with a divine power, but also a hearty and friendly temper, and soon attracted a group of people. The moon is cold, and I don't like to talk to people, but because he is just a child, others don't care. Just turning around the sun. At first the sun only helped them a little busy, and later people became more and more, and the help was more and more troublesome. Zio Moon said, they will not live alone when they build a house. Why do you want to help? The sun said, it takes a few months for them to build a house. I can do it in one day. Zio Moon said, what about you? What you cover is yours. They, Sun Wei, when I come back, can you give me a candied fruit? The little moon holds the chest. I don't eat. Sun Road to little moon. Sun Wei, is it good? Little moon airway, come on. As Soon as the sun goes, the little moon stays in the house, and it is one day point he didn't dare to go out. The sun was no longer, and the little moon couldn't even get out of this room point. Not that he doesn't want to go out, but not point the outside light is too strong, and without the sun, he will be burned point. The little moon was bored in the house, and stood up, and looked a little, and couldn't see anyone's face. Disappointed point. After waiting for a long time, he slept with his quilt, and the sun came back point. The eyes of the little moon lit up, and the corner of the mouth rose. However, when the sun pushed the door in, he squinted again. I don't know the little sound. When I came back, and I was asleep, unfortunately, the face is too soft, and the face is scared point. The sun smiled. I will go to the cold first. He was dirty, afraid that the little moon was not happy point. The little moon doesn't like to look at his back. He always feels that he has to go again. The little moon is very panicky, but he bites his lower lip and does not open his mouth point. After a while the sun came back and took 3 candied haws. The little moon said, I don't like this kind of thing. The sun said, it's very sweet. I'll let them wrap a lot of sugar. The little moon said, I don't like sugar if you don't eat. Sun said, so I ate. The little moon grabbed the candy. Good. This is mine. I will not give it to you when I throw it. The sun bent and smiled. Okay, don't eat too much. This thing is not long. Which pot does not open the pot? The little moon bites his arm and says, when I eat you, I will grow up. The little moon often bites him when he loses his temper. The sun doesn't hurt at all, and he is afraid of falling into his teeth point. The next day, the sun went out early, and the little moon, that was so badly picked up by the sugar good, was fired again. Go, don't come back when you leave. The sun explained, there is always something in the forest. I have to go and see. The little moon said, what is it about you? That thing can't hurt us. The sun said, they are out, and the town is finished. Little moon road, what's the end? We can't go back to the Holy Land. The sun paused and said, many people will die. The little moon can't speak point. The sun is gone, and the little moon looks at the 2 remaining bunches of candied haws. Many people will die. And how? You haven't slept for a long time point. When the little moon woke up, I heard the movement far away point. He thought that the sun was coming back, and he was happy to jump out of bed. Who knows that he was actually a stranger? He was stunned and heard the sound of the low voice. It's this child. Yes, it is him. Take him away. Can you really let the sun go to our city? Sure. Even if he is a god, there is a weakness. We tied his son. The sun will not. How can it be tied up? We just took him to play. A little child. Still not very good. Chapter 102. The little moon that is long and the sun, the little son of the moon. Hearing these moons is mad. This is the sun who is constantly helping people. The people who are tired of the sun and sleepless day and night, and these garbage. In order to use one's own lust, do not hesitate to use such dirty means. If the moon is really a young child who doesn't know the world, it is really possible for them to be deceived by them, and become a tool for enslaving the sun point. However, the moon is not. When the few people came in with all kinds of fresh things, he angered. Get out. Don't want to take me away. Seeing this, Xie Tao's heart stunned point. Jiang tilted his hand point. Xie Wei whispered, they are still too simple. No matter how powerful the power is, no matter how good the qualifications are, as long as it has not been rolled over in the world, it is simply a young child point. Mankind has conquered the world, and has never used extraordinary strength and qualifications, but a worldly experience point. The mouth of the moon exposed everything, and the people looked at each other, and became malicious. Originally, I was thinking about cheating him, not tearing my face with the sun, but the moon saw through their intentions. Even if they left, they were disgusted by the sun, and they simply tied them up. Big can't afford it, small can't make it. They swarmed and easily subdued the moon point. The little moon panicked. He could not walk out of this room, but these people obviously had to take him out point. It is impossible to ask for mercy with his temper. He would rather be burned to death by the light outside, and would not ask for mercy from such a disgusting group of people. This group of people spent a lot of effort. It can be regarded as bringing the little moon out of the house, and when it is illuminated, the little moon will scream out uncontrollably point. It's too painful. It's really painful point. It seems that there are countless needles in the densely tied him, each with a barb. stabbed in and pulled out, leaving a bright red point. His appearance scared these people. What's wrong with this? He is afraid of light. He is very hot on his body, and he is burning up. The man holding the moon threw him to the ground, and the little boy fell into the mud, and the flesh and blood looked like a miserable and terrifying appearance. A long time ago, the moon was as big as the sun. They were all young children, and they lived in the Holy Land. One day, the boring moon in the Holy Land was very curious about the outside scene. He walked out alone, but he could not move because of the light. At that time, he thought he was going to die, thinking that he would be burned to the grey by this light. The sun that suddenly grew up found him and hugged him with a strong arm. The moon's eyes couldn't be opened, and the sun's crisp juvenile sound was in his ear. It's good. It's not painful. It's not painful to blow. The moon is really painless. In the arms of the sun, it sticks to his body, and the burn slowly heal. Since then, the sun has grown, and the moon has always maintained the look of young children, never growing up. When the sun came back, what I saw was a small moon that curled up into a ball and was full of flesh and blood. He was pale in the blue veins between his foreheads. What happened? No one has ever seen him so angry. No one has ever seen him angry. No one has ever known that the warm sun will become a cruel fire. Those who took the moon out of the house were burned to ash, and even those who followed the sun were burned. The fire continued, and countless fields were burned into pieces. This is a disaster that is horrifying. Only the small moon gradually recovered in the raging fire of the sun. When the little moon opened his eyes, the sun's eyes were red. I'm sorry. The little moon twisted his eyebrows and fiercely murdered him. I have said that you should leave them alone. The sun held him, and his voice choked. I'm not good. The little moon stretched out to restore the white tender arms and hugged his head. Let's go home, okay? The soft childish voice with an unprecedented pleading. The sun heard the heart. But let's wait. Sun said, I want to find out why you can't grow up. The little moon squatted and bit his shoulder. I don't grow up, and how? You think I'm small? The sun is distressed. How can I dislike? I'm just. He paused and whispered, I know you want to grow up. The moon is very self-respecting, and he is more curious about the outside world than he is. But since the childhood, the moon has never walked out of the Holy Land alone. The sun often sees him staring at the exit alone, seeing him standing in front of the mirror staring at his young body. Who wants to be trapped in a place forever? Who is willing to lose freedom? Who wants to be a child forever? The sun does not want to see. The moon is not happy. The moon was loose, and he groaned on his shoulder. I don't want to grow up. If the price is, then he would rather be like this. The sun smiled and promised, I will take you with you. When I go out, we will be together wherever we go. Okay. Xie smiled and said, I'm too lazy to see those annoying. Sun said, I don't worry about leaving you here. The little moon frowned. That's back to the Holy Land. The sun said, let's wait until the peach blossoms are opened. If you can't find a way to grow up, can we go back to the holy place? I didn't want to make you small when I found it. The little moon didn't say it, nodded and said, well, if the peach blossoms are open, you will not go. I will go back. The sun said, there is a word. They left, but unfortunately life has been violent. Because of this fire. The sun has a child who is afraid of light. Solar energy burned the entire forest. Humanity is strong, but afraid of the real powerhouse. Especially the obvious heterogeneity of the sun and the moon. The moon is the devil's. Rumor spread quietly, and when the fermentation is unmanageable, the brothers and two talents are aware. It was already late, and humans found a just reason for their greed. They seized the moon with the banner of eliminating the devil and threatened the sun. The moon is too weak. The sun is afraid of him being hurt and promises to do anything for them. Where can people meet? They began to want the power of the sun, want the secret of his eternal youth, and want to know the secret of his eternal life. When the peach blossoms are in full bloom, the sun falls into the traps made by people, and the whole person is pierced by the spears that he smelts. When the sun is in a coma, the light that illuminates the whole world disappears. The moon came out. He step by step, faceless. His body gradually grows with the flowing silver horn, from the young child to the tall boy, and finally the handsome young man with silver hair. Wherever he went, The darkness of the sky, the silvery light beneath his feet, like flowing mercury, bloomed with unparalleled beauty and death. People were terrified, and they surrendered their weapons to him, but unfortunately they could not hurt him. The silver mantle was covered with the earth, as if it were to be washed and filthy, and all the traces of man-made were erased. Including humans. Since then, there is no human being in this world. Only a clean walking dead. The moon will turn into the baby's sun, the sun will become too small, and nothing will be remembered. When you open your eyes and see the moon, you will only show a bright smile. The moon looked at him, his voice was as cold as ice. Idiot. The voice fell, but the tears slid down the corner of his eye. Xie Tao can see it. Has it always been the same? River. Ramp. Continue to see. Then. There is the world ruled by the moon. Dark. Cold, dark, like a huge tomb. The moon wants to zombie everyone, and the whole world is in its own hands, so he needs to maintain tremendous power under the circumstance. The sun can't maintain the appearance of young children, and it has always been a baby. He forgot everything, and he didn't know anything. He didn't dare to leave the Holy Land. Because the darkness outside will erode him, just like the moon is burned by the light. The moon knows that, as long as you let go of the person outside, the sun can grow up slowly, at least remember the previous things, but he doesn't want to. He wants to end everything. That makes you sick. Until one day, the sun that had forgotten the sun saw the moon, and the milk shouted, "Brother." These two words alike. Putting a soldering iron on the ice of the year. The moon no longer sees the sun, but still hears his voice. Brother, 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 one after another, like a sharp knife. The ice that sealed the heart of the moon was scraped off a little. After the player enters the open world, the underground game field consumes the power of the moon, and the river leans completely to defeat him, and the sun is back. Xie Tao saw the open world after he left. Only one fragment. The sun holds the little moon, walks out of the darkness of the Holy Land, awakens zombie humans, but has never participated in their lives. The little moon was sulking, and the sun said, "I will not repeat the same mistakes." The little moon said, "The human heart is like that." The sun said, "The human heart is not constant. There is greed and restraint. There are evils and goodness. There is cruelty and there are universal sentient beings. There is no need to deify humans, and there is no need to dislike them." The sun said, "They are not gods or demons. They are just people." The sun stands on the highest mountain, using the greatest force, to put a fire-colored ball in the center of the sky. If you look closely, you will find that it is a smile of a child of innocence, emitting countless light and heat, shining the whole world. The moon is snoring, and the sun turns to look at him. "I can only stay for a while. Wait for me to get tired of changing you." The moon disdains. "I will only turn them into zombies." The sun said, "It's good. Let them sleep well under the moon." Moon. Road. Sleep. "I want them to have a nightmare." The sun smiled. "Yes." The moon said again, "I want to make everything dark and dark." Sun. "But, moon, you still have to release zombies to catch people who are not sleeping." The sun still nodded. "Well, the moon is not reconciled. More. All right." The sun said, "What do you want to do?" The moon thought of countless brutal means, and finally he cut out to lazy toss. In the end, the world has the sun and the moon, with warm days and cold nights, with balance and constraints. The story is over. Xie Xi took a moment to return to God. River ramp. Is it like a fairy tale? In the world of Xie Tao, the sun and the moon are not like this. They are two stars, and the moon is still very small, just the satellite of the earth. Xie Tao said, "It's good. Such a world is also very good, a logically distinct rational world, and a sensuous world filled with emotions and dreams. This is the real truth." The river slanted again. "Is this relieved? Rest assured. The little sun has the moon to take care of. The little moon has the sun to take care of. The two of them are together, balancing each other and relying on each other is the most perfect." Jiang Laoxi is just 1 second. "It's a pity that they are always big and small. How to be intimate." Xie Tao, "They are brothers." River squinted. "I'm still a ghost father." Xie Wei, he has absolutely no misunderstanding about the river. This guy's dead. Xie Tao was mad at him and ordered to leave the garden. Jiang slanted something, so he didn't chase him. He only sent a message to him. Tell me before entering the world, Xie. Tao returned to him with a word. Well, although he didn't want to go to the river to take risks, he couldn't stop it. Instead of letting him go, he might as well look under his eyes. Jiang Xi sent a message in the fix group. Are you free, Yan? Zhe didn't want to see him in a short time. Ignoring it. Qingzhen is more honest. Jiang. Tis, he said. Walk in the military field. The entire group is silent. Jiang said. Don't be afraid. I can't stand still. Give you a sandbag, Yan. Zhe can't figure out what medicine he sold in his gourd. Are you finally crazy, Jiang? Skew. I consume strength, and the cost will be smaller when I go to the next world. It turned out to be Yan Zele is in a good mood, and he can justify the old evils in a just way. Don't be too cool, Jiang said again. I know you can't go, so I will tell you a good news first. Several people in the group. There is always a bad feeling. The river slanted the Qing dynasty and deliberately made a voice. Zio said that I will remake a wedding with me and I will send you an invitation. A few Wanyan single dogs are not going to go down, but they are not dead. Jiang Ti has added another knife as don't come, stand, and give it to you. You can't stop. Waste time. Yan God level. Pure milk. Zhe was silent for a second, swearing. I drafted the uncle, Jiang Laoxi. Chapter 103 Wonderful pen painting. Shanhei 01 Him, seems, not people. River ramp. Don't talk to me in the future. Don't be so rude. Talk to the husband and wife about what the grass is like. Yan. Zhe wants to be mad at him. My mother is drafting a grandfather. River ramp. That doesn't work either. My family doesn't recognize you like aunt, Yan. Zhe. This is the right time. Yanchun Milk, who vomited blood 3 liters, could not go to the military field. He is going to buy a murderer. The old man of Jiang Xin was smashed in the week, and now he has a daughter-in-law, and it is flying in the same place. When I arrived at the military field, the river slanted and said, let's go together. Big guys, river ramp, I'm in a hurry. What should I do if the children wait for too long? In a word, I blasted the scene and succeeded in making the brothers who were born and died reverse into hatred. Hammering the dead old evil. Give the nurse out. They will think so and prove that the money for Yande is in place. This was a violent bombing and watching the dangers. In fact, all of them were counted. In the end, a group of people were exhausted and there was only a sloping river. Qingzhen did not join the war. After all, he had to use the equivalent exchange technique for a while, and how can he do it without using it? A chasing wife is mad. The South Wing, the most powerful of them, waved his hand. No, I can't do it. I'm drained. The other few are even unable to tell. The river slaps the gray that does not exist on the body, and the old asterisk is saying, you can, if you really make the best. I can't stand it. How can you listen to this? It's not a taste. How many of them have tried their best to beat the old evil one? Is it worth the pleasure? Not worth it. But their hearts have risen, and they have lost a lot of happiness. What is going on? Really shameful. More shameful in the back. Jiang Oblique smiled. After all, my soul has lost too much, and now only 3 or 5% of the skill is left. Everyone full of MMP, but his mother can't refute. The South Wing that was drained shook his legs and stood up. Old Laozi. When the words were not released, they fell down. Zhang Zia next to him is more pragmatic and has already sent a call to Yan Zhe. Yan Shen, ask for milk. When the body is awesome, I yell at the breasts. When I'm half dead, I yell at the gods. It is like this. There is nothing wrong with it. Yan Zhe screamed. Can't you get rid of Jiang Laoxi and want milk? Rolling the river asterisk is not the same. People do not need milk. Obviously more than one step is exhausted and tired, but also can be loaded with light wind, as if just finished drinking afternoon tea. At this point, the big guys serving some people can combine the stinky face and the dead face to the extent that they can't be convinced. The tide of the river asterisk is also helpless going to the open world. I have paid such a big price. which is unexpected. Losing memory doesn't sound painful, but that's the memory associated with Zitao. How important these memories are to the rivers is unimaginable to others. Someone can enter the world of his design. Someone can clear the world he designed. Someone can liberate his soul. This alone is already a matter of his life. Not to mention that he likes a person for the first time in his life, and he likes to marry him. Every soul. This memory related to Zitao is a redemption of his entire life, which is important to be able to speak as a love story. Of course, such a big price will be paid because the level of the open world is too low, and the principle that he wants to go into violate is big, so the price paid is also great. The world level he designed himself is relatively high, and the price he pays is much smaller, but this is his own design. If you want to enter the world of your own design, you must also violate the principle. In addition, the price he pays is not much smaller if a slope can only try to lower the distance between itself and the quasi-world level to reduce the cost. This may not be of much significance, even if he does not take a prop. It is overconsumption and even blocks some of the more abnormal skills. Full level qualification is enough to crush or less class worlds. Hey, others are clamoring for how to improve their strength. The river slant is squatting on how to compress the power and squatting around the wife, saving the daughter-in-law from being bullied by herself. Zitao can't stay in the center for too long. After more than 10 hours, the river sent a message. How are you prepared? Zitao said, I can really. He didn't say anything. Jiang said, you can. I can't. Zitao has a hunch that he has to run the train again. If it is not the case, then the next sentence is, without the center you are in, I can't breathe. Zitao dismantled him. I haven't been breathing before I came to the center, Jiang. Z also pretended to be pitiful. I hold your breath waiting for you for so long. Do you have the heart to let me squat again? What should I do if I'm broken? The latter part seems to be a bit ambiguous. Zitao did not notice. It is good if it is broken. Jiang is worried and said, how can that be done? My son, one big and one small, has no asterisk life. We, Zen reacted. Who told you this? River. Ramp, don't be shy. I know that you are young and energetic. I'm happy if there is demand. Tao quickly poked the water curtain. You still can't go. River. Diagonally. Go. Don't. Look at the river sloping skin. Very happy. In fact, my heart is empty. He thinks that the memory of the treasure can never be lost. There are still 60 years of sweet love in this memory. If not, what should his children do? Just thinking about the sad look of Z, he seems to have been hammered his chest. When Kinjie was about to launch an equivalent exchange, Jiang Yang held Z's hand. Z towers to shy in front of people. Wants to take away, but the river is still holding his hand. Thaxon is not his luck, but believes Zitao. His little friend is all his good luck. Zitao vaguely noticed a trace of uneasiness in the river. He was not very accurate, because this guy always loves to be pitiful. Really distressed him, and dropped him in the pit. But even if he fell out of the pit, he couldn't bear to see him uneasy. Z when he gently shook his hand, and said when he was about to enter the quasi world, nothing. Forget it is okay. The river slanted and slammed, and I couldn't say anything about what I wanted to say. Nothing. Forget it. Nothing. He still remembers. He will tell him over and over again. Jiangzi heard the most touching, love words of his life, and his soul seemed to melt. Zitao regretted it after he finished speaking. This guy's more likely to be stunned. He is afraid that he will give himself a tail to the sky without a tail. Zitao's mouth is slightly raised. The information panel has not had time to sweep. First looking for the river slope. What about people? The information panel has a countdown. No more to see. If you want to miss it. If you miss it, it will be a big problem. Zitao had to go to see this quasi-world situation first. Welcome to the quasi-world. Please read the following information board carefully. Game name. Wonderful pen painted mountains and seas. Summary of the game. The mountains and the seas are dominated by the tyrants, and the sacred beasts stand up against each other. Is it because the sacred mountain rule is more popular, or is the freedom of the demon sea more desirable? And see how this wonderful pen draws a lot of weather, draws a scroll of mountains and seas, and draws a group of miles. Mainline task, collecting holy beasts. Branch task, To be refreshed number of readings, none. Point carrying items. Primary collectors can carry 3 types privilege. 10 times the bonus, easy to handle, and skill point. Don't mention it. Xie just saw this privilege, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but pump. Point there are 2 old friends, and the rewards are turned 10 times and easy to handle. Point the former is negligible. After all, gold coins are of little significance to Xie. Point the latter. Xie can't forget this old friend. After all, at Atlanta, it accompanied him born to death, and passed through countless Shura fields. Seeing this privilege, Xie seems to have seen the murderous scene of the Soul Station. Point the soul of this quasi-world. More than one is for sure. Xie only asks for more than one finger. How to do? Choose an old friend, or choose a new friend. What is the situation of Zun Yi is still unclear, but he is very familiar with Yi Rong. Point the 3 original faces are very easy to use, and there are reserve faces. He can come and go in Atlantis, and it is indispensable. Point but Xie looked at the game summary and was slightly worried about the background of this quasi-world. Point it is also a sacred beast and a beast. It is still a mountain and a sea. It is a background of mythical ghosts. The reserve face in this quasi-world may not be meaningful. After all, many people will change their body. Can see through. Point if this is not used, the power of the easy 2 capacity will be greatly reduced. Point the original face is still strategic, and the number of souls is greater than 2. Waiting, Xie looked at the mainline task, cannot help but have a little luck. Point this collection of holy beasts seems to be less neurotic. The sacred beast is only a love for the 6 princes. Maybe he doesn't have to provoke the souls. Xie quickly swept this thought away. It can be considered. Love to the left or right is also a normal survival for 7 days. The result. As a result, he was not pedaling 4 boats and almost broke his legs. Xie first refreshed the branch task, and the pop-up was collect the monster book. Point the same as the mainline task. It should be the core task. Point Xu's atmosphere is thick, and he spent 300 silver coins randomly. It is still this task, and he has not wasted any more time. Point the mainline task and the sideline task can't give too many clues for the time being. Then, what privilege is chosen? Xie looked at the new friend. Point there is no introduction. Only you can choose to know. Point what do you choose? When the page was about to close, Xie chose the trick. Point although Yi Rangshu is an old friend, this world is different from Atlantis. Xie thinks that Yi Rong is not very useful, so try new friends. Finally entered the game. Xie only have time to look around the environment by the way to find a Pippi Strange, and lost his head. Point the barbecued pork bag exclaimed, Dad, father, where are you? Xie. This cat's blink of an eye is finally paralyzed. The kitten is like a headless fly and is in a hurry. Point Xie just wanted to speak, only to find out that this situation is not right. He seems like not a person. At this time, a purple light flashed, and a woman who could only describe it with beauty and flowers was not very airy. You bear the child, even escaped from marriage. Xie. Not me. I'm not necessarily me. Point the woman said. I still dare to change back to the original shape. Do you really admit that you are a white rose flower that represents pure love? Chapter 104 Wonderful pen painting. Shanhei 02 Genuine price small rose. In a word, that awakens the dreamer. Xie knows what he is. Flower rose flower, white rose flower. Xie comforted himself. Always better than the great white shark. Point strong ghost. Great white shark is a good animal. This time he is a plant. Xie tried to move his body. The purple woman in front of him had picked him up. Look at your cute little face. Look at your pure white. Think about your flower language. How can you escape marriage? Xie did not know about this. She did not know who she was going to marry and who she had escaped. It's still pretending. The purple woman poked his little leaves. Xie is in the heart. Admire the woman can actually distinguish whether a rose flower is in the shape or not in the pretense. I told you that you are crying, screaming, slinging, and this is not a good thing. You don't want to think about what we are doing today. If it is not for the Qinglang adults, we are still squatting on the vines. It turned out that this purple woman is also a rose flower. Is it true that rose flowers are not vine plants? How can normal growth persist? Forget it. In such a colorful and beautiful Mary Sue world, it is meaningless to pursue these points. Zitao was shackled in his hands and had to make a gesture of listening to his ears. The woman in purple said again, "Don't give me a pity. When the Qinglang adults came to Beihua Mountain, I was so eager to let you join in the fun. You have a little rose flower the human form can't stand. Go to that place. Ziwei, if he comes early, he will definitely not go to Beihua Mountain. He will go down the mountain directly. The mission is to collect sacred beasts and monsters, not flowers or grass. You are also a stupid person who has a stupid blessing." But he was rescued by the Qinglang adults. Although the woman in purple clothes swears at him, it seems to hurt him too much. The Qinglang adults don't despise you, but also take good care of you. You will love him and me. I can understand that. It's just that you are a marriage I really don't trust. After all, I'm a disparity in identity. I'm a young man who thinks you are cute, waiting for you to be good. What should I do if I have a fresh energy? You are a little strange. On the holy mountain, where is the foothold? Tao does not know how Rose Flower should talk, but can only vomit in his heart, since it is not assured. Fleeing marriage is not a matter of saving it. Turns out that it sounds out. The woman in purple clothes slammed him. You still have a good time to say cool words. You don't want to think about who it is. This marriage is what you want to order. You want to destroy it. You offended the Qinglang adults, our entire Rose family in the mountains and sees how to settle in the mainland. Wake up is such a big problem, but the initiators still don't know where to go. The woman in purple said again, I told you that you didn't listen. You have to go to the holy mountain to be a man. How can you be afraid now? I told you. I'm afraid that I will not do it. If you don't want to marry, you will marry. I will hurt you again and can't ruin our entire Rose for you. Tao can't help but say, the woman in purple said, whatever. You quickly change back to human form. Tao also wants to be an individual, but the problem is, how did it change? He really didn't know how to change from a rose flower to a person. The woman in purple is stunned. Tao had to find $1 million routine. I don't know why. I can't remember anything after I wake up. Purple woman. Tao does not want to install the memory, but this quasi world is obviously arranged by the souls in advance of a lot of plots, and they know nothing about it. Sooner or later, it is better to catch the same camp. I really forgot. I don't even know my name. The purple woman glared at him with a burst of anger. You little bastard. 365 days a year. You have 360 days are in memory. Forget. I'll let you forget. I see you are leaves itchy. I want you to unload it to catch the insects. What? Is this metaphorical metaphor? And what is the setting of his flower in the end? Is it the type of full mouth train? This is not a giant person. How to become him? Tao quickly said, no, I really forgot. The woman in the purple dress said, you don't have to take the memory of you as a scorpion. If you forget what you are, don't even want to escape marriage. If you marry, you have to marry. Tao said with sincerity, I can't remember all of them. If I can get married, I will go. When the words came out, the purple woman was stunned. Obviously this is not quite like what the daring little asterisk in her heart would say. You really had you forgotten? Tao said, well, I don't even know what you call I even forgot. Correct. It can be said that the purple woman believes that she has lost her memory. I didn't expect the human skin, and even the loss of memory is not an easy task. The woman in purple asked a few questions. Zen really didn't know. The expression was not fake. He couldn't understand how she saw the expression from a white rose face. The purple woman's face was complicated. You little bastard. How can I forget it all? Said, I don't know what happened. The woman in purple sighed and said, but your broken things, I know clearly. I will tell you. Tao nodded and waited for the information to come. The woman in purple is called Purple 9, and the rose flower is a low flower. In the words of Purple 9, it is not 100 years of cultivation. It is also inferior to the cold mountain snow lotus that was born in the aura of heaven and earth. Because of the low level, there are very few names, mostly sorted by color of course. Zijiu is not the 9th purple rose in the family. She is a serial number inherited by strength. The serial number of each color is only 12, but it doesn't make much sense after that. I like which number to use, and the repetition is much more, and everyone doesn't care. But the first 12 are unique, and can only be obtained by strength, and cannot be used indiscriminately. Xie Wei asked, what is my name? Xie Jiudeo, Xie Wei, Xie Yi said, is there no name? Purple. Jiu glanced at him. You are about to marry the Qinglang adults. How can you have no name? Well, his world flowers are about to fly to the branches to make a phoenix. It is time to have a name. But thank you. How is his original name? Zijiu said, the Qinglang adults are more than you, and you are given the name of the flower god. Xie Wei. Zijiu sighed and said, where is our rose family able to afford this name? You are just a small rose with a low manner. How can you stand it? Wait a minute. What makes Xie Wei's goose skin straight is? How does his name become the name of the flower god? His name is very ordinary, very general, not Mary Sue. And what are the flowers? Most of them are not beautiful women. Zijiu continued, it can be seen that Qinglang adults are holding high hopes for you, but you are a stubborn temper, and, she shook her head and her eyes showed real worries. Even if you are not for the Rose family, you must marry the Qinglang adults. You have inherited this name. If you want to protect yourself, you have to rely on Qinglang adults. Xie Tao hasn't recovered from this colorful setting. He laughed and said, it's just a name, is it? Don't be underestimated. Zijiu said, how many flower essences are waiting for you, dreaming of getting the name of the flower god? With the name, will it be a flower god? Zijiu's heavyweight, with a name, you may not be a flower god, but without this name, you are not destined to be a flower god. Xie Wei, he refused. The strength resisted this asterisk setting, and he wanted to change his name. Scene is very good. Colin is also good. Zijiu said, you must not be foolish. Ignoring the name of the flower asterisk will be abandoned by the gods, and then the Qinglang adults cannot protect you. Abandoned by God. Xie Tao is interested in this. He asked. Zijiu said, you really forgot everything, even dare to ask such questions. Xie Tao is helpless, so I really didn't lie to you. Zijiu explained, Shenzhen is an ancient relic, which records everything on the mainland of the mountains and seas. If it is abandoned by it, you will cease to exist. Doesn't exist. Yes, it will erase everything you have. Your family, friends, and loved ones will all forget you. Even you will forget yourself, and finally the soul will be annihilated. Xie said, I forgot myself. Zijiu said, that is not a simple memory loss, but the spiritual separation of your meaning. Xie Tao is very curious about this Shenzhen, and would like to ask again. Zijiu went to shake his head and said, our roses are low and no little. In short, you remember, the name of the flower asterisk is written on the gods. So you can't discard it. Once you're gone, you're gone. Understand? Xie Wei asked, how to count it? Zijiu said, when you don't use this name, it is discarded. Xie Wei. Zijiu opened up and said, if you are the partner of Qinglang adults, you will always deserve this name. But if you are just a white little rose in the Rose family, then you are not worthy of this name. To put it bluntly, Xie Tao has to marry the Qinglang. Xie Tao can't help but think, this name is very bad. What is this name? It is clearly to give him a life and death. So I dare to escape marriage. Xie Tao thinks. The souls are afraid of him, and he is not so afraid of life and death. Regarding the acquaintances of Qinglang and Xiaoyi, Zijiu has already said it in general, but this time it is only more detailed. Beihua Mountain has a grand meeting every 10 years, and invites saints to visit. This time, I was fortunate to have invited the Qinglang sage. Xie Tao, this little rose, is reasonable to say that it is not qualified to go to Beihua Mountain. After all, the entire Rose family is not ranked in the flower family. Zijiu is the leader of the young generation of the Rose family. She is close to Xie Tao. Xie Tao is entangled with her to meet the world. She will take him with him. Who knows? Thank you for being bored, going out and swaying, and fell into a rift. I thought I would fall into a white petal. Who knows that I was saved. This person is the Qinglang saint. After that, it is estimated that Zijiu is also guessing Anyway, it is greasy and full of girlish hearts and pink bubbles in the end. King Lang, not to mention the flower family. The entire holy mountain has followed the earthquake point. King Lang saints have to marry a little flower that is not known. It's incredible. As the wedding season approached, the name of the flower asterisk 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 was also given, and everyone accepted it slowly. Who knows? Xie Xi actually ran from the holy mountain. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps from outside. Is there a small squat? King Lang adults went to Mount Weishan. Chapter 105 Wonderful pen painting Shanhei 03 Lijiang River oblique smile. It is me. ZJIU quickly said, is the King Lang adult coming? Yeah. Come in person. From the outside, I ran into a red man with a voice that was pretty and probably had a common language with Zhuang Yi. King Lang adults really like Xiaoyan. Xiaoxio is this. The blessings of my life. Zijiu tweeted, the name of the flower asterisk 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 is not something we can call at will, and I will call him 99 later. The man in red said, when you go, you have to call an adult. He blinked and asked, where is he? Don't make any premarital phobia. Everyone from King Lang has personally picked it up. If you don't go back, you can't say it. Zijiu said, you should go to the front of the red 6 and wait for it. I will give it to him, and I will not go to see the King Lang adults. Red 6 quickly said, well, you can move faster. Don't let King Lang adults wait a long time. Dismissed. The red 3 of the inaudible paintings. Ziji quickly said to Zizen, hurry up, it is too impolite to see the King Lang adults. Z Tao also wants to see where King Lang is. A soul. Hope is an old friend. Don't make a new soul. How do you shape it? Z Wei asked Zijiu patience, and he said, although you have forgotten it, but you have adapted to the human form before. It should be very illusory. You just have to think. She said a little about it. Z Tao generally understands that the shape is basically based on the brain, and each part can be successfully shaped. Z Tao has been a person who has been familiar with the human body for so many years. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in shaping a white light falls, and Z Tao can be regarded as a human being. Zio Yan asked her mother's pork roast and shouted, Dad, where are you going? Are you carrying me to have a second child? Z Wei, I'm too lazy to lick this stupid cat. Zijiu looked at Zizen and sighed and said, you, that is, Z Tao did not hear her words behind her. Zijiu did not dare to put the phrase you just don't marry the King Lang adults, and this appearance is worthy of the name of the flower god. But I really say that the exporter is afraid that this kid's tail will rise to the sky, causing a big disaster and changing his mouth. You can't be noisy again, and you can't be big or small in front of the King Lang adults. Z Tao nodded and nodded. They went out of the garden. Yes, Z Tao has just been rooted in a small garden. There are many small buds inside. It seems to be some unscented roses. Z Tao went out with Zijiu, and he still remembered where he was going. It stands to reason that they came to this quasi world together, and the place where they landed should be the same. Why didn't they disappear? Z Tao is worried. Afraid of what happened to him. Must lose something. What is lost? I can't lose the person who is in the river. Zizen's heart, shaking his head madly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This world level is definitely not low, so it will not cost so much. Purple 9 Anger said, when you shake your head, after a while, King Lang adults will pick you up. You will follow and go. No. Z Tao returned to God and hurried. Okay, I don't want to. The soul is there. The river is not going to have anything. It is all in one. If the deity is in trouble, the soul that has no support point is already scattered. Zizenon came down with the heart and followed ZZ through a small intestine path. After the sight was suddenly widened, a dreamlike world appeared in front of him. With regard to flowers, people are always afraid to give the best of their imagination. Jiangzi loves the rose flower, and it is designed to be a fairyland on earth. The emerald vines, the crystal dewdrops, the fluorescent fireflies, and the beautiful petals spread out step by step, thanked the man who did not understand the style and could not help but feel the beauty of the place here. Zijiu said, thanks to the King Lang adults, we have such a prosperous beauty in the Rose Mountain. It turns out that this is also the blessing of the dragon. This white rose is really not married. They walked straight up the jade steps and walked into a white palace. The palace is not a traditional ancient style. The carved columns are full of nature's interest. The white is the bottom, the plants are the companions, and the sun and the moon echo. It is really beautiful. Zitao saw that singly man in the hall. He wore a long gown with faintly dark lines, wide cuffs and a tight waist, perfecting the perfect figure. How come you ran back? If you are homesick, even if you tell me, can I stay with you for a few days in Rose Hill? He spoke, his voice warmed with some cold, like the clear spring water falling into the mountains. Zitao looked up and saw the 5 senses of his King Jun. King Lang turned out to be the 4 princes. Zitao was very impressed with the environmentalist, but at the end of Atlantis, the big wearer was deeply sorry for him. Zijiu gave a thank you, and Zitao quickly said, I'm too self-willed. What's the matter? King Lang came over and took his hand. I have been too busy for a few days, making you bored. Z. Tao is very familiar with him, but he will not feel restrained. Fortunately, it is a little homesick. King Lang when said, I will stay with you for a few days. Z. said, but you still have something to do. King Langton said the following, no problem, always busy. Z. Tao also wants to say that King Lang patted on the back of his hand. After the wedding, you can only live in the holy mountain. Z. Tao took a little embarrassed and said, so these days, I want to stay with you for a while on the Rose Hill. I have to hurry and touch the details, only to know that this marriage value is not worthy of conclusion. It's good to have so many Zen's innocents to get married. Ghosts know how other souls are brain filled. Atlantis' last is the **** mode. If the souls are deeply obsessed, they will definitely affect the world. The 4 princes want to marry him. What other souls? The most fearful thing is that it coincides going back. He married this, provoked that, and made you die. And he also did a fart mission, and the souls could not come. King Lang actually followed him. Well, when I'm busy with this, I will take you around and go. Z. Tao nodded. King Lang said again, I'm not going to go back today. I will not go back. Stay with you to accompany you. Z. Wei, what are you doing with the 4 princes? You don't want to engage in premarital ex behavior. Ziji quickly said, I will go to clean up the house. She hurried away, and Zitao was too afraid to go to King Lang. It's all, although the river is skewed, but it's very disciplined. When in the dream, well, if you are not married anyway, you should not be in trouble. When Zijiwei left, King Lang said something to the people around him, and with the low voice of the waiter, he turned and went out. There are only 2 of them left in the big temple. Zitao is thinking about resetting. Who knows that the dark eyes of King Lang have changed. The barbecued pork screamed, who is you, like a handsome guy? This deep red and dark blue ink and pork burnt back are generally the same. Zii. King Lang, who was still in the air, said with a smile, it is me, Z. Wei, river. Ramp, I didn't expect the price paid this time to be the body. I didn't have a memory last time. I didn't have a body, and I didn't say which one was better or not. Zitao understood. Then you are now, river. Ramp, the state of the soul will attract each other. I'm temporarily in the body of the soul. Z. Tao said nervously, isn't that looking for a body? Not counting. This is not the original. Z. You sighed and turned to read. That's good. If you are in this body, I will. It's much easier. Jiang slanted and smiled. I'm not only in this body. Z. Tao did not understand. What, Jiang? Cheo quickly said, the soul is all me. In theory, I can go to any body, and it is because of this that everyone is pulling me. Z. Yan anxiously asked, is there any danger? Jiang slanted his heart, but he did not dare to tease the children. He took the time to say, there is no danger, but the brain is not good. Z. Wei, Jiang. T explained, when we get along alone, I can remember the central affairs, but as long as there are others, I have only the memory of the soul. Therefore, the King Lang was not installed in the river, but was really a dragon. The river slanted again. I can't distort the will of the soul, otherwise the quasi-world will be a mess. Z. Tao is still confused. The footsteps came from outside, and the river leaned over and said, be careful with the dragon. He knows that you are fleeing. Chapter 106 Wonderful Pen Painting Shanhei 04 King Long Adults, you are really a bit green. Zitao's nerves are stretched, and I want to ask again. I found that King Long's eyes have changed back to indigo point. He stayed in the air, but his heart was playing drums. A river is leaning in several bodies. People can still have several bodies at once. Oh, others can't. Jiang will definitely do. After all, so many souls. Zitao is not worried about his safety. He started to belch. Doesn't this guy talk about the key points? Can you tell him how many souls there are, and whether the souls have any private brains? Even if the time is not enough, you can't say so detailed, so I will explain the last sentence. Point. King Long knows that he is fleeing, and how come is he to blame him? Zitao remembers that the four princes are a positive young man. Okay, after experiencing the scene of the large-scale drop-off, it is estimated that it is not as good as the 5 or 6 princes. Zitao is worried. The climate of the holy mountain can be adjusted. Is it too hot for you to stay there? King Long suddenly turned to the climate issue, and Zitao almost did not keep up with the rhythm. Yes, okay, you don't want to be polite with me. We will be obedient in the future. You are afraid of heat and cold. I should consider it. Zen reacted. It was probably that the river had been slanted out, and there was a fault in the soul. The river slanted him a patch, and pretended that the two were discussing the living environment of the holy mountain. Point. It seems that, although the river slant cannot distort the will of the soul, it can also move hands and feet on some small details that are insignificant. Point. Xie Xi said, the adults have considered a lot for me. King Long took his hand. Not enough. The gentle and clean words of these two words seem to be very popular, but when they think that this person knows that they are fleeing, they will change their taste. Zizao smiled and said, how come? I'm very happy to be with the King Long adults. King Long also smiled, but the blue-eyed scorpion was so cold with a deep sea. I'm also very happy to see you. I always want to put all the good things under the sun in front of you. Tao thought that this was a love story. I just wanted to euphemistically thank you. The next sentence of King Long made him cold and upright. So you will not leave me. Yuxin is tight. Point. This translates to the words, give you all the good things in the world. You will not be greedy for the outside world. Point. What do you want to do in the 4th year? Blackening will be black. Don't learn bad. It seems that I noticed the shudder of Xiaoyi, and King Long said warmly, I said that, if I like someone, I will suffer. I can't understand it before, but now I understand it. Zio smiled very reluctantly. You are not suffering from this. You are crazy temptation. Poor thank you. I don't know why I fled, so I can't help him. I can barely maintain it. The original saint also has an ordinary person's side. King Long Road. I can't afford the word Z. Wei disagreed. You don't want to be arrogant. King Long Dao. The so-called saint is just a shackle that I'm born with. If I can get rid of it, I will be satisfied with you. Wei did not dare to answer the words. Always felt that this is a pit. Say that he wants to wander with him for the end of the world. Then it proves that this rose cannot stand the boring sacred mountain. So escape the marriage. I don't want to wander with him for the rest of the world. Does it mean that he only values the status of King Long because it is not true love? So he escapes. There are too few pre-existing summaries, and Z can't figure out this direction. Fortunately, King Long himself did not seem to want to know the answer. Obviously dropped the hook and put him on this small fish. Right. You are in a hurry. How can you even forget this? The shopman had already returned, and he had been waiting for him. He heard the words of King Long and walked forward with a red paint in his hand tray. Zitao knows what this is. King Long Road. You have to inherit the name of the flower asterisk to protect this roster. If you leave it for too long, it will damage your soul. Tao was busy. I'm confused. Hey, don't want such an important thing. Do you want to escape from marriage? What happened in the end? Will you be put on this setting today? Zitao is well aware of the rules of the quasi world in which the soul is involved. Objectively speaking, only when he enters the quasi world, this quasi world wakes up. That is, at that moment, the souls spontaneously form their own will and integrate into the quasi world, will generate various pre-existing summaries. That is to say, before Zitao did not come in, there was actually nothing. The Beihua Mountain event. King Lang saved the little roses, and the engagement, including those he did not know, did not exist. Only Zitao came in. The souls generated the corresponding settings, and they reached the head of Z. As for why this is set, there must be logic to follow, but now the clues are too few and still not touched. Of course, when I came up, I was escaping from marriage. Zitao probably understood it. After all, what he did to the 4 princes in Atlantis was much more serious than the betrayal of this level of escape. Thinking of this, Xie Wei is a little panic, and you must not be married, because you have a new love. That's really, I can't clean it up and it's messy. See love to the left or right, also known as love, is a quasi-world of dead end. The scary thing is, that he can read files in love, which is a dead end. Here, no reading options. The only good news is that there is a half-slung river **** to help, but I'm not sure if it will help me down. Xie Wei took over the roster and tried to brush herself a good impression. I just came back and looked back, and I went back to the holy mountain in a while, so I didn't bring it. The implication is that I really didn't escape marriage. If I escaped from marriage, I must take it away. King Lang seems to have been appeased and lost. He said, it won't work for a while. I really worried about it when I saw the roster, but didn't see anyone. Z. Tao said, I'm not good, but I'm bothered to send the person personally. You. King Lang said, still a childish, playful, this seems to mean something. Z. Tao cautiously replied, in the future, please ask the adults to control more. King Lang's mood seems to be much better. Where can I care for you? Xie Wei is embarrassed. The smile of King Lang's mouth is lighter, and whispered, all I can do is wait for you to grow up. There seems to be some helplessness in this statement. Zizin's heart stunned. No, is it really derailed? The green dragon who was cuckold not only resisted the anger, but also chose to be forbearing, and even waiting for him to wake up. King Lang adults, you are really a bit green. After King Lang put down the roster, he left and only said to him, I will see you later. Z. Tao does not know that the loyalty of the table is still coming and coming. I will return to the holy mountain with you, King Lang. Weiheo, the color is deeper. Do you want to go back with me? Z. Tao nodded and said, yes. Regardless of other souls, I always feel that the 4th child is a bit miserable. Who knows that? King Lang shook his head and said, if you are back, just stay for a while. Z. Tao is a bit awkward. What is the situation? Is it a temptation? Xie Wei continued to say, I want to go back with you. King Lang smiled, but unfortunately there was no smile in the eyes. No hurry, I will pick you up when the day is up. Really? Don't want him to go back. Why? King Lang pulled him closer and kissed him in his forehead. Wait for me. These 2 words seemed to bring murderous. Xie Wei did not dare to provoke him, holding the roster to send him away. King Lang is gone. Zijio came over. Scorpio, King Lang adults really love you and actually come to you to send a roster. Z. Tao is speechless. Love is affirmation. That is to say, who is bad? Purple 9 is also in the same color. You can't be noisy anymore. King Lang adults thought that you just came home and came back to see it. If you let him know that you want to regret marriage, he is very sad. I am afraid that I have been so sad now that the green hat is taken care of. Z said, I'm a little tired. Z. Jiu thought of his inexplicable amnesia, but also worried, so said, well, you rest and see if you can think of the past. Z. Tao nodded. He took the purple 9 to see this roster. After all, life is at stake. Xie Wei went to the inner room and opened the roster. After sitting on the bed. At the moment of opening, he showed a hint in the lower right corner. Trigger primary rehabilitation skills promotion task, except Jiang Ti has said that the promotion task of skills generally appears randomly in the quasi world. It seems that he has encountered this. Xie Wei will certainly not miss it, and he will accept it quickly. In the lower right corner, a prompt for the promotion task appears under the main line task and the sideline task. Is this promotion task related to the roster? Xie Tao looked at the roster and was surprised to find that it was blank. Only the cover of the roster has the word Zizen, and there is nothing in it. It is all blank paper. What type of situation is this? At this time, a new prompt appeared in his lower right corner main line task. Find a blank illustration and collect the Holy Beast branch task. Find blank illustrations. Can collect monsters advance mission. 1. Repair damaged roses. These 3 messages gave Zen a lot of clues. It seems that this roster is the key item needed for the mission and can be used to collect illustrations of the Holy Beast and the Wicked Beast. As for how to collect Xie, it is not clear, but it is definitely not to use the strokes to write or write on the line. It is estimated that there are special requirements, and it is necessary to ponder. This roster is also a prop for the task, and I don't know how to repair this broken rose. Point in short, there are clues, and the follow-up will slowly explore and be urgent. Point Zitao tried it, and found that the roster can be put into the props bar, which makes him feel at ease. As long as he can put it in, he does not have to worry about being taken away or destroyed. Zitao studied it for a while and decided to lie down and rest after confirming that the book was not missing. This little rose did not know what happened before, and the physical strength was overdraft. Even if Xie's qualifications were high, there would be some untenable things. He was awakened by the voice of his voice. It is the servant of the nine-tailed ancestors. People are married to the holy mountain and have nothing to do with the demon sea. What are they doing when it's over? I heard that the fox family is the most like to blame. We are not going to be jealous of them. This idiom is not so useful. Then there was a series of footsteps. When Zitao just sat up, he heard the voice of Red 3. Holiday, yeah. The fox demon said that these are the gifts for the nine-tailed ancestors. When he scalped the hemp. The author has something to say. Fox, we are screaming. Hehe, where is the white little rose that represents your pure love? Chapter 107. The wonderful pen painting. Shanhei 05 just took the offer. The voice of Xie sounded. Who is it? Which rose has provoked the nine-tailed demon? Red 3. I don't know. People go to the front hall. The patriarch is greeting. Xie said, go, let's go see. They left, and Zitao almost didn't panic out of the prototype. There is no doubt that this is definitely a certain soul. This 10,000% of the dowry is given to him. A marriage has not escaped, another marriage is coming again. Zitao couldn't sit still and quickly rushed out of the coat to see the situation. His previous identity was not qualified to participate in this kind of thing, but now it is different, and he has the favor of King Long adults and the name of the flower god. No one wants to stop wherever he wants to go. Xie quietly went to the front hall. When I walked in, I heard a gorgeous red-haired fox demon saying, we said, it is a white little rose, which is cute and beautiful. The name is a 9 character. Zitao's last name for this rose body is Beijiu. This is already a surname. He has no courage to enter the door. Who knows that the roses are facing each other, and the 3 are red? Is it a white aunt? Xie said, impossible. Beijiu aunt has already married the white tigers. How can I get rid of the nine-tailed adults? The red-haired fox demon again said, all said that it is a small rose, young and tender. This adjective surprised the rose flowers in the hall. How to eat them? There is a green fox behind the red fox, and the green fox gives him a slap in the palm. What is tender and tender? It is tender. The red fox said, oh, right, it's tender. Cute, not delicious. Rose flowers are not comforted. The elderly rose patriarch said, marriage only asks for mutual affection. The mind of the nine-tailed adults understands us, but I don't know this rose. Red fox road. Our adults naturally asked him, oh, this is the token of love that he left for our ancestors. Then he took out a small leaf. The elders of the rose family came forward, and after concentrating on it, they condensed and said, yes, this is indeed the rose leaves. If ordinary humans take a piece of leaves as a token of love, it is estimated to be single for a lifetime. However, the rose family is strange. Although the leaves have fallen off, but it is also very cherished. This leaf is almost equivalent to the human woman. Cut the blue silk. The red fox took the leaf back and put it in the clothes very seriously. Although your rose family is attached to the holy mountain, as long as the rose fairy is married to our demon ancestor, then your rose family is the most on this mountain. A top of the line family. Tao said in his heart, you are the rose fairy. Your family is a rose fairy. The elders of the rose family face each other and are slightly embarrassed. Xie said, it doesn't matter. We have an important affair in a few days. It is the King Lang sage of the Holy Mountain who married a small rose of our family. How about that? Red Fox said. The Holy Mountain is smashing them, and we adults are jealous of us. Not conflicting. Z. Well, I'm sorry, it is really conflict. He didn't dare to go out for a moment, for fear that the Red Fox would know, that the truth would take him away, and then he would be in trouble. He could only hope that the Rose family would defend their dignity and not promise this marriage. The Red Fox said again. What? Do you think we are not as good as the old dragon, Roses? The Red Fox is very open. Oh, I advise you not to ask for trouble. The little Rose has long been fascinated by our adults. We cherish him, and we come to the righteousness. You don't agree, it doesn't matter. Anyway, marriage is settled. The Rose and the young Rose are very embarrassed. Although they belong to the Holy Mountain, but their family is really weak. Where can the nine-tailed demon ancestor of the demon see? Even if Zitao and King Lang adults become close relatives, King Lang adults will not necessarily tear their faces for them with the nine tails. Moreover, the nine-tailed ancestor is a good-natured and gracious number to propose marriage. They have to stop. What good is it besides offending him? What's more, you can't stop it. What is the character of the nine-tailed ancestors? 1. I can hook the world. Where can a small rose be able to stand up? I haven't been teased and got a good media, and I've been able to sensationalize the entire continent. The human rights balance was repeated and finally compromised. The old patriarch said, it's just that this little rose doesn't know where it is. We took the offer. This doesn't require you to worry about it, Red Fox said proudly. As long as you take the offer, you will acknowledge this marriage and wait for the prosperity in the future. Eavesdropping. Outside, I thought I would hear the Justice League of the Rose family to refuse the evil tribe Fox's bridge. Who knows? A sentence of effort to surrender. Dare to be a bit sturdy. You are the Holy Mountain. There is the Demon Sea. Is it not to swear? Zitao really wants more. The Holy Mountain and the Demon Sea are really not hostile mode and have not done the shelf. But the concept is not right and not right. The foxes left in a mighty manner. And they did not need to see the Lord. It is obvious how confident this marriage is. Zen did not say that he stopped. He did not dare to face. The Rose family said, hurry and look for the white rose with 9 in the name, to see which child is provoked. Red. 3. It is not a bad thing. The nine-tailed ancestors are not only arrogant, but they are one of a kind. If they are not valued, they will not come to the ceremony with such a big fanfare. The Rose ethnic group long term. My family is free to marry, as long as they are in love. We have no right to interfere. Xie Xi also said, the patriarch is wide-minded, and the child has such a good deed, and he should be happy for him. The patriarch sighed with a sigh of relief. Go and find him. You must know who it is. A blue woman said, it's really weird. It's a little white rose. Red 3. Yes, there are 9 in the name. Everyone was all night. No one even suspected that this is the same person. It's not that they are stupid and naive. It's really a lot of white roses in the rose flower. It's a long and large piece. It can be counted and counted. In addition to the white 9, other freely named, with a lot of 9. What white 19, white 29, white 399, even white 99 have a basket. For example, Xiaoming and Xiaohang in humans can find a lot of same names with the same name. Besides, who would dare to thank this little rose for the first foot to promise King Lang's proposal, and then dare to let the nine-tailed ancestors come to the next dowry? Normal people will not believe it. Miserable Zitao not only promised this, and the proposal of that, there may be another and another. Zitao does not want to be exposed for the time being. He has to find a chance to talk to the river. The next dowry was spread in a while, and the entire Rose family was very busy. Zjiu was busy, and was busy with Zen. She said this, I didn't expect that the roses should have a sigh of relief in the 2. Only hope that the wedding period of the nine-tailed ancestors can be staggered with you. Not too busy. Tao was awkward and almost didn't stand firm. Busy. He is afraid of being busy than anyone else. Purple 9 will not think at all. What happened to you? Tao is a man who has experienced heavy winds and heavy rains. He calmly said, nothing, sleeping well, legs numb. You have to be a relative, and like a child. Zijiu has been taking care of him like a big sister. Go to bed. I will press you a button. Where is Zitao's good intentions? Just saying. It's okay. Just a little while. Zijiu smiles. Okay. Grow up. I know shy. Z. Wei is awkward. There are still things in Zijiu, and there is no further delay. Looking at the late Qinglang adults may come over. You should not be so messy, and quickly clean up. Z. Tao is very afraid of coming to more than Qinglang adults, no matter what. Step by step, Z said, I will pack it up. Zijiu went out, and Z Tao cleaned up the room while silently praying. Come one, please come one at a time. His privilege has been chosen, and the effect has been seen long ago. This technique is still very powerful. It can create a floor that is exactly the same as him. It can also be operated remotely. The only drawback is that it is not as flexible as the deity. It can only do some simple responses. The best thing is to sleep and sleep. More than the deity, it takes time to make a cockroach. Z did it in the morning. Unfortunately, it takes a long time to get the first cockroach. As for when it can be put into full use, it depends on whether Z Tao can master this stunt. In short, the current Z Wei absolutely cannot cope with two souls. It was just dark and a green dragon came over. The whole Rose family is welcoming the adult. Qinglang probably knows that her lover's family is poor, so she has a lot of waiters and delicious food. Not to mention the little roses. The elders of the Rose family have never seen this world, and they are all amazed. Thank you for not talking. Z Tao was full of fear, and she was afraid that someone would mention what the nine-tailed ancestors had under the dowry. Fortunately, the roses are very interesting. No one said half a word. After the dinner ended, Z Tao approached Qinglang and said, Adult, let's go first. Qinglang coveted him. No hurry, I have nothing tonight. Z Tao wants to be alone with him, and wants to ventilate with the river, so he must be opened. You are here. They are not comfortable. Qinglang Wei said, what about you? Z Yashin was afraid that he would not leave, and took the initiative to hold his hand. Of course I'm with you. Qinglang clenched him backhand and whispered, go to your house. Z Zen did not hesitate. He nodded and said, yeah, this is tantamount to being invited. Qinglang looks at his side with his eyelashes. His heart trembles. I like him and cherish him, so I waited for so long. The longer I can wait, the more. The blue dragon is deep and deep, and the smile on the corner of the mouth is faint. Small. Z Wei adult. Qinglang did not continue to talk about it. He caught the twilight and took his hand and got up and said, let's go. I'm tired too. As soon as he stood up, the roses put down their chopsticks and looked up. Qinglang road, you let go of play. Not drunk tonight. Everyone is very happy and has to bow to Qinglang. Z Tao and Qinglang walked side by side and returned to his house together. Z Tao had been cleaned in the morning, clean and slick, showing a bleak life. Qinglang was followed by the attendant. Z Tao looked at him and Qinglang waved. Go on. A courtesy with the staff. Yes. When the person just left, but still did not leave the house, Qinglang suddenly picked up Z Wei. Z Zen was shocked. Qinglang held his waist and put him on his lap. This action is lingering, and Z's face is reddish and whispered, adult. Qinglang kissed his lips. Z Wei, yes, what can you do? If you leave people, they are going to be married soon, and no one can stop doing some secret things. Z Tao has done everything in the dream come true. But in reality, he was blushing, and his head was dizzy. Very light closing sound. Ziyiking woke up. He held down the hand that was swaying on his waist and shuddered and said, oh, Oklahoma, Jiang. Slanted and laughed loudly. Z Tao did not breathe in the singularity of this pair of flowers. Let go, Jiang. Slanted refused and buried it in his neck and saw it with force. It's really fragrant. Z Tao was smothered by his dog's nose. I want to tell you something, right? Jiang's hand is not honest. Is there something more correct than this? Ziyi has to bite on his shoulder. Jiang slanted and took a breath. Oh no. The word cat did not dare to say it. This is the love story in the bed before. In fact, he does not say thank you. Also know what he wants to say. Z Wei is angry, thinking of domestic violence. It's good. Jiang is afraid that he is really angry, and he quickly quits. No trouble. Z Tao got up from him and said, "You will come again. I will be in the next world. I will not let you in. There is nothing else to threaten." Jiang slanted his hand and surrendered. "Don't be unwilling. Resolutely not coming, Xie." Zen couldn't afford the time and quickly asked, "Come tell me how many souls there are in the quasi world. What is the identity? What is the name?" He rushed to remember a note so that you can count on your heart. Jiang leaned down and said, "If I know, I will tell you during the day." Xie blinked. "How come you don't know? Are you not in the body of the soul?" Jiang sighed and sighed. "But if I don't meet, I don't have any other memories of the soul." Xie Tao did not understand. Jiang explained, "I entered the body of every soul, and the memory could not be shared in time." Xie Wary. "So you don't even know if you are divided into several parts?" The river is very innocent. "I really don't know. After all, he was originally a **** man who didn't even know how many souls he had to go out." Zihao paused, not very airy. "What do you want?" Chapter 108 Wonderful Pen Painting. Shanhei 06 I said 100 words of love cannot match you. Jiang slanted the man into his arms and kissed him. "How can I say that my husband is useless?" Xie Hao glared at him. Jiang slanted his eyes and looked at the 988's good feelings. He smiled and said, you are my husband, but things without face and skin." Xie Tao tried to extract his residual value. "That King Lang is figuring out what you always know." Jiang slanted smile. Handsome and serious Xie Tao does not eat his set and pokes. "You don't even know this. The squinting of the river is not effective, and the modification is pitiful. The background setting of this world is a mythical style. Everyone has practiced for hundreds of thousands of years. If you know the sea, you can see something that is irrelevant." Xie Wary. Jiang T has not forgotten his mouth. "All your things are of the utmost importance to me. It is only natural that you can't see them." Xie Tao was not picked up and could not help but emphasize it again. "What do you want?" Jiang slanted on his delicate neck. "Look, I will grow strawberries." Xie Wary. "If he kills this bastard, he will not have to marry n people in one breath." Okay. Jiang Yang gave him a smooth breath. "According to my speculation this day, King Lang should be skeptical that you have another new love. For what purpose?" "I promised his proposal. You don't love him, even the flowers." "The encounter of the mountain is also deliberate." Xie Tao stared at him. "You don't know anything." Jiang slant. "It's not good to go directly to see him, but I don't have a brain. I can speculate on what he does." Xie Tao is skeptical about his brain. The river slanted again. "He hasn't found an adulterer yet, but he has a preliminary suspicion." Xie Then police shouted. "Who?" Jiang leaned down. His right arm, his crony, the unicorn, his second uncle, the white dragon, his brother and sister still. Xie Zen was stunned. "If you don't talk, I will leave." The river is inconspicuous. "I'm telling the truth. He basically doubts everyone you have seen in the holy mountain." Xie Tao couldn't help but say, "Nervous disease." Jiang sighed and sighed. "No way. Who will let you peddle 6 boats, leaving the old 4 with an indelible shadow?" Xie Zen is mad. Giggle. "Me. Blame me." Jiang slanted back to the pot. "I blame each of my hair loves you. I can't help myself." Xie Tao is inexplicably scared by this. This **** will not split out. So many souls of the hair, it will be dead. Jiang is too aware of him. He knows what he is thinking at a glance. He smiles bitterly. "Your husband is so powerful that it is impossible to separate so many souls. He must not be able to hold the yuan now. The people have dispersed." Xie Tao heard something wrong and looked at him. "The soul is divided and it has an impact on you." He had long suspected it. River slope. Xie Tao said, "Since it is not good, why not give up the soul to design the quasi world?" Jiang Xie is sometimes really afraid of the children's keenness. He said, "How can I meet you without designing a quasi world?" Xie When he twisted the eyebrow. "This. How can I mix it?" Jiang Xie did not wait for his words to say, "I can't meet you. I live endlessly." "What's the point?" Xie You live. River ramp. This is a business that only makes a profit. Where can I miss it? He said it was vague, but Zitao understood it all. Jiang said that there is no mature designer in the center. X is already the leader of today, but his highest design is just the quasi world of SS level. So who designed SSS and even the higher level quasi world? Not that I don't know, but those people are gone. Jiang Tiz, he said that he has no talent, relying on the soul to design the world. At that time, Zitao thought about it. Isn't the soul also a gift? Now he understands that relying on the soul is consuming itself, and it is not a long-term solution. In particular, the world of the river is not allowed to enter, which means that the soul is released, but cannot come back. So designing the quasi world again and again, in the absence of Xie Xi, the river slant will eventually be scattered in the countless quasi worlds of his own design. When I met Xie Xi, Jiang Ting would bring myself back from countless quasi worlds, so he said that he would not lose money. Ziyan's nose is slightly sour, and it is both gas and distressed. Jiang said to him, "You are not here, Xie." When he said with anger, "If I don't care about you, Jiang, oblique, then I should be more soul flying." Xie slammed his mouth. "How dare you say anything?" Jiang skewed his hand and kissed him. "Because I have a kind little rose." Xie Heo paused. "Boring. I'm not kind. The river is slightly sloping." Xie Wen's voice is very low, and it's almost inaudible to listen. "I just like you." Everything he does has nothing to do with kindness, just because he likes him. Jiang Shi stayed for a moment and pressed people to the bed. "It's too foul." Xie Tao was lying on his back and looking at him, his eyes wide open. Jiang looked into his eyes and said with a dumb voice, "What do you want me to do? Saying 100 words of love can't be worthy of you." Xie Yan's eyes bent. "Not because you said too much." Oh, Jiang Shi did not dare to listen, and then listen to him. The whole person must die in the syrup. The two had a bit too much fire. "The river ramp. Would we like to have a room in advance?" Xie When he pushed him. "No, river ramp. You are so seduced at the banquet. You are holding hands. You have to bite my ears." Xie When he refused to accept. "Who bites your ear?" Jiang Cheo exaggerated. "Come so close. My ears are crisp. Not even biting." Xie Tao responded to his own ditch. "I'm to be alone with King Long." Jiang oblique. "I want to see me. This is true. See what I'm doing? Lonely man and man. The bed is inside." The more he said, the less serious. The hand is not honest. Later, the two of them helped each other. The reason for Jiang's inclination was sufficient. "You have to stay overnight, and you can't say anything. If you don't do anything." Xie twitched his throat and yelled at him, "You just come to help." "How come?" Jiang slanted his teeth. "I'm helping a lot." Early the next morning, there was a very light footstep outside, and King Lang opened his eyes and a pair of scorpions returned to the indigo. He looked down and saw the quiet sleep of the pregnant man. He slept very well and was very relieved. The white collar of the beige coat was looming, with a few red dots on it. King Lang's heart was hot. He wanted to kiss him, and he could not bear to wake him up. He dared to go back to the holy mountain before dawn, and there was a bunch of things to deal with. The outside attendant has been standing for a while, and he can't say anything if he can't afford it. King Lang quietly moved his arm out and did not wake him up. Carefully. Xie Wei slept very hard and didn't feel it. King Lang looked at his sleeping face, and he was relieved and uneasy. Just because you didn't wake him up, you can let him sleep well for a while, but it is because you can't touch the heart under this beautiful face. They all said that the foxes are confusing, but he feels that no one can match this little rose. He did not speak, even without looking at him. His heart could not be controlled to stick to him. Even if I know him, not willing to let go. King Lang recalled the sweetness of last night, and the heart of the cold ice cubes had sharp tingling. When Zitao woke up, no one was around. Gone. I don't know if it is the river or the King Lang. Well, there is no difference. No one will wake him up. In the 60 years of the dream come true, the river has always been sloppy. Zitao's mouth was bent, and her heart just raised a sweet sigh, and sighed. In the past, it was for the purpose of customs clearance, and now I have to worry about the soul. If you are offended, the next world will suffer him. Atlantis He proposed to 5 people, and now he has to face at least 5 weddings in all likelihood. Well, the river slant is a marriage madman. Zitao got up and washed, just finished, and there was a noise from the outside. What happened? How did Xie Xi suffer such a heavy injury? Upon hearing this, Xie Wei quickly went out point. Although they are all set, Xie Xi does take care of him as a younger brother, and his feelings are real. Xie Yi stopped. When he went out point, red 3 hands hold a large rose flower. In reality there is absolutely no such a large rose flower, full of 20 centimeters, all body purple, very beautiful, but the petals have fallen by more than half. There was a little girl who was crying and used clothes to pick up the petals. Purple sisters are for us. The worms broke through the enchantment and attacked the nursery. The sister of Xie Xi ran them away, but they were also injured. Red 3 is anxious to turn around. Quickly, go find the patriarch. The purple 9 is too weak, and then she will not treat her. At this time, the aged rose patriarch had come over. He looked at the appearance of Xie Xi and trembled. Put her first in the water. Xie Tao is also anxious, but unfortunately he does not know much, dare not say more, can only keep up with, and listen to the situation. Red 3 and purple 9 have a good relationship, and asked the patriarch, the purple 9, she will not have anything right. The patriarch paused. Xie Tao's heart was also raised. Red 3 pale, then he saw Xie Tao, and quickly said, Jiu, you are going to ask King Lang adults to save Xie Xi. The patriarch shook his head. It's useless. No one can fix it. Repair. Xie Tao strode forward. I will try. Red 3-eyed red road. Yes, still have to try. I will go with you to the Holy 9. Look for the King Lang adults to try. There is no time to go to the Holy Mountain. Xie said. Let's open some. Let me try to fix it. The people present were stunned. It is true that Xie Tao has inherited the name of the flower god and is the future companion of King Lang adults, but he is essentially an ordinary little rose. How is it? Xie Tao did not waste time. He took the petals directly from the girl's arms and carefully pointed out the direction. Do you know what Xie Xi used to be? The old patriarch lived for a long time and had more experience. He stopped asking more questions and quickly said, I know that the order of the petals is all I remember. Xie Yisung said, that would be easy. Patriarch, you tell me the position of the petals. Red 3 also reacted. He waved. Everyone goes out. Don't bother the patriarch and the 99. The anxious waiting for the roses went out, and only the seriously injured Xie Xi and the patriarch Red 3 and Xie Wei were left in the house. Xie Wei began to use the repair. After asking the position of the petals at first, the patriarch was still suspicious. Now he sees that the petals have been repaired, and he has already been convinced. Xie Tao used a total of 70 repairs to recover all the fallen petals. Red 3 big joy. It's okay. Purple 9 is fine. Xie Yusong breathed, although he used a repair technique to help a lot of people, but the flower is still the first time. The patriarch was so excited that he trembled. Flower god. Flower asterisk reincarnation. Xie Tao explained. This is just a point that King Lang adults taught me. No. The family said, this is the power of the flower gods. I have seen it when I was young. His manner is boundless. He has repaired the scales of the King Lang sage, the feathers of the Suzaku saint, the wings of the white tiger sage. It is said that it has also repaired the 3 tails and 6 arms of the tail of the 9-tailed ancestor and the queen of the queen. Xie Wei. It turns out that the river asterisk is not as good as an old rose. Xie Tao has at least identified 5 souls from these words. King Lang, Suzaku, Beihu, Jiuwei, Howking. I don't know if there are Zuan Wu, Base, Kiki, Yi, Dijiang and so on. Xie Tao is fearless and does not mind taking all the orders. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Wonderful Pen Painting. Shanhei 07 I have a gift. Red 3 also heard, very curious. He asked, the flower asterisk is so powerful. Of course. The old patriarch was obviously the brain-destroyed powder of the flower god. He was excited. At that time, the holy mountain and the demon sea were not separated. The mountains and seas were merged with each other. Although the saints and the ancestors pursued each other, they all respected the **** of flowers. Frequent exchanges and discussions under the organization of the flower gods are far from being a gradual trend. Xie Tao is very concerned about this setting point. Of course, there is nothing in this world. The so-called past is also generated by the integration of the minds of the souls, but even if it didn't exist before, it is absolutely true now. Xie Tao needs to understand. The old patriarch continued, the flower **** is the guardian of the previous generation of the gods. He knows the geography, and knows the geography. He is almost omnipotent. Of course, his most powerful thing is to cure everything. No matter what kind of injury, he can be treated. Red 3 heard a sly look and asked, when the flower **** is so powerful, how can it fall? The old patriarch shook his head and said, probably the doctor is difficult to self-medicate. He saved countless people, but unfortunately no one saved him. The **** of flowers fell, and Shenzhen also lost. These Zizen can only be honestly listened to, and the red 3 knows more than he knows. Isn't Shenzhen not on the holy mountain? The old patriarch said, no matter whether the holy mountain or the demon sea is left behind. Red 3 story. It turned out to be like this. Xie Tao also remembered what Zjiu, and he had said. He asked, since it is a disability, is there a power to deprive people of existence? He remembers that if the name of his flower **** is lost, Shenzhen will obliterate his existence. The old patriarch said, the so-called loss may be just because no one can understand. Xie Yi said, what do you mean? Only the flower **** can understand God. The old patriarch shook his head and said, where do we know this? At this time, Zjiu woke up. She has changed back to the human form. Although she looks pale, she can see that there is no life worry. The patriarch? I'm this. When Red 3 saw her wake up, she was very happy. Thanks to 99. If you are, you will. Xie Tao went forward and asked, how is the body feeling? Purple. GUIE. The activity of the hand and foot. Is it Jiu save me? She was already holding a mortal determination against the insects, and did not expect to survive. The patriarch said, the 99 has the power of flowers and gods, and repaired your body. The power of the flower god. Purple 9 looks to Zizen. Some awkward. Xie Tao is actually a primary repair technique, but unfortunately he can't explain it. He can only bite his head and say, I don't know too well. There is such a power inexplicably. The patriarch took out the reincarnation and said it. Purple GUI went down and said, speak up. I said that I had forgotten the previous things. Everyone looked at Xie Tao and was shocked. Broken. This flower **** reincarnation is afraid to come true. I forgot some things, but I didn't have the memory of the gods. Xie Tao looked at Zjiu. Why would the flower **** be a rose flower? The old patriarch replied, no one knows what the body of the flower **** is. Xie Jiu's feelings for the white 99 are very deep. She shook her head. It's 99 anyway. I can feel it. The old patriarch sighed and said, okay, don't say this. The body is good. Red nodded 3 times. Yes, it is already fortunate. Zjiu still needs to be rehabilitated. The old patriarch and Hongsen first left, and Xie Tao finally left. Zjiu said to him, you don't think too much. You are you. I know. Purple 9 is worried about him. Zizen is in a hot heart, and she responded to her, well, he is indeed him, the world's white 99. Thank you. It is really him. From the purple 9. Xie Tao asked the worm. Red 3 told him, this is also a no-brainer. The worm is our natural enemy. Even the Qinglang adults can't kill all the worms. When the altar was not damaged, we still have enchantments to guard the nursery now. Xie where he asked, how is the altar damaged? Anyway, he forgot many things, and he asked if he didn't know. Red 3, from a few decades ago, the new guardian could not activate the altar. The King Lang Saint also helped us check it, but unfortunately could not find the reason. Xie Tao inevitably thought of his promotion task. Is it related to this altar? Xie Tao said, can you take me to the altar to see? Red 3 is very convinced of him now and should say, of course, I will take you to see. The Rose Mountain is not big. The mountainside is the residence of the roses, and the highest point on the top of the mountain is an open altar. The altar is very simple. There is a square table in the center with a censer on it. The incense burner is filled with 5 incense sticks. Xie asked, why is Wuxiang extinguished? Red 3. If it ignites, the enchantment will start. Can't ignite. It was originally intended to be ignited by the 5 color elders with spiritual power, but now it will not work anyway. There are 5 colors of the rose family, which are red, purple, white, blue, and yellow. Each color has an elder. These are known. Why is it not burning? Xie looked at it carefully and didn't find any clues. Red 3 took him back to the mountainside, and Xie remembered things and went back to the house. First, he just opened his roster and there was a hint in the lower right corner. Promotion task. The purple rose flower has been repaired and the illustration lacks a name. Purple. Is it purple 9? Xie quickly went to the roster and saw a blooming purple rose flower. When he turned to the back, this is not a simple painting. It is as realistic as it is at your fingertips. Xie Tao couldn't help but touch it, and it was a touch of paper so lifelike. The 3-dimensional sense is more real than the photo, so magical. Xie saw the box at the bottom of the rose flower, which was empty. And the missing one seemed to be the name. Is the name of Zijiu. Xie Tao went to find a pen and tried to write the purple 9 to characters. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's a pen or a wrong name. In short, I can't write it. But with this picture, I have given a lot of clues to Xie. There are 5 colors in the rose family. Is it possible to complete the promotion task by repairing 5 different colors of roses? Just repairing is not enough. If you have a name, then where is the name? Certainly not simply take 1. Xie Tao thought of Shenzhen. The name of the flower **** comes from Shenzhen, and Zijiu also said that Shenzhen recorded everything in the mountains and seas. Does it also have the name of the 5-colored rose flower? It is not difficult to conclude that the altar may be related to the illustration. Is it better to wait for him to fix the illustrations in the altar? Although I'm not a real rose flower, but I can help the rose family. Xie Tao is also very happy. There are clues to the promotion task, and it also inspired Xie Tao's thinking about the main branch task. Is it necessary to repair the holy beasts and monsters? Or do you just see the ontology simply? Or do you still want to know their names? King Lang will not call King Lang. Unfortunately, the river is not in the same direction. Or can you ask him? Turning to Xie Tao and thinking. 80% is asking and don't know. The heart was disgusted, but the corner of his mouth was bent because he thought of the river in the evening. King Lang did not come. He asked the attendant to come over and thanked Xie. Xie Tao nodded. If adults are so busy, don't go back and forth. There is still a little bit of disappointment. After all, there are many things to discuss with Jiang. However, there is no urgency. Anyway, the day after tomorrow will definitely come. Xie did not hurry to sleep, wandering in the Rose Mountain to see if there is any rose flower that needs him to repair it. After walking around, I didn't have a wounded rose, but I met a silver fox. The little fox came out of the fireflies and scared Xie. The pork roast is screaming. Where is the enchanting? The kitten was locked in the pet bar for a night because it was not suitable for children. When it was dawn, Xie Tao did not call him when he was still asleep, and he ran out until the evening. Of course, the little fox couldn't see the pork burnt bag. It rushed into Xie's arms and his small head was licking his chest. The pork roast bag was deeply insecure, and it also rushed over and grabbed the sight. It was not mashed by the 2 furry drills. Don't be embarrassed, his voice just fell. The little fox raised his eyes and stared at him. Baby, miss me? Xie Tao vaguely felt that this 80% is a certain soul, but it is not a 9-tailed. After all, 9-tails are foxes with 9 tails. Xie Tao stared at the little silver fox for a while and couldn't help but bounce on it. This action is also a slap in the face, but it is a bit too big or small. The little silver fox jumped out of his arms, and the tall, silver-haired man appeared in front of him. wore a robes, and his neckline was adorned with fox fur, which was a gorgeous and delicate face. A pair of erect squats smiled and smiled, taking advantage of the amazing charm. Xie Xi, the vampire in love to the left or right, the second prince in Atlantis. Zhao now thinks that I still feel funny. The dream of the second prince and the three princes in the 8 Dog Blood series made him impressed. Zhao's eyes were smiling, and the silver fox was obviously used. He leaned over and put his ear on his ear. I'm under the dowry, and when the little lady will go back to the demon sea with me. Z's mouth smiled and even wanted to give him a punch. What kind of ghost is the little lady? Suddenly, the awkward atmosphere dropped to the freezing point, and the gorgeous sound line of the Nine Tails was full of ice scorpions. Is this a hickey? Chapter 110 Wonderful pen painting. Shanhei 08 Second child. You are really indulgent. Do not love. Broken. Zhao forgot. Jiangxi was on him last night. How to do. Ninetales did not become rivers. Certainly because they were not alone. After all, this is an empty place. Maybe there are nine-tailed attendants, or fireflies. This is too embarrassing. Xie first put the barbecued pork into the pet bar. The nine-tailed face is like a frost. The gentle erect squats down, and is full of demon. Xie sees him through the moonlight, and only feels scared. He clearly did not do anything bad, but it seems to be Cortex in bed. Really? I'm blaming the river and stalking him. Jiang squinted and looked at the good feelings, but could not do anything. It's clear that they all follow the world. How come it seems to be no different from watching the live broadcast? Jiang Laoxi is very wronged. Zihao is a man with 6 legs on the boat and his legs are still stable. What? Innocent and confused. One set. Ninetales blinked, and the cold look was a little shaken. You have red spots on your back neck. There was such a pity in the voice, and Zhao was still a little embarrassed. Hey, he is not all he is looking for. Zhi touched the back of the neck and calmly said, is there? I'm being paralyzed by mosquitoes. I have been outside for a long time. He couldn't see how big the hickey was, and he could only cook on the worm. Ninetales staring at the red mark of the little finger's belly. Can the bug bite such a big bite? Zhao looked at him and smiled. Where is the hickey? What are you thinking about? Who? Can't live with this acting. Nine-tailed estimates are unwilling to believe that it is a hickey, so the filter is 10 meters thick, and I found a reason. You are so afraid of insects, you just leave such a big trace. Very, very big. Thank you. Ninetales are a corner of the wall, so my heart is not practical. Is it really not? He really did not want to mention the word kiss. He can't go on fast, and she has a heart and a sentence. What the asterisk are you suspecting? 9. Tails do not speak. Zhao glanced at him, and his cheeks were reddish. Is there? You don't know, if you look at it yourself. 9. Tails jerked. Zen did not open his eyes. Is it really a hickey? Is it only on the neck? Is there a place? The nine-tailed throat is tight. 9. Z. Where's voice is getting smaller and smaller. Take me back to the house. You can see it yourself. This is too shameful, although it is to lead him to be alone, but also to break the lower limit. The nine-tails were all gone, and when he was holding him, he returned to Zen's house. Sure enough, it is a monster. This speed is okay. Zayasang breathed, thinking that there should be no one here. He does not believe that the nine-tails will let other people see his body. Sure enough, the nine-tailed erect has changed color. Jiang slanted off his clothes. Zhao didn't have a good air. Why? River. Ramp. Check it out. Tao, you still have nine-tails. Jiang said. I have forgotten. Oh, if the souls don't meet each other, the memories don't work together. This fool forgets everything last night. Jiang Sui is not willing to say. It must not be a post-king. Who is it? Which one of the holy mountains? Tao captures the key point in his words. After the king is a soul. River. Ramp. It is serious. It turned out to be the 6th prince. It seems that Jiui and Hao King met in the demon sea, so the river has the memory of these two souls. Tao pressed his hand. Come and tell me about their situation. The river slanted and said, I want to know what happened last night. Tao is very helpless. What do you think you will do? Jiang skewed himself to death. Surely you have a strawberry. Still, he Said this stinking face is really detailed. Zita red face equator. You don't know this, Jiang. Vinegar barrel turned over. No. I have forgotten. I want it. Z. Tao is both angry and funny. You don't know. When you go to see King Long, Jiang. Oblique knows that it was King Long, but he can share the memory. But there is a double memory to get cool. Point he said, the demon sea and the holy mountain well water do not make river water, and it is not so easy to see the green dragon in the nine tails. Z. Zen can't guess his mind. That's your business, Jiang. Slanted rogue. You are so thin. I only like me last night. I don't like me now. Z. Wary. Is this what people say? However, this person is still right. Point the river slant is iron-hearted to take a wave of cheap, and people will start to mess with it. Point their decades of ex-life are not white, and Z-Zen is able to stand up. Point another wave of mutual help and mutual help. Z-Zen is somewhat virtual. You have to go and see all the souls. Everyone is so arrogant. He wants to overdraw. Seeing the river is definitely a must-see, but I don't want to admit it. Point just like Jiang's understanding of the sensitive parts of Z's body. Zita also knows him 100. If you lie to me, don't want any wedding. When you return to the center, this is too serious, and the river obliquely compromised. Well, I must find a way. After thanking him for a while, he was free to tell him the information he collected during the day. Point Jiang slanted him to sum up. King Lang is the 4 princes, Jiu Wei is the 2nd prince, Hao King is the 6 princes, I estimate that Suzaku is the 5 princes, and the White Tiger is the 3 princes. Z. Tao is also speculative. These are all related to the flower god, and he now has the name of the flower god, so they are very likely to be soulful. Is there other holy beasts and monsters? River ramp. Yes, it should not be the soul. Or will it be forcibly linked to Z Tao? Z Yusung said, that's fine, Jiang. Z always felt that this was a strange thing. Let him cool his back. But who is it? Who makes the children who are just like white paper face the 5 boats and can say the words that's okay? It is himself. The river slanted and swallowed. Z Tao asked the situation of the 9 tails. Jiang Skew knows quite a bit and said to him, you were originally a sweetheart of Hao King. After seeing you on the side of Jiu Wei, you can't help but use ecstasy for you. You will not be in love. Z Wei, the 2nd prince, you are really indulgent and do not love dog blood. No, this is the river slope. He turned his head and yelled at him. Jiang Oblique defended himself. I don't know this in reality. After all, you only like me. Z. Yan raised his eyebrows. If I don't like you, the river does not speak out. Sure enough, the 2nd prince's dog blood is from the deity. Jiang leaned and whispered, don't like me. Z. Tao's big gas is gone. His heart sighs and his voice softens. Whatever you want. If you don't like you, who will take care of you? Jiang skewed and whispered, say again. Z. Well, river ramp, say you like me. Z. Zen couldn't stand his poor voice and whispered. The river was resurrected in situ, and it was insatiable. I have to listen. Z. Listen to you, a big ghost. Jiu Wei also stayed for one night, and the next day, when it was not bright, he became satisfied with the small silver fox. He also has something in the demon sea. He has to turn his rivals to justify the small roses. Z. When he slept a little, and when he got up, he heard a noise. They are a little red rose mountain. It is really not so lively since the construction of the mountain. My god is the slave of the post-king ancestor. Won't be afraid. I heard that after the whereabouts of the ancestors, the grass is not born. The timid rose has shivered. After Xie listened to the words of King, the brain was sore, and Sirius would not come to the bride price. Z Tao is still quite guilty about the 6th, and even the world is still hurting him. In particular, he thought that the river slant might have had such a past that he did not love the cursed, and he was even more distressed. The outside is only the emperor's slave, and it's already dark, cold, and hazy. That makes the slaves say, return the 9-tailed dowry at a speed. Roses. What? Let the slaves say again. White roses and 9-tailed ecstasy. I hope that you will not be confused and helpless. The Roses have understood, and they don't understand it for a moment. The two demon ancestors of the demon sea are actually robbing a little white rose that is not known. I thought that the name of the goddess of Xie was already a miracle of the rose family's tens of thousands of years, and it seems that there is a white rose that is favored by both ancestors. White roses face each other, the same as a small white flower. How the gap is so big. Chapter 111 Wonderful Pen Painting Shanhei 09 Let them compare and kiss. How king's slaves finally put a sentence. There will be no return of the dowry on the third day, and the consequences will be conceited. They left a richer gift than the nine-tailed dowry before they left. Is compensation? The roses are still able to take care of these things outside. They are scared to rush to hold an emergency meeting. A group of single-numbered roses gathered together to discuss this life and death. Xie Tao is now an important figure. When Red 3 called him a meeting, his heart was resisting. Red 3, come on, something big. This is a step away. Our entire Rose Mountain is over. Xie Tao feels that this is not a step by step, but it is not going to go well, not very auspicious, let alone. Xie Zhen did not have a reason not to go to the meeting, but she could only go to the scalp point. When I arrived at the Chamber of Deputies, the old patriarch who walked back and forth hurriedly said, "How? I haven't found the white rose yet." Bei Yi frowned, after asking, all the white roses with 9 names in their names say they are not themselves. Blue. Fourth sneer, it's all like this, even if it won't be recognized. Xie Yuxin is a virtual one. Bei Yi maintains his own embarrassment. Our white roses are pure in nature and never lie. Blue. 4. Oh, it will be 2 boats. In view of the fact that he has not only stepped on 2, Xie Tao is not a blue 4 white together. You didn't listen to how king's slaves. Xiao Bei Wen is in the ecstasy. Blue rose is not a cool color, picking up people to see the needle. If he does not want to provoke the 9-tailed ancestors, will the ecstasy? White is a dumb 1. Blue 4 again said. In the meantime, the ecstasy is inseparable from the caster. Half a step. He now fled back to the Weishan mountain, and it is really hard to say that there is no ecstasy. White 1 is shy and angry. You don't talk nonsense. Blue 4. The flower language of white roses is pure love. I'm really open-minded in such a pure law. Seeing that the matter did not discuss the results, the two sides had to fight. The old patriarch quickly said, I don't even say 2 sentences. Is it time to quarrel? Blue 4 snorted, don't go too far. Bei Yi is also mad at half, but the Blue 4 still said that the sentence is reasonable. He cannot refute. Xie Tao's sinner can only install the wallflowers honestly and reduce the sense of existence so that the deeds will not be smashed by the roses. The old patriarch presided over the meeting. The most urgent task is the issue of dowry. We will not retreat. Huan has always been a wall and grass child. If we don't retreat, we will offend our ancestors, and we will offend and sin the 9-tailed ancestors. This is really difficult. If this is a good thing, everyone will use it together to get a bald head. The second is a different style of painting. She shot the thighs. Come tell the 2 demon ancestors and let them compare. Everyone, red. Second still feels that this move is quite good. Is it wrong? Everyone, shut up. In fact, Xie Tao thinks this is a good move. Let the 5 souls gather together to play one game. Whoever wins him will marry who? Well, he is here to clear the world, not to destroy the world. Zijiu calmly said, I think we still have to find out the white roses and let him make their own choices. Red 3 answered, but can't find it. Blue 4 taunted again. A pure white rose has done this kind of thing. He dare to admit it? Please read the word pure. Bei Yi disagreed. I believe he must have had a hard time. Xie Tao nodded in her heart. I have a hard time, but I have a hard time. Blue 4 said, if you have a hard time, stand up and explain it. Can we still help him? Xie Tao is silent. It is not a question of helping but not helping, but a problem that cannot help. The meeting did not open at the end of the meeting. The old patriarch looked at Xie Tao and asked, flower? Didn't say the flower god. He temporarily changed his mouth. What advice do you have? Xie Wei. I suggest that you raise your family and don't stay here. Of course, he would not say that. He is about to speak. Xie Jiu said, what can he do? This thing must not go to King Long adults. If it involves the Holy Mountain, turn back to the Demon Sea as a reason to launch war. How to do. Xie Xi still has a big picture. The relationship between the Holy Mountain and the Demon Sea is tense. The piece in front of the eyes is already trying to maintain. If the King Long comes forward, the two demon ancestors will take the opportunity to make a living. How should they end? When the blood of the mountains and seas flows into the river, they are not the sinners of the ages. Everyone was silent for a moment. Although Xie was very good, but he was indeed the party. It's not good because of myself. It's so simple and cute. Xie said. I'm going to see the Demon Sea with them. He didn't finish talking, and the outside suddenly became confused. The worm. The worm is coming. What happened? It's not winter. How come this worm is so frequent? Blue 4 reacted. It's a gift. The roses are all awkward. They are all pale. All the gifts are heaven and earth. Whether it is Jiuwei or Howking, the shots are generous enough to send all the good things. The Rose family is self-sufficient and generally does not trade with the outside. The ancestors did not give gold and silver treasures intimately, but some heaven and earth. The roses have indeed been happy, but the worms are also very excited. The worms are unreasonable. Just follow the instincts. They smell the deliciousness of the rose hill, can't stand it, and launch an attack. All the people in this meeting are elites in the family. When they hear the movement outside, they can still rush out to deal with the disasters in front of them. Xie also followed, and he is responsible for this matter. Although he said he always has responsibility, when he enters the world, he is already full of responsibility. Xie first saw the worm. This thing grows. It can be said that it is very bad. A large worm, but also a tentacle. Pick up a small rose, mouth to eat. Fortunately, the shape of the rose is not vegetarian. There are always some wood-like spells. It is very decent to use. Xie wants to go forward. Xie Xi stopped him. Don't be close. They love to eat young rose flowers. How? It sounds even worse. Red 3 big name. Jiu you go to the rear. I have passed the soldiers. Everyone has a good collection of petals. You want to cure? Xie Tao said again. Send a letter to Mount Shengshan. Xie said. I can't get out. Let's fight this wave first. Xie Tao looked at the situation. It is really difficult to kill and send a letter. He went out to cut the heart of the insects, retired to the rear to repair the roses. Once the roses are seriously injured, they will return to their original shape. Although the appearance of the petals falling is as ferocious as the broken legs of the human beings, the psychological burden is much less for Xie Tao. He has repaired a lot, and he has become more aware of the rose flower. He basically sees the petal, and basically can infer where the ampoule is based on its growth direction. Occasionally, as long as it is not a serious injury to a coma, the roses will point out by themselves, but it is also convenient. Thanks to Xie in the rear, the fighting power of the roses has increased dramatically. Originally, they will be disabled after a wave of hits. Now they can play and repair, and they will have more than one division. Just be careful when fighting. Be hurt and scratched. Don't be eaten. Thank you that it is not a cure. If the petals are gone, you can't grow out. After so much fighting for more than half an hour, the roses finally knocked back the worms. Red 3 purple 9 These frontline soldiers are exhausted. Clothes are broken, but also a lot of blood. But they are still the most beautiful rose, the most heroic warrior. Xie Tao is like the skill of opening a hang, and let him become famous. Originally, everyone's impression of him was that the good luck was the little white flower of the King Long adults. Now, Xie Tao's adult is the reincarnation of the flower god, the hope of the whole family, and the pride of the roses. Xie I don't know if his hopes and pride will be reduced to the street mouse that everyone is calling. Such a big victory. The old patriarch is very excited, but also some expansion. Who said that we are timid and weak, only know that we are born according to the vines? We can also be brave and warlike fighters. Everyone is rushing to the top and shouting with the arms of the town. The blue rose is calm, and a bucket of cold water is poured on their heads. So, what about the bride price? The triumphant roses are. It's awkward. They played the worms, but they definitely couldn't beat the two ancestors. Don't talk about Jiuwei and Howking. Even if they sent people casually, it is easy to flatten them. How can Xie Tao repair it? And it is impossible to put the rose flower that has been **** into a slag. It Is better to use this as an excuse to return. Xian said. Everyone looked at him and obviously did not respond. Zitao said, the bride price is so rich, we can't keep it, and we also invite sneak attacks. I think the two ancestors can understand. He said this, the big guy understood. Red 3 eyes lit up. Yes. We just retired and not married. Ziwei. By the way, it is also possible to retreat the marriage. Blue 4 calmly said, can this be done? Huang Yi said, in short, let's drag and drop. Let's have time to find out the little rose. Bei Yi also said, yes. Find the white rose. Ask the situation. Maybe there is a way to break the bureau. Roses are really incapable, and they can only do this for the time being. The old patriarch Shen Shen said, who is going to retire this bride price? The Demon Sea is not a simple place. Rose is not going well. I'm afraid that I will not come back. Zitao will still make the roses embarrassed and take the initiative to say, I'm going. Jiuli Ma Deo. No. Your wedding is approaching. How can you go to the Demon Sea adventure? The old patriarch also said, if you have 3 long and 2 short, how can we explain to the Qinglang adults? If Zitao does not go, you can't explain it to Hao King's 9. Zitao has a ready-made reason. I'm so happy that there are marriages, and it is not difficult for me to look at the face of the holy mountain. This made Zjiu and the old patriarchs stunned, and some were convinced. I haven't discussed the results yet, and the outside has been upset. Purple 9 took the door. What happened? The little roses yelled, bug, insects wow. Zitao also followed. The worms just retreat, come again. When he came out to see it, he was stunned. There were worms, but they were all dead bodies. The roses were stunned, and there was a little tiger on the insect hill. The milk sounded milky. Mom, I'm coming. Zitao's heart is a slap in the face. I only listened to people around me and said, I don't know who is the little brain tiger. When I see the white rose flower, I will rush to call my mother. The author has something to say. I heard that you forgot the souls. I'm looking for memories for you. The boss has returned. The second child, X, is a treasury secretary of the wind, and it is now 9. The old 3 Gar is a savage little general. Now it is a white tiger. The fourth is the environmentalist. Now King Lang. Old 5 Randall is a romantic artist. Now is Suzaku, spoiled. The old 6 Cirrus is a little kitty that does not hurt the mother and does not love the curse. Now it is Howking, small theater. The third child, stupid O'Neill and Odao. You are still married, and Laozi already has a baby. Chapter 130, Wonderful Paintings, Mountains, and Seas. 10 things, impermanence. Who can think that one day he will doubt whether a tiger is his own? Zitao is a man, and he is degraded to be called a mother. It's a ghost that knows what he has experienced. The little tiger was very cute. It was about the size of a cat. It was as white as snow. It was also furry. It was as soft as a large group of marshmallows. It had a pair of golden eyes, and the sun was shining like a dragon. The sound of the girl is really bursting. Rose flowers are more afraid of beasts, but when they see such a little guy, they all say, it's so cute. I don't know who is the embarrassment. White. Yeah, white tiger saint. Impossible. We only have martial arts in the hearts of the white tiger saints. It is impossible to talk about love. And where is the baby? Yes. White tigers are fighting for the holy, never getting close to women. There are flowers whispering. Speaking of, our King Lang adult is not a desirelessness. Do you have to be married? This is obviously something that should not be said. A bunch of roses blossomed over and yelled at him. What do you say? We King Lang adults love Zitao. For him to break the ring of no desire. This is a sincere heart. No regrets. Zizen listened very speechless. Can you add crazy to yourself? Still no desire. Not close to female color. Oh, it's true that it's not close to the female color. Because the third child is a big metamorphosis that is close to the male color and makes the man grow alive. Can be counted as a person on the normal channel. ZJIU wrong asked, these worms are you killing? She asked the little tiger. The little tiger looked at her purple dress, and there was a slight disappointment in her eyes. Then she cocked her chin and said, of course, no one can bully the mother. Although it is small, but it is not afraid of the fear of this day. Zizen is determined to be the third. As for the third child, and who is born, Z Tao will ask Jiang teacher ZJIU is still talking to the little tiger, you yourself, defeated in many insects? This picture is still very shocking, that is, the thick lines of the roses. If it is put into the human society, it is tantamount to a small milk cat scratching the zombies of a mountain. It is incredible. The little tiger is very useful, and stands upright. I'm the proudest baby of my mother, I can do anything. Zwedi has a toothache. Zijiu asked him again, that is your father? My father, of course. The little brain tiger raised his head and shook his back. No response. He shook again. Still not responding. The little tiger was very angry, and the fat claws were shot, and a wing was inserted into his back. He was satisfied with this, and he stood upright, and put on a cool gesture. Of course, there is no way to fight, and the whole world loves the mother of the white tiger. A group of roses. Z Tao didn't see it. If it was his embarrassment, he would throw him back, and go back to the furnace to rebuild it. The prototype of the white tiger has a pair of wings. This little guy has no wings and hard to give himself wings. Huang Weiwei is not only a well-known wallgrass in the family, but also meets the wind and makes the rudder. It turned out to be the son of a saint, and it is really heroic. The roses have looked at him and suspected that he was blind. Leo Huang, where did you see the cerebellum with the insect wing in the back? Z Tao's mouth twitching. I feel very shameful, lost in all senses. The little tiger perfectly inherited his embarrassed character. As soon as he was praised, his tail looked up. He looked at Huang Weiwei's clothes and said, you have good eyesight, but unfortunately only my dear mother knows me. Z Tao wants to slip, and her legs are lifted. This little tiger is estimated to be finished, and when he stands tall, he sees him suddenly. Mom. Z Tao does not look back when the auditory is heard. However, the little tiger has already rushed over, a precise projection, and steadily falls in his arms. Mama mother, I can find you. Please refer to Zhao Yan for your mother. Roses have come over, and have a look of horror holding a cotton milk like little milk tiger. Z Tao is not happy. I'm not. I don't. He didn't finish his words, and the roses screamed, ha ha ha, little brain tiger, you admit the wrong person. Zwedi, the little tiger ignored them, and he was so excited in Z's arms that he lost his hair, and was so embarrassed that he would be awkward. ZJIU can also help. He is not your mother, he is male. Oh, thank you for forgetting that men can't be mothers. This little tiger is not a vegetarian, and he changed his mouth quickly. Hey. Purple 9 smashed. The little tiger found a comfortable posture in Zhen's arms and said happily, the two are easy to call, so they call their mother. Purple Gui said, your mother is a man. In the ancient context, there is also a mother called mother, but definitely not a man. The little tiger glared at his head. I don't know, he asked, thanking him. Are you a man? Ziyang no expression. I want to send the two together to the sky and blow it into fireworks. Red 3 went forward. Little guy, you admit the wrong person, although this is also a white rose, but certainly not your mother. Zen's heart is touched. He is not sure about himself. If others believe him, can you not be moved? A white rose also said, yes, this little tiger just called my mother. Other white roses are also smiling, and should be. The little tiger was angry and said, I just admit it. Red 3. Then you are not admitting now? The little tiger said, of course not. The old patriarch came to the scene calmly and said, our roses are born in the nursery. We have never had a child. How does the white tiger little master determine that your next date is Baywedi? The little tiger shook his hair and said, so the white color is the genetic self-mother. Everyone was silent and poked him. The white tiger saint is also white. Zarazudeo said, because the cockroaches are all white, I will be so pure white. Have you ever seen other tigers? Black and yellow together. All of them are hybrids of different colors. Zwedi, please. Respect the king of the forest. It's tiger skin. It's an authentic tiger color. The roses also believed, yes, the tigers are mostly two colors. It is so white and white. It is rare. There is also Wedeo. The white creatures have gone more. Why must they be rose flowers? The little tiger still had evidence. He turned and showed his back. Look. Is there a small petal here? Roses gathered around and looked at them carefully. Really? Really? The petals, yeah. It's The petals so thick. It's really like the petals of a rose flower. The shape is like, the color is like, just this position. Xie Tao also saw it. He whispered, is this not your wings? Bei Huchen two wings. The little tiger, just shaken for a long time, did not shake out his two small wings hidden in the fur. Hearing the voice of Xie Zhen, the little tiger surprised to look up. Yes, the shape of my wings is the shape of the petals. Can you still inherit the law like this? Xie Tao is also very convinced in the heart. The roses also believed, and they looked at Xie Tao and were surprised. Xie Tao couldn't bear to smack them. There may be some misunderstandings in this. Beihu adults should come over to find him, and then it will be clear. He is so calm and calm, not like a scum that will soon be married to King Long and White Tiger. Everyone believe it again. For fear of reincarnation, Xie said, I will take him back to the house first, and the troubled patriarch will send a letter to Beihu adults and ask him to come. The old patriarch said, okay, I don't know if this letter can be sent. Xie Tao is very determined. No problem. The White Tiger is scared. He does not believe that he will not come. The little tiger also said, how can you not send a letter? I will read it again. Love it. He couldn't listen. He yelled at the little tiger and said, is it tired? The little tiger was immediately tempted by this gentle voice. It's so tired. The milk was milky and spoiled. Xie Tao's mouth pumped and took him back to the house. He is deliberate. He suspects that this little tiger is like the silver fox. Perhaps the white tiger deity. As for this stupid, is the third child not stupid? A silly ex who dreams of the dragon quest. Xie Tao closed the door with his backhand, and the little tiger didn't mean to change his body. He also looked around and looked around. Hey, you are so poor, Xie. Wei. The little tiger quickly said, but it doesn't matter. There is a place where you are. It is the best. Xie Tao stared at him for a while, and finally had to admit that this little tiger is really just a little tiger. Is it really the baby of him and the white tiger? The question is, how do the two men make a baby? Wait. The plants seem to be double sex. Fuck. It's better to cultivate. And at this moment, Xie can't help but swear, doesn't he be a man or a woman? Exclamation mark. No, he has been here for a few days, and he has checked his body for a long time. There is nothing unusual, nothing more or nothing. Who can stipulate? Can a pure male body not have a child? Xie Wei scalp numb, a little want to learn Wu song, drink a bowl of wine, and go to fight the tiger. The little tiger didn't know how long he had been looking for him. Although he had to smash a bunch of worms, he was really tired. Xie Tao thought of something unexpectedly. The little guy in his arms had already snorted and fell asleep. Xie Wei bowed his head and saw the tiger cub sleeping sweetly. The mood was very complicated. The world is impermanent. Who can think that one day he will doubt whether a tiger is his own? Wait a minute. Anyway, the white tiger will definitely come when he will ask the river, how is this going on? Putting down the sleeping tiger, Xie turned over his roster. He was busy with the day, and the flowers of various colors were repaired. You should have collected enough illustrations. Sure enough, as he opened the album, the tips in the lower right corner continued to emerge. Promotion task, fixed yellow/blue/white/red rose flower. The title lacks name. If you want this name, you still have to find a god. Judging from the clues at the moment, under the care of the holy beast and the wicked beast, he had to go to the holy mountain and the demon sea separately. Just closed on the roster. A bird's whistle sounded outside and mourned. The little tiger is really tired. It's just a big move. It's just shrinking. Xie Tao patted his back and gave him a smooth hair. The little guy slept sweetly and comfortably. Xie Tao went out and saw the glow of the sky rising outside. The sound of the birds has been much smaller, and it can be heard intermittently. All of them are full of sadness. Red three-faced pale. 100 birds sing. Suzaku saint. Fallen. Xie. You lived. Is Suzaku not the fifth? How can the soul die? Exclamation mark. The author has something to say. Suzaku. Oh, the next dowry show is low. Seeing me die first. Xie must be distressed to save me. Chapter 131. The wonderful pen and a painting of the sea. 11 Suzaku. I'm dead. I have to be a good person to live point the soul is, will die point the moment the quasi world waking up is absolutely true, including death point in every quasi world. The soul is very creator. Power and status are almost above all, but this does not mean that they are not dead point the 6 princes died. Once point at that time, Zitao had a reading file, but in this world he could not read the file. What should I do if the soul is dead? Does it have an impact on the river slope? Every soul is part of the river, and losing part of it can be unaffected. Zitao is concerned about chaos, and the whole brain is the worst situation point. The sound of such 100 birds screaming is really heart-wrenching. The relationship between the flower family and the bird family has always been good. The cold screams of the birds have been heard, and it is difficult to hide the sadness of each. How can Suzaku adult suddenly fall? Xie Xi whispered. So powerful saint. How? The old patriarch shook his head and said, how strong is it? And life is determined by heaven. I don't know why. I heard the words life is determined by the day, and Zizen gave birth to a sigh of relief. Point where is life, and how can it be? Who is qualified to set everything down? Zitao can't sit still. He wants to go to the holy mountain to see it. Xie, Zizen called her. The little tiger has slept in my house. I have something to think about. You can take care of him for me, Xie. Jiui said, where are you waiting? Where are you going? Xie said, I'm going to the holy mountain. What do you do to the holy mountain? The Suzaku saint is fallen, and the holy mountain is sure to be a mess. You are now, even the Qinglong adults, so I have to go. Zizen could not explain. He said, Xie, you can rest assured, I have a few in my heart. Xie also wants to say that the old patriarch pulled her and shook his head gently. Xie worried about Zizen and said to the old patriarch, the Suzaku saint is the main fire. He has an accident. Half of the holy mountain will be burned with fire. How can we spend the heat of the flower family? The old patriarch said, let him go. There is a big dragon. There will be nothing. Xie Tao has hurried down the mountain and rushed in the direction of the holy mountain. He put the barbecued pork out. I didn't know that I had another brother, and I heard the sound of the bird screaming. Xie Tao told him, stare at the point and see if there are any birds coming. The pork boiled bag is still very reliable, and immediately flew high to look around. Xie Tao always thought that the bird family would come to him. Suzaku is also a soul, and inevitably gives himself a wave of settings. As for what is set, it is still unclear, but it is not a trivial matter. The bird family knows his white rose in all likelihood, and may come to him. Xie Tao's own trip to the holy mountain is too slow, and it is natural to save time and trouble. Zizen thought it right. Only a little bit of pork roast and shouted, great big swallow. Xie looked up. Is this a swallow? This is not a fighter. Fian is estimated to be equipped with a radar system. Actually scanned the small body of Xie. Xie Tao quickly took the pork roast and closed it. The barbecued pork whispered, Dad, I don't want to sleep. Xie is distressed, but he can only think of the next thing. He can only say to him, hey, wait for it to stop and let you out. There is a small partner to play with you. He spoke so warmly, the pork roast was smashed, and he went back to the pet bar, waiting for him to react. Late is already a small partner? What small partner? He does not want his younger siblings, he wants to be an only child. Fian fell, and a pair of dark scorpions stared at Zizen. You still want to run? Xie, ghosts know what it is. The swallow's wing was put away, and turned into a handsome young boy with long black straightness. You are in trouble, and the soul of our adult is abandoned and ignored. It is evil to him, and he is angry. Xie Tao is really afraid of the soul, and quickly asked, how is he? Take me to see. What are you asking, saints? Xie rubbed his eyes, and lowered his voice. If you don't want the saint to have an accident, take me to see him. Fian was given to him by the town. He was also here to pick him up, but he was not willing to say a few words. The situation is urgent. It is indeed a mistake. Fian is out of shape, sighing up Xie, where he sat on his wide back and flew to the holy mountain with his blink of an eye. This is the first time that Xie Tao saw the holy mountain. Although the word mountain is used, it is not a mountain, but an extremely vast area. At first glance, it looks like a fairyland in people's fantasy. Flying swallows rushed into the clouds, and soon they flew straight to a burning place. There is a palace in the distance. It is very magnificent, and I don't know what it was built. At this moment, there is a red light, like a melting pot. Fei Yandao, hurry up, if you fall, you will be burned to death. Zen should have a voice. Fian suddenly accelerated, straight through the fire, and flew toward the deepest palace. Ziwei clung to Fian, still being blushed and flushed, and the breath was full of heat. The main fire of Suzaku is that he took the fire and entered the magic to lead to the sacred mountain fire. I don't know how he is doing. Thank you very much. Flying swallows are extremely fast, and Ziwei was finally sent to Suzaku Palace. The whole palace is full of fire, and many birds are not afraid of heat, and they are grief-stricken there. A man with a colored tail feather came over. Is it received? Fian hurriedly said, I received it, but is it useful? We are saints. I have to try. Ziwei heard this conversation, and he was relieved. He didn't die. As long as he had a sigh of relief, it was in the setting that he was dead. Think about the more pure children of the 5 princes in Atlantis. How can they learn bad now? Okay, it's his fault. Scene died and lived. He lived on 6 boats, 6 ships or his brothers, and how pure children must doubt life. Rose Maximum. The man with the colorful tail feathers is much more mature, and he is also pressed with anger. He is still complimenting Zen. Please save the saint. Zitao is not sensitive to this title, but it is important to save people at this moment, and not to mention so much. What happened to the saint? What do you need? Please mention it. Zen said it was true. The colorful tail feather said, the saint knows that your wedding is approaching, and it is full of gloom. It is just 1,000 years of fire and death. He went alone. Although he controlled the fire and rescued the world, he was seriously injured. Zitao did not understand these ex-ante summaries. He focused on asking, what can I do? Suzaku's self-healing ability is very strong, but he has stagnation in the chest. The colorful tail feather male is saddened. It is the saint who does not want to recover. Zitao understood. Simply speaking, the Suzaku at this moment is born with no love and is bent on death. The colorful tail feather man is afraid that he does not understand, and the euphemism prompts, you only need to give him some hope. He will definitely wake up. Zitao can't take care of the setting of his wedding date. Anyway, he can't let the soul go wrong. It's not enough to be afraid of things. At this time, a bird's beep came from outside, followed by a series of announcements. The Green Dragon Saint. Also, the same as the saint, Suzaku out of such a big event, King Long must come to see. The question is, can you not click on the spot? Chapter 112 Wonderful Pen Painting Mountain C12 Press the good to float the scoop. In a fiery red Zitao and King Long are far away. Even through the fire, Zitao saw the blue-eyed scorpion and the shock of King Long, followed by a dead silence. This moment, as if the fierce Suzaku Palace has followed several degrees, describe the mood of King Long in one sentence. That is, it is falling to the end. Originally, he knew that Zitao was a fleeing marriage. He suspected that he was derailed. He doubted the people around him, but the derailed object of Zitao was the Suzaku at the head of the holy mountain. Through the mountains and rivers, only the Suzaku who can fly is free to take him. King Long's heart is in a group, clearly standing in the fire, but his hands and feet are cold, like falling into the ice. Zillion did not need to ask to know what this guy's thinking. The fate is, he can't explain it. He didn't see Suzaku himself, and Suzaku was already alive and kicking. If he was in front of him, and King Long said it was all misunderstanding, that Suzaku will definitely show him a death on the spot. Phoenix can still be Nirvana. This Suzaku can't seem to be. Can't. Zen does not dare to take this risk. The colorful tail feather male is a person who knows the inside story. He also sees the King Long come in a complicated mood. He was annoyed with this greedy little asterisk flower, but now he left the scum flower, and their saints are going to die, so they have to be stabilized anyway. King Long. Adults. The colorful tail feathers men greeted the road. We are no longer a problem for our saints. We just need to rest and raise your troubles. It is really embarrassing. This is to take away the King Long, so I can give you a chance. It is a pity that the trick is too low level, and King Long is not a fool. Zhang Kao is, in this case, Xiaoan will go back with me. His words are clear and the tone is calm, and they can't be unusual. It is a chill that makes people feel the bones in the place. Especially Xiao. He was frozen and trembled in the fire. Colorful tail feather male face ugly said, Xian adults still have something to do. King Lang waited for him to finish the road. Then I waited for him, and I just happened to see the Suzaku situation. I don't worry, if he doesn't wake up, can't leave. Zitao is not surprised at all. It is strange to be able to take it away. How to do. In the face of King Lang and Suzaku's sweet words, will the King Lang hack them to the X-Men and men? Go out with King Lang first, and tell him about it. Hey, he is waiting for peace of mind. I don't care if I can't help myself. Even if I can't hold it, I can't do it. Suzaku believes that, if he takes a step, he will die for him. He will not hesitate. The 5 princes are real artists. The artist is naturally sensitive. Zitao slightly reveals that he is alive for him, and he is arrogant. He is estimated to be able to ascend to heaven. The colorful tail feather male is obviously very clear about this. He is anxiously looking at Zen. The voice is full of pleading. Xian adults, you, Z. Tao will definitely not leave Suzaku no matter. He has a heart, can only be anxious to save power, save people. Zen turned his head and walked into the hot red light point. Although he couldn't see behind him, King Lang's ice-like sight seemed to penetrate the clothes and stabbed him on his back. Zitao gritted his teeth and put his mind on Suzaku. Sage. Suzaku lay on the bed, his eyes closed in the fire. He had the 5 senses that were exactly the same as the river, and the 2 were almost exactly the same. When the eyes were closed, he was pale and his face was awkward, and his life was at stake. Seeing such a river slant, Zitao still needs to brew emotions. It is already red eyes. The voice choked. Sage, you wake up. You open your eyes and see me. Suzaku seems to have heard his voice. His thin lips moved, and he called him, small, Z. Tao nodded and held his hand. I'm here. Suzaku held him weakly, and his voice was as low as a proverb. I'm sorry, I can't see you. Everyone else, Z. Tao daringly said, I will not be with others. In fact, King Lang or Suzaku is also a white tiger, and after the end of the King dynasty, it is not for others. This is a very powerful statement, piercing the hearts of the people behind him, and giving hope to the people in front of him. Suzaku was weak and dying, and this time he opened his eyes. The palace that was burning in the fire was also taken away, and the beautiful jade outline of the carving was displayed. The birds present were ecstatic. The saint woke up. Suzaku took hold of Zitao and stared at him and asked, would you really be with others, Z? Tao said this, and I'm not afraid to say a few more words. Yes, Zook said, but your marriage contract, Z. Tao said, I will not marry someone else. The sentence is true. The marriage object has always been only one person. Suzaku sat up, red clothes hanging down in a cloud, lining his skin like a jade. You, Z. Tao knows what he wants to hear, and sends a message to his heart. I like you. How can I be with other people? Suzaku's pupil narrowed and held his shoulder. Don't lie to me, Z. Zen did not lie to him, but this is the case. If I lie to you, I will be thundered by the sky. Zitao's poisonous oath has not been finished yet, and Suzaku interrupted. Don't say this. You just have me in my heart. I'm very happy. As his voice fell, the fire of the entire Suzaku palace dissipated, and the morning of the birds became a joyous and joyful one. Suzaku took Z's hand out of bed and stood up to see the dragon in the hall. Suzaku stunned and held Z's hand and tried hard. Zitao inevitably looks at King Lang. King Lang's thin lips were tight and there was no blood on his face. He looked at Zitao and looked at his eyes until he coughed and a blood ran down his mouth. Z wary is at heart. Suzaku didn't say anything, just protecting Zen in his arms, as if he was afraid of being robbed. King Lang looked afar and said nothing. He turned and left. His back is lonely, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Zitao's heart has been tied into a horse's nest. If Suzaku is holding him, he will definitely catch up. Steady and steady, Zitao told himself. It's hard to save Suzaku and not give up. It is imperative to be alone with Suzaku and look for the situation in the river. The reason is clear. The reason is also, but the emotional thank you is really not let go. I think that King Long is truly realizing the betrayal. He is also distressed and angry, but still do not know who the pain, but do not know who the gas. Jiang Sui can't fulfill the designer's responsibility without separating the soul. The separation of the soul leads to the world only Zitao can enter, and Zitao, as soon as he comes in, this group of souls is vying for him. How angry. What is it? Kijiang obliquely loves him too much, and loves every hair silk to death. Zitao's heart, hurt and sweet, but also bitter, and I've experienced the thousands of gestures of love in minutes, thanks to the gods. Suzaku's voice is full of uneasiness, small. You will not see me seriously hurt, then say those who blame me. Zin's heart stunned. What do you say? I will say that to swear. Suzaku whispered. Green Dragon has heard it. Wei Zook said, I'm not good. I have not met you earlier. In fact, the two encounters are very early, earlier than the fourth, King Long. But in Atlantis, Zitao is agreeing to the fourth child's proposal, and the old five, Suzaku, is busy with the recovery of the piston. There has been no chance to propose marriage, no dreams. Zen's heart is always not practical. He looks at Zhu Quedao. The adult just woke up, or still have a good rest. Suzaku is anxious. Are you going? Zen's heart was a mess. Don't go. I'm here with you. Suzaku's eyes are bright and joy is overwhelming. He hasn't recovered yet. It is not an easy task to control the fire robbery. It also loses his main fire. If he is replaced by others, he will die thousands of times. Zitao's words made him cheer up, and it seemed to be okay, but in fact he stood still strong. The colorful tail feather males will look at their eyes and quickly say, the saints need to be rested. We will go down first. Suzaku nodded. Let everyone worry. A group of birds are crying out. The saint is safe. It is a great fortune. The birds are gone, and there are only Suzaku and Nicholas in the big temple. Ziyufu Suzaku returned to the bed. Suzaku lay down, and a pair of blind people looked at him without hesitation. I'm always afraid that I'm doing. I haven't finished dreaming, and I'm blind. Z was so angry that he took out his hand. Jiangxi has not kept up with him. He is weak. This Suzaku can really toss. It is indeed half dead. Tao was grotesque, and the hand that was taken away was sent back. What the asterisk is going on? Jiang obliquely rubbed his smooth back and coughed. You still have to go to King Long. I have a bad idea in my heart. Fanke King Long and Suzaku are together. Jiangxi is a memory sharing state, so he knows what King Long is thinking. River ramp. King Long encountered you before. The repair is a desireless way. In order to break the heart with you, the body has been countered. But considering that, even if you have the name of the flower god, life is not long. So let go. Reflexive. Thinking about being old with you. Zin's heart became a group. This, all. What the asterisk of the setting. The river is secluded and secluded. No way. I'm a man who loves you and loves everything. There is also a mood to play poor. Zitao didn't have a good air. What is the situation with King Long? River ramp. You hurry to marry him. You should be able to survive. So serious. Z was anxious. He asked, if the soul died, you, the river ramp. Objectively speaking, I and the soul are both at the same time, and one disappears, I will cease to exist. This is worse than Zen's thoughts, but it is also logical. Existence is existence, but there is nothing to say. Zitao couldn't sit still. He said, I'm going to chase him. Jiang slanted nod. Zitao is still not assured. What about Suzaku? River ramp. No one will come here in a short time. I'm awake and naturally there will be nothing. Also, it is now a river slope, not a Suzaku. As long as no one comes, the problem is not big. Zitao did not dare to delay the time, was about to go out. Jiang slanted and pulled him again, stuffed him with something invisible. You can't see you with other birds. This is a good thing. If other birds find out that he is out, they must go to the temple to see the Suzaku situation. Zhi Tao immediately chased it out with an invisible character. At this moment, he will know what it is called to press the good to float. The author has something to say. You will cry. Hang on. 3. The strength of the Qinglang sage is what is called the current school. Chapter 113 Wonderful pen painting mountain. C13 Unconscious. Daughter-in-law does not run. Zhi Tao came out because there were invisible characters. The birds could not see him and even whispered, "Sure enough, our saints are invincible, and the little rose is actually married in the face of the Qinglang saint. That must be, and the theory of cultivation is a matter of self-cultivation. Our saints are definitely stronger than the stereotyped Qinglang saints. Hey, what kind of singer did this little crate make? And let the two saints dream of it. Although it looks good, but the beauty of the flower family has gone. How the saints are not obsessed with him. Who knows? Love. Can't read it. This words made Zizen feel. I don't understand. He can't read it. Zizen's heart hangs the green dragon and rushes out of the Suzaku palace at the fastest speed point in such a short period of time. Qinglang did not go far. He was walking out of the Suzaku palace, step by step, one step at a time, like stepping on the blood-stained apex, walking slyly. Zhi Tao saw it far away, and it hurts to crack. Suzaku has the most facial features like the river, and the back of Qinglang is exactly the same as the river. In fact, even if there is no similar place, these souls give Zizen a strong sense of familiarity. This is very wonderful. I didn't feel much in the past. Now I just know that it is a river slant. Even if the soul does not have the memory of the body, the feeling is straight into the heart of Zhi Tao. Qinglang. Adults. Zizen called him. Qinglang stopped his footsteps. His back was stiff and his hands were squatting on his side. His nails pierced his palm to control himself and not look back. Ziwei strides. He only said one word and the dragon was swayed and disappeared. Ziwei. A green mangling flashed over the horizon, and the Qinglang flew away. Yes, people are a dragon, and slowly walking is a bad mood, and there is nothing wrong with flying away. Zi's setting is a small mana with low mana. He doesn't say flying, he has already panted from the Suzaku palace. Can this guy let people finish talking? Ziwei will not give up. Anyway, the monk can't run the temple, he can't go to Qinglang palace. Where is the Qinglang palace? He is also going to go to the ends of the earth. Besides, Zhi Tao does not believe that Qinglang will leave him alone. The two men are not obsessed with the 60 years, and Zhi Tao is really aware of the river. Qinglang did fly away, and he was about to fly to Qinglang palace. But he quickly turned back and silently looked at Zhi Tao in the air. Zhi Tao is just a small rose. The mana is very low. There will be no flying spells at all. He didn't even know where the Qinglang palace was. He just ran his head and ran forward, as if he could run down, to catch up with people who had long since disappeared. Why? Qinglang did not know why he would chase it out, and did not dare to ask. He has not said that. He has not chosen Suzaku. He has not given up on him. Why are you chasing it out? What else does he want to say? He still wants to take another knife to his heart. Qinglang admits that he is not glorious by his means. If this is retribution, then he recognized. Zhi Tao runs out of breath and wonders, is the Qinglang really gone? Really angry. I don't want to tell him, go back to the Qinglang palace alone. It is normal to be angry. In the scene of Suzaku palace, if he is replaced by Nicholas, he will not only be angry, but he will also hack the dog male and male with a knife. Qinglang just left and left already. Very wrong. The problem is that Ziwei is not at ease. This guy is just sulking. What if he is mad? Jiangzi will not lie to him. He knows the physical condition of Qinglang best in the state of memory sharing. He said so, indicating that Qinglang is already very dangerous according to his speed. I have to go to the Qinglang palace. When I have to run to the time. Don't wait for him to arrive. Qinglang palace is morning. Hey. Too unlucky. Zhi Tao is the type that the more urgent the brain turns, the more he sees the big tree root that protrudes from the ground in front of him. He does not believe that Qinglang is really gone. Zhi gnawed his teeth and rushed toward the roots of the tree. This way, regardless of the disregard of the posture, it will definitely be tripped, and he will fall back to eat a dog. If you fall, you will fall. If the dragon is not there, he will plant it. How can King Lang leave him? It turned out that he was so upset when he was running out of breath, and he couldn't help but look at him and hugged him. Zitao's body that was thrown forward was hugged by a strong arm, and the back was attached to the chest with a little coolness. King Lang did not say anything. He only loosened his hands after he helped him point seeing this dragon and running again. Zitao hugged his arm and said, King Lang adults, nothing to say. King Lang said, you go back to Suzaku Palace, Z. Well, he never imagined that the fourth child was such a temper who did not love communication. He hurriedly said, I said those words at Suzaku Palace. Whoever thought that he couldn't finish the story. King Lang coughed for a while, and when he bent down, the blue veins in his forehead bulged. Zi Yankang shrank and helped him. How do you feel? Where is it hurt? King Lang couldn't speak. His thin lips moved and spit out a large pool of blood. Zizin's heart has become a group. King Lang adults. King Lang made a very subtle voice, seemed to say something, and seemed to say nothing. Zitao said again, don't be angry. I said those words just to ease the body of the Suzaku saint, not from the heart. Unfortunately, King Lang has passed out. Zwelly, these two ones cannot be as punctual as a TV series. King Lang was dizzy, and Zitao did not panic. In this wilderness there must be someone around, and it is a person from King Lang. This is very inferred. After all, their King Lang did not become blind, indicating that they are not alone. If there is an outsider, King Lang will not let him go. It must be his followers. Sure enough, after a while, two cold men dressed in black came out and they said, thank you, please give us the saints. Tao said, take me back to King Lang Palace. I will take care of him. The two men glanced at each other and saw that there was a sinister flash in their eyes, but in the end they said, okay, hard work, thank you. They are King Lang's followers, and they certainly know what Zitao said in the Suzaku Palace. It is a normal person who will be disgusted with this kind of double-hearted slag, and Zitao does not care. The most important thing at the moment is a green dragon. Nothing else can be taken care of. Zitao followed the King Lang Palace, and the problem with King Lang was not a day or two. There were doctors waiting there. When King Lang arrived, the doctor went to the hospital for treatment. Zitao was anxiously waiting for the news. The doctor put down the bed and sighed with a sigh. The saints are angered and attacked, causing the loss of the Yuan pulse, the already demon of the heart. Now and again, he shook his head and said a bunch of words. Thank you for knowing a little. He asked, how can the King Lang adults recover? The doctor looked at Zwelly and said, the sage's heart has been broken, and the pain of broken bones is suffered all the time. This is very tormenting people. Now it is suffering again. It is really painful. Probably I was aware of Zen. The face was not good, and the doctor said the key point. You can only rest and stay mentally stable, and you can stabilize your heart. As for the pain of broken bones, there is no way. Tao is both distressed and anxious. Keeping it at the bedside is a time point. After using the medicinal herbs, the situation of King Lang was finally much better. His look slowed down and there was some blood on his lips. Tao believes that King Lang will certainly hear it, and no matter who is around, he said. I and Suzaku said that all these words are all to help him recover. Suzaku saints are seriously injured to save the world. Our flower and bird families have come to pay. Okay, they have asked for the Rose Hill. I can't sit back and ignore it anyway. It's just a few things to say that I'm with the Suzaku sage. I really don't know why he has such a obsession with me, but only a few words. If you can save his life, how can I ignore it? This remark was reasonable and reasonable. The attitude of the dragon and the snake to Zitao was significantly improved. Even the yin and yang doctors were relieved. Zitao made persistent efforts and said, I don't know if I want to be with you. If you don't want to be with you, I'm a little rose flower. How dare you want to be with you? Our marriage is not for anyone. I'm optimistic. Don't you even look at the King Lang adults. Having said this, I don't know what the mood is. His pure little friend, who is so rude, is so cautious. Should he cry? Or should he cry? Or should he cry? In short, King Lang was stunned, and the situation improved. The entourage also said to Zen with a good voice, Yan adults, you have been so tired for a long time. Go to rest. Zen does not leave King Lang does not wake him up. The doctor also said, you go to rest. There are us to look after. The status of the saint has been stable. There will be nothing. And when he wakes up, he must inform you the first time. Another attendant said, when the saint wakes up, you are tired, and the saint will blame us. Xie Tao looked at it and felt that it should not be a big problem. She was still worried about Suzaku, wondering if she would go to Suzaku Palace again. The Qinglang Palace and the Suzaku Palace are separated by a holy mountain, just like his little short legs. Forget it, the fire robbery has passed, and even if Suzaku wakes up, there is no reason to die again. Xie Tao knows that the character of the soul is the same as the deity. As a fiancé of Qinglang, Xie Tao was arranged in the dormitory of Qinglang. Xie Zhen's heart is full of things, and sleep can't sleep. He strolls back and forth in a circle, and suddenly his mind moves. Shenzhen, it's hard to come here and take the opportunity to explore this. His promotion task is also expected to be completed by Shenzhen. Xie Tao looked around and looked at the picture after the table was attracted. This is a sub-landscape, and the flowering clusters are very lively, and there is a slight difference between the cool colored residences of Qinglang. Xie Tao has no memory of white roses, but when he saw this picture, he appeared in the brain with the words 100 flowers. His encounter with Qinglang was at this 100 flower event. Xie Tao was unconsciously approaching, and the hand was attracted to the picture and placed on the picture. In an instant, he seemed to be sucked into the painting. Xiu's heart jumped, but when he returned to God, he found himself seriously injured and fell into a pool of blood. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart, and his name was in the mouth. After Qinglang's voice is in his ear. Why do you know him? The author has something to say. How King, you guys are three. Chapter 114 Wonderful pen painting Mountain C14 Your little rose is still a fortune. Is he calling the name of How King? Xie Tao was dull and couldn't quite see what was going on. Qinglang wore a moonlight kimono, and the dragon sleeves flashed on the sleeves hanging down. His body was slender and his facial features were cold. In the glory of the sun, it was as clear as the first snow. Xie Tao saw a slight sigh and couldn't tell what the evening was. Qinglang whispered, how can you know the queen of the demon sea? Xie Wei can't answer. He is still curious about his situation. The blue dragon in front of him is unharmed. Apparently not the state of being half dead and dead. After being ruthless, this is not the Qinglang Palace. The flowers in the distance are blooming, and the sky is full of sunshine. Is this a flower festival? Did he accidentally enter the painting? Xie Tao did not understand, slightly frowning, thinking. Qinglang leaned down and said, you are very hurt. I will take you to heal. Xie You moved, and the pain in his body made him tighten his eyebrows. Qinglang bent over and picked him up and said, would you like to change back to the original shape? Xie Tao is a good person who doesn't want to be a rose. What if he is afraid that he will become a flower and then can't get back? He is not proficient in this metamorphosis. Xie shook his head. Qinglang roared, it doesn't matter. How come you feel comfortable? His temperament is gentle, his voice is very good, and his body has a fresh breath like a jungle bamboo, which makes people feel inexplicable. Xie Tao whispered, thank you for saving the saints. Qinglang was surprised. I recognize me. Xie Tao said, we have been sacred by the saints for many years. Of course. Qinglang smiled, I have never seen you this little rose. Xie Tao does not like being called by people. She always feels that she has brought some jokes. The tone of Qinglang is gentle. It is also the fact of Chenshu. Xie Wei can't refute the word of Wei Wei. In the small context chapter, I'm not small, I have grown up. Qinglang was surprised. How old is it? Xie Wei. 19. Qinglang's eyes are all smiles. It's really a grown up, but it's a pity. Xie Wei. Okay, who makes him a real rose flower? Qinglang jokes with him. In fact, he wants to distract his attention, fearing that he will hurt. Xie Tao also felt it, and there was a warm ironing in my heart. When the doctor was there, Qinglang carefully took down Xie Tao. Xie Tao didn't know her own situation. She only felt that the lower body was unaware. The doctor tweeted for a long time and said, this injury, Qinglang said, let's say it outside. The doctor took the ceremony and followed him out. Thank you, Xie Tao. I don't even know what it is after a while. King Lang came back. He was still in the shadow of the cloud, and with a smile on his lips, he said, "You are a big fortune, and if you are late, no one can save you." Xie Tao thanked him. King Lang smiled and said, "Nothing." He said it was easy, but when the doctor came in, it was a wrinkle, and a white medicinal medicine was held in his hand. His posture was dignified and tense, as if he had 100,000 points. King Lang didn't care very much. He took the Dan medicine and fed it to Xie Zhen's mouth. "It's good to eat." Xie Zhen is very sensitive and realizes that this thing may not be simple. "Adult, this medicine," King Lang wrote, "it is just an ordinary blood-stopping Dan. You eat it." He said this. The doctor looked like he was vomiting blood. If this is to stop the blood Dan, I'm afraid that the doctor must first take a sputum and stop bleeding. Xie Tao thinks that this should be something that happened long ago and no longer thinks about it. This master-sister medicine is very strong. He didn't feel it for a while after eating it. It was sore, and painful. It is hard to describe. When King Lang saw it, he held his hand. "Forbearance, it will be a little uncomfortable." Xie Tao is somewhat unable to keep his mind, and he can't stop crying. When he bites his teeth. He was vaguely heard that King Lang was low and said, "What happened?" The doctor sincerely fears this day. King Dan is a different treasure in the world, and it has the effect of returning to life. This little rose is too shallow, and it will be normal to be unbearable for a while. King Lang wrote, "It has been too long." The doctor said, "I still have a bottle of pain in the hospital. If I use it, I can definitely sleep well. When I wake up, I will fully recover." Just, King Lang asked, "What is it?" The doctor said, "It's just that this analgesic has some side effects on the lower monsters." King Lang wrote, "What side effects?" The doctor said, "He may forget some of the past." King Lang Xie Zhen's pain is dying to live, and the faint voice of King Lang's gentleness is heard. "Don't cry, it will not hurt soon." With his gentle whisper, Xie Zhen did not feel any pain. He was groggy and seemed to sleep. Woke up is already refreshing, and there is no discomfort in the body. King Lang kept him for one night, saw him wake up, and his eyebrows were soothing. "How do you feel?" Xie Zhao smiled and said, "Thank you for the help of the King Lang saint." King Lang saw him smile and opened his mouth. He said with a sigh of relief, "There is nothing to thank." Xie Tao said, "That can't be done. If it wasn't for the saints to save in time, I would die in the middle of the mountain." King Lang paused and asked him, "How can you be hurt like that?" "How can Xie Zhen know?" The thing in this painting was originally the setting and the setting. He ran in 1.5 and knew that there was a ghost. King Lang is still staring at him. Xie hesitated and said, "Probably bitten by insects. We are most afraid of those worms. This injury is definitely not a bite." King Lang looked at him and asked, "Have you been to the Demon Sea?" Xie Lily said, "Of course." "No, I have never been to the Demon Sea, and how can I call the post-king ancestor in such a dangerous moment?" With such helpless and indifferent voices. "It is a side effect of analgesia. This little rose still forgets some past events." King Lang was to save him, but now he has become selfish and does not want him to think of the past. "Speak up," King Lang whispered. "How do you want to thank you?" Xie Wei did not respond. King Lang looked at him and hangs on the meager lips like a smile. "Don't you say thank you?" Xie Tao said. "Of course." King Lang asked, "How do you thank?" Xie blinked. "What do the saints want me to thank?" The King Lang saint is not the soul of someone. "Well, how about getting along with you?" The author has something to say. The mouth says no. The body is very honest. Chapter 115 Wonderful pen painting Mountain Sea 15 Small Roses. "I'm proposing to you. You King Lang, with a clear heart and soul. How can you make your own appearance?" Xie Wei was so funny that she was slightly surprised. King Lang is still more than the face of the deity, and he said, "Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. It's rare to see the river skewer so embarrassing." Xie Tao actually played a heart. He said, "Is it a joke?" King Lang looked at him fiercely. Xie Tao lowered her eyelashes. I thought." King Lang asked a little rush, "Are you serious?" Xie Zhao lowered his head and tried to laugh, pretending to be embarrassed. No, this is true." King Lang's heart trembled, and I didn't know what to say for a while. Zitao said, I'm just a rose. Who would think about it? King Lang adult saved me. This life is what you gave. Will I be a servant to you in the future? King Lang's breathing stopped. Intellect. King Lang feels that he can't do it. He repairs it with no desire, and he can't be tempted. But this little rose is just a few words to say that he is not stable. If he gets along for a long time, the consequences are unimaginable. He said, I don't lack a personal servant. Xie Tao was disappointed this way, but you can stay in the King Lang palace. After finishing, the King Lang don't open his eyes. He knows everything, but his mouth and his feelings leave home, and he wants to say something. Ziyan's eyes bent, but I'm not a servant. What is it to be here? King Lang calmly said, can you still have more of this little flower in King Lang palace? Yes. No one has a small flower, King Lang said again. Respond with peace of mind. Xie Tao joked, would the adult want to prepare a vase for me? King Lang smiled. What do you want? Xie Very well, King Lang Road. You can use King Lang palace as your vase. The conversation between the two of them sounds weird, but if it is translated, it reveals a sweet taste. The vase is a temporary home for flowers. Xie Tao asked King Lang to find a home for him. King Lang said, you can think of King Lang palace as your home. What do you think about here? Xie Tao stayed like this. He should have entered the painting and saw the experience of King Lang and Bai Weiwei meeting each other. Xie Tao did not find a way to leave the painting for the time being, but he felt that there was a clue to follow the past. King Lang is very busy every day. King Lang Palace is responsible for most of the government affairs of Mount Shengshan. He has to deal with it very late every day. Xie Tao was with him and sent a cup of tea to the water. When King Lang was busy, he went to the corner and looked at it. King Lang said to him, don't follow me. What do you want to do when you want to do something? He was afraid that he was bored. Xie said, this is what I want to do. King Lang's heart is uncontrollably swaying. Isn't it boring? How come? Xie Tao looked at him. Follow you, I think. He seemed too embarrassed to say nothing. King Lang looked at the blush of his white face and raised his heart. He wanted to ask if he didn't. He still asked, how do you feel, Xie? Where he smiled very lightly. It's very happy and very reassuring. His voice is very light enough to talk to himself, but King Lang has heard it all. He knows that this is wrong. It is wrong, and his own desirelessness can't be tempted. Xie Wei is also, because of the side effects of the town. I forgot a lot of things, and when he remembers, he will regret it. But King Lang whispered, me too. Xie Tao was quickly ruined by this innocent and contradictory river. He couldn't help but tease him. Really? You don't want to worry about me, King Lang Road? Of course not. I'm afraid that you feel that this King Lang Palace is boring. Xie Tao sincerely said, I like it here. The King Lang Palace is very quiet and beautiful, and people feel very quiet. King Lang heart is hot. Xie Tao said again, you must have never been to Rose Mountain. We have a lot of roses in the rose family. Every day, new small roses are born. There is noisy in the nursery. There is never a quiet time. King Lang's mouth swelled. So you have to stay here and hide. Xie said, no. King Lang looked at him. Xie Tao is also watching him, looking into his eyes. I stayed at King Lang Palace because King Lang adults are here. King Lang. After saying this, Xie Tao seems to be very shy and bowed his head. The tea is cold. I'm going to. He was about to leave, and King Lang grasped his wrist. Xie Zhen was so nervous that he tightened his lips, and King Lang suddenly released his hand. Thanks to Xie. He looked up slightly at him. King Lang frowned, as if thinking about something. Xie Zhen was going to leave. He took him another one, and his voice was full of hardships. How many sages are there? How did you suddenly ask this? Xie Tao really knows something. He said, the old patriarch is already 200 years old, and is the highest life person in the family. 200 years. King Lang's thin lips bent, and smiled very softly. I don't really have a joke. This topic is too big, and Xie Wei can't keep up. Well, King Lang pulled him into his arms and hugged him. I'm serious when I'm with my body. Xie Wei. King Lang whispered, would you like to stay in King Lang Palace forever? If This is a slap in the face, Xie Tao deliberately said. Is you finally willing to let me be your personal servant, King Lang? Road, I want you to be another owner of this palace. Reo knows that this guy has a bunch of slogans, and Xie still trembles. Well, King Lang. Road, little Rose, I'm proposing to you. Have you go through the maze of marriage counseling lines like this. Xie Tao still has to be surprised. Adults, King Lang. Road, I will spend the next 200 years with you. The Rose family also has 200 years of life. This is a lifetime. Xie Zhao smiled and said, okay, anyway, the dowry is in the real world, and I can only promise here. Xie Tao is more and more certain that, if he wants to leave this painting, he should go along with the past. Although he does not know what the real past is, as long as the general trend is good, it should be a small problem. For example, this proposal and engagement must be agreed. As his voice fell, he seemed to drift into the air at once, looking at the two people in the painting from the perspective of God. King Lang and Zhao Yi were together. The two of them had a honey-smelling oil, and the entire King Lang palace had a pink bubble. Xie is curious as to why he has become such a perspective, and he will know the next moment. Fell asleep. King Lang got up, and he coughed with extreme restraint. When he got out of the house, he began to cough hard, and then there was blood spilling out. Xie thought about what the doctor said before. King Lang repairs the desirelessness, and pays attention to the unintentional desire. He obviously broke the ring. When I first entered the painting, Xie Tao had thought about this problem, but the things in the painting happened long ago. Even if he knew anything, he could not change it. The doctor gave the pulse to the dragon, and the eyebrows quickly wrinkled into the word, adult. You are so dangerous, King Lang asked. How long can it last? The doctor said, up to 300 years. The life of the saint is infinitely long. Just 300 years seems to be between the fingers. King Lang smiled and said, enough. The doctor knows what he thinks in his heart, and can't help but ask, is it worth it? Is it worth it for a rose flower to give up the ancient life? King Lang calmly said, it's worth it. Xie Tao returned to the body of the rose flower. When he opened his eyes, he saw the gentle sight of the dragon. Xie Tao wanted to speak, but found that she could not speak. King Lang asked, do you have a name for the Rose family? Xie Tao nodded. King Lang said, I will give you the name of the flower god. May you have to be sheltered by God, and long life. A violent pull shook Xie Tao out of the painting. He slowed down for a while, before he came back. He came out of the painting, and returned to reality. There was a change in the painting in front of him. There was a blue back in the painting. He walked on a narrow road. The front was dark and dead, but behind it was a cluster of flowers, and he gave up behind, and chose a way ahead. He walked step by step, and his feet were full of blood-stained dragon scales. Broke the desirelessness, suffer the pain of broken bones all day, give up the endless life, only ask for this short 300 years from the very beginning. King Lang knew that the front was an infinite abyss. But he went without hesitation. In the blank space of the painting, there are two more lines, and the ink of science seems to be shimmering. The ancient life is not as good as it is for 300 years. I only hope that this life will be born. It is no wonder that King Lang will ask him the birthday of the Rose family. White Rose can only live for 200 years, but the name of the flower **** can only live for 300 years. The King Lang broke the desirelessness, and suffered daily rebellion, which just happened to last for 300 years. He only asked for two people forever. Xie Yan adults, are you awake? The voice came from the outside. Xie replied violently, and asked the door. Was the sage woke up? With the servant, just woke up. Xie said, I will go see. After talking about the two people went to the front of the bed. These two rooms are very close, passing through a corridor. As soon as Xie entered, he saw the pale green dragon. He woke up, and the dull indigo scorpion flashed. When he saw him, Xie is distressed and dead, and wants to marry him and reluctant. It is clear that this quasi-world plot is set by the soul itself, and how to give yourself such a hard-pressed predecessor, if it weren't all around. Xie really wanted to take the deity out and ask him a question. Just now he could only take his hand up and ask, Mister, do you feel better? King Lang looked at him and asked, the words you said at Suzaku Palace. Xie Tao dared to stimulate him again, and quickly said, "Allah to save the Suzaku saint. I have only a few sides with him, and there will be those right and wrong." He said the previous words again. "Love, I really want to cut it. I'm afraid that he can't think about it and vomit blood." King Lang took his hand and whispered, "You don't lie to me, Xie Wei." He didn't dare to look directly at the 5 words. In a sense, he really didn't lie to him. He never deceived the river. Of course I won't lie to you. King Lang paused and asked, "Suzaku is alright, Xie?" Tao said, "It doesn't matter anymore. If this is the case," King Lang said, "let's go and tell him clearly. This kind of misunderstanding should be solved as soon as possible." Xie Wei, King Lang said, "You just said that if you want to save him, it has been a drag on him. I will accompany you to Suzaku, and he will explain it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 116 Wonderful Pen Painting. Shanhei 16. This wild horse he fell in love with. The words are. King Lang said it makes sense, and the words and sentences are true point. Since it is to save people, if the person is fine, he should make it clear and save people from misunderstanding. This logic is clear and it is really impossible to refute. Xie Tao is very speechless. It's really not smart. When you are smart, you shouldn't be smart. When you are smart, he has liver pain. King Lang saw that. He did not say anything. And the twilight smashed. Xie was more sensitive and caught the signal in an instant. He couldn't easily give this coughing dragon a good look. He turned back and went to see who he was crying. "Okay," said Xie Tao. "It should be clear, King Lang. Look slower if you don't want to be late. Let's go now." Xie Wei need to be so anxious. King Lang asked again. "What happened, Xie?" Tao quickly said, "I will go to Suzaku Palace myself." King Lang road, "I will accompany you so that I can make it clear. The 4th time is very difficult to fool. It is a pity that Xie Tao brought a human figure this time. The only use of the river is here. Xiang should say, well, let's go together and say in person. I believe he can understand more." King Lang road, "Then we will go now, Xie." Tao said, "What are you worried about?" The King Lang scorpion sank again. Xie Zhenwen said, "How can I be assured that you are going out?" King Lang's mood is also blaming for people's pain. After a while, he will take a breath and relax for a while. Whether it is mentioning all loose, all in the words of Xie Tao. Xie Tao couldn't bear to toss him again and yelled at him, "Well, take a break. Don't worry about this." King Lang held his hand, and there was a distressing tremor in the calm voice. "Go and tell him clearly, okay, Xie." Tao's chest wants to be slashed by a man, and he can't help but grieve him. Why bother? Why do you have to toss yourself like this? And why you must hold a person who betrayed him to deceive yourself? Xie Tao said. "Now, the Suzaku saint is still in a coma. What can we say?" King Lang smashed. "Okay," Xie Wei softly said. "When the day is bright, can we go to Suzaku Palace together?" King Lang was finally persuaded. "We will go when the day is bright." Xie Tao nodded. A word is fixed. King Lang's hanging heart fell. King Lang's sleeping quarters are partitioned. They are separated by a screen. They are in the house, but they are guarding people outside. This is also a way of no way. King Lang's physical condition is too bad. They will not leave, thank you, and he is alone. Xie Tao is not in a hurry to see the river slope. The most important thing at the moment is to make King Lang emotionally stable. King Lang road, "Have you used your meal, Xie?" Tao shook his head and said, "Not hungry." King Lang road, "How can I not eat? Hungry and broken body." When he didn't finish his words, Xie Wei said, "I just feel hungry." When you are hungry, you are suffering from broken bones all the time. Can I not feel bad? King Lang stayed, and the blue-eyed scorpion seemed to burn. Xie Wei, "You gave up your practice. I'm already very embarrassed. If I still suffer all day, how can I bear it?" King Lang tweeted, "Don't say that, Xie." Wei went straight to his apex and handed sugar. "You like me, I like you too." I like it. I don't want to be different because of my status. You always pay for me. I want to pay for it. We will face it. It's about joining hands together, not one's unlimited accommodation for another. A heart of King Lang jumped out quickly, and he rushed to his mouth in 1,000 words, but he couldn't say anything. He felt that he would say nothing more than 1,000th of what Zitao said. Every word he said was settled in his heart and was deeply rooted. Zewei whispered, "Can you tell me the injury?" King Lang was down. Z said, "I may not be able to help, but I want to know." King Lang's thin lips moved and slowly said, "Don't listen to them. It's not so exaggerated." Zitao still asked, "What the asterisk is going on?" In the end, King Lang is not a sneak peek. Z Zen heard the heart and blood straight. "Your scales are falling off, King Lang. Road, no obstacles. There will be no problem in these 300 years, but it has to bear the pain of 300 years. Zitao looks serious. "Can I look at your body, King Lang?" Z. Wei insisted. "I want to see." King Lang road. "I will scare you." Z said. "Is it just your skin?" King Lang's heart was shocked, and the eyelashes that were hanging down were trying to cover up their own emotions. He whispered, "It's not convenient here. Wait, go to an empty place." This is also the case. King Lang's body is very large, rashly transformed. "I'm afraid to make this small mess." The reason why Zitao wants to see his body is because of his own repairing technique. He asks, "Is the scales falling off, dragon?" Scales are different treasures, of course. Or, King Lang nodded. Yes, and said, "I will try to fix it." King Lang "We hao." Zitao said one by one what he did in the Rose family. "Although I don't know if I can fix your scales, I really want to try it, if it can." King Lang "Shen, you said that you fixed the injured rose flower. Is it repaired?" Z Tao remembered that the old rose once said that when the flower asterisk repaired the scales of the dragon. He nodded. "Yes, it is repair. There must be petals, otherwise it will not work." King Lang stared at him, and the twilight was very complicated. "Repair is the ability of the flower god." Z Tao said. "I heard the patriarch said." King Lang said, "When did you have this ability?" Z said, "I don't know too well. After returning to Mount Weishan, I was in a coma for a while, and then I found myself able to fix something." King Lang's eyebrows wrinkled and whispered, "Why do you have the ability to spend the gods?" He suddenly said, "Come with me." King Lang got up too fast and seemed to pull the wound again. Zitao quickly helped him. King Lang held his hand. "It doesn't matter. Z Tao is Axios and now wants to repair the scales." King Lang took him to the back room, which was the place where Zitao rested. The outside of the followers also followed, still waiting for the screen. These two followers are the confidant of King Lang. King Lang does not evade them. Zitao saw the painting again and saw the back of the dragon in the blooming flower cluster. King Lang asked him, "Can you see anything?" Z Wei was surprised and asked, "Can't you see?" King Lang's pupil shrinks and says, "I can only see blank paper." Z rubbed his eyes and was very sure. "This is a painting. The painting is a flower festival, and there is a back that you slowly walk away." He did not describe the scene that gradually went into the dark come out. King Lang looked at the picture and said, "This is part of Shenjian. Only the asterisk of flowers can read it." At this moment, Zitao can understand. Z said, "I'm a rose flower." King Lang shook his head and said, "No one knows what the body of the flower asterisk is." Z Tao said again, "But I don't have a little bit of memory." King Lang road. "You have the power of the flower god." Z Wei asked, "Do you know the flower asterisk adults?" King Lang road. "I was injured in the promotion of the saint. He treated me." Z Tao looked at him. "Do you want me to be a flower god?" King Lang glimpsed, and when he came back, he said, "No, it doesn't matter who you are. I will give you the name of the asterisk of flowers, but I hope that you can live 100 years. Z Tao did not say anything again. King Lang is actually in a better mood. He repeated the words that Zitao said, "Do I like your skin?" Z Wei glanced at him and pretended to have a sour taste. "I'm just a rose flower inside." King Lang Road. It is the best rose flower under the sun. Daisy. Wei's heart is sweet, but he still said, there is always no match for the mighty flower god. King Lang embraced him. No one can match you except this day, Xie. Tao is just jealous. He thinks that in this quasi-world setting, he is the flower god. As for why he fell into a small rose, it is estimated that there is an inside story. The answer may be in the gods. Xie Tao said, can I look at this Shenjian again? King Lang. Road. Of course, Xie. Tao walked over and put his hand on it. This time, there was no special reaction. He did not enter the painting again, but he found that there seemed to be something flashing in the darkness of the painting. Xie Tao reached out and went. King Lang pulled him over. Xie Wei slammed back to God. What's wrong? King Lang tweeted. You just. He couldn't describe the feeling, as if Xie was far away from him, far away from touching. Xie Wei looked at him. Well, King Lang shook his head and said, nothing, just a little tired. Let's go back, Xie. Tao looked at his eyes again and said, okay, Xie. Tao and King Lang went back to the front of the house, but there were thoughts that were not well described in their hearts. Only the gods, that the asterisk of flowers can understand. The gods record everything in the mountains and seas. Now Xie Tao also understands, but what he sees is only the part of King Lang who meets himself. Very one-sided is also very short. When Xie Tao stared at the black paint, the thought that flashed in her mind was, all this is happening after the occurrence of the gods, or it has already existed in the gods. It is bound to happen. If it's just a record, that's fine. But then again, if it's just a record, how can you say that God has recorded everything? Everything represents the past and the future. A divine note that can record the future gives Xie Tao a strong discomfort. Although he entered the world after the river slant design, it is a love game, but it is undeniable that a higher order quasi world has its own independent core. If Xie Tao did not come to this quasi world, what would its customs clearance mission be like? Xie can't help but want to think about it, not only because he needs to clear the world, but also because he wants to understand the river the quasi-world of Jiang's oblique design has poured into his countless efforts, and instilled his innumerable emotions. Just like reading a book written by the author, Jiang Xie wants to go between the lines and see the river slant hidden in it. To love someone is not a unilateral and unrestricted effort, but mutual understanding and tolerance. This is the long-standing way to get along. Of course, the wild horse that he fell in love with, the lines between the lines are all pits. He went so far as a battle, and he wanted to tear the book. The dawn of the day, the spirit of the King Lang said, let's go. We go to Suzaku Palace, Xie Wei. Okay, it's time to hide. It's time to make two people feel at ease. The author has something to say. Xie Wei, what is Shireo? Can you eat? _old evil. True. Really good. My wife is fearless. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Why do I burst into tears? CAC Chapter 117 Wonderful Pen Painting Mountain C17 Suzaku. King Lang also actually came over and Xie Tao remembered one night, but this time I will not delay. Can you look at the body first? King Lang heard this and his heart was sweet and uneasy. Of course, because Xie Tao has always remembered, he is really concerned about him. The restlessness is that his shape is too terrible, afraid to scare him. Xie Wei insisted, if you can help you repair, you can also be lighter. In fact, the more he does not care to go to the Suzaku Palace, the more King Lang feels peace of mind. In particular, he was thinking about his injuries, and it made King Lang feel the unparalleled warmth. Xie Tao really cares about him. This feeling cannot be faked. He realized it. King Lang took his hand. Come here, Xie Tao nodded and followed. There was an empty space outside the palace. King Lang stood in the middle of the center and closed his eyes. A mist began to rise, followed by a dragon with a length of more than 10 meters in the open space. Xie Wei was stunned. The dragon was faintly radiant, and when the dragon head turned, the scorpion seemed to be a heavy ocean. Very beautiful. It is the kind of magnificent beauty. Xie Tao could not speak for a long time. King Lang's nephew was very gentle. He was afraid of scaring him, and his low voice still made him feel shocked. He asked him, are you afraid? Xie Tao was amazed and said, it's so beautiful, King Lang. Xie Tao stepped forward and asked her arm to stretch. Can I touch it? King Lang bowed his head, and sent himself to his little palm point very hard, but with a warm temperature. Xian smiled and bent, full of love the body of King Long. Generally small monsters can be scared to faint, but thank you. King Long's mood is also very good. Zitao wakes up from the beauty. Yes, where are you hurt? King Long is too big, and Zitao will see a part. King Long moved his body, and Zitao saw his tail for a moment. Zitao's heart mashed up, and he ran over in a few steps, watching the flesh and blood blur, and his face was white and creamy. It hurts a lot. A piece of scale falls off, and I endure such pain every day. So, King Long shrank his tail backwards, and didn't want Zitao to stare. Zihao calmed down and he said, I will try to fix it. King Long should say, okay. The scales were collected, and the doctor quickly sent the scales. He looked at Xian anxiously, and looked forward to being nervous. They are all sincerely admiring the King Long saints. If he can recover, don't say that Zitao is about to become the master of King Long. Even if they are not to be enshrined in his life, Zitao used the repair. After determining the position at the moment of certainty, Zizen felt that the strength of his body had been exhausted. He is not the first to use the repair, or it has been said that he has used countless times, saved countless people, but never like this. Just repairing a scale and overdraft all the strength. The doctor shouted, successful. Really repaired the scales of King Long adults. Xie Xi was not standing still. He staggered and almost fell, and King Long turned into a human figure and hugged him. Zitao leaned in his arms and gasped. King Long immediately gave him a medicinal herb, and the entrance of the medicinal herb became instant. Zizen felt that his physical strength was recovering quickly. Soon he will be able to stand up. King Long rode. Is it better? Xie Tao nodded. What is it for me? Too much. If there is such a tonic, he can fix the scales of King Long in one go. The doctor said with a big mouth. Thanks to the adults, it is a that has gathered the aura of heaven and earth, and has been brewed for 500 years. This is only 5 or 6. Xie Xi feelings he swallowed this mouth for 500 years. Don't just give him a rare treasure as a jelly bean. Jiang is leaning against you. How can this non-emirate dare to be so big? Zitao thought of the second prince of Tunmun, and suddenly there was a feeling of truth. King Long rode. This spell is too expensive for you, or don't use it. Xie said, nothing. I can fix your scales. King Long smiled and said, no hurry. Xie Tao, I have been hurting. Not urgent. King Long said, you are. I don't feel pain. There is also a feeling of love. It seems to be a painful light. Zizen estimates that the power of the soul is too strong, and the repair is too expensive, so Zitao will be physically exhausted. He has to upgrade his own cultivation, so that the scales of King Long can be repaired as soon as possible. Zitao was ruddy, no longer tired, and King Long did not mention the matter of Suzaku Palace. Zitao is a matter of heart. This is a full of things. If you don't make it clear, no one can feel at ease. Xie said, let's go to Suzaku Palace. King Long was down. Zitao looked at him. What is it? When he came to take the initiative, King Long hesitated. Actually, you must make it clear. Xie said, the misunderstanding should be clarified. The more you drag the misunderstanding, the deeper it will be. As soon as possible, it will be clear to everyone. King Long actually said, I'm sorry, Xie Xi. King Long rode. I actually doubt you. Xie Xi. King Long rode. You still don't have to go. I will go straight to Suzaku and say clearly. Xie Xi is scared to death. Zitao quickly said, when you say it together, go there together. What are you going to do? He won't believe it. Let's go to Suzaku Palace. Who can think of the King Long adults who had to wake up to reason and say what they had to witness before, and then they were stunned and blamed, and felt that they should not doubt Zizen. Zizen really doesn't know what to say. However, this is only temporary. If you want to make both of you feel at ease, you must have a face-to-face. The more Xie Xi was destined to go to Suzaku Palace, the more happy King Long was. The way he went, the pressure on his mouth, could not be suppressed. Zitao, don't mention anything after you arrive. King Long. Well, Xie Tao said, we have to leave a face for the Suzaku saint. Try to talk when there are only 3 of us. King Lang understands and recognizes. It makes sense. They are in the same holy mountain. If it is a trouble, it will involve too much. Or, you think about it. King Lang praised him like this. Zizen can't play fast. Fortunately, I finally got to Suzaku Palace. King Lang and Zitao came back together, and the birds were all surprised. The colorful tail feather male greeted him. I have seen the King Lang Saint Zitao adults. Z. Where he asked, is Suzaku wake up? Colorful tail feathers, just woke up. Z. You breathed a sigh of relief. He said, I will go see. The colorful tail feather male looks at the King Lang Saint. Zitao turned his back to King Lang and said to him, our business, we should also meet and talk. The colorful tail feather man squatted and fell into the pit of Zitao. Also, the matter of remarriage is indeed a good talk. After Zitao saw the colorful tail feathers on the hook, he said again, you don't have to come over, we talk privately better. Indeed, such private individuals should not listen, especially to the saints, and they listen to it more than a scourge. As for the safety of the Suzaku saints, they are not worried. The saints have been restored, and the body of the King Lang Saint is now being smothered, and it is not hurting him. With the support of people, Zitao went to see Suzaku with King Lang. As soon as I opened the door and saw them coming in together, Suzaku squatted. Zitao said nothing, and he closed the door. When he entered the house. In the moment, only they are stunned. As he thought, King Lang and Suzaku became blind. Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. And the opening was, do you know what to do? When the river slanted out, the memory can be simulated according to the situation. He can give Suzaku a set, and give King Lang a set. It is appropriate for both of them to think that Z has kicked each other. It is with this in mind that Zitao has no fear of letting them meet. In the face of the other side, squatting each other. See how they think about it. Jiang slanted without a voice. Thank you to see him. Suzaku or King Lang. They all came to hug him. Z went. Push away. One dragon and one bird fluttered empty. Not annoyed, but also very good reason. Forgot to be 2 bodies. Just thinking of holding you. Z. Wary. Look at the river asterisk here. And then look at the river asterisk there. Although I guess he will appear in both bodies at the same time. And the memory is shared in time. But I really feel that the picture is very strange. Z Wary asked him, what is your situation? The river uses the body of King Lang, saying that it is shameless. Your husband can control the 2 bodies and give you double love. Happy. The author has something to say. Ziwei, so happy. Happy to kill you. Chapter 118 Wonderful pen painting mountain C18 Lijiang. Skin broken leg oblique. Ziyan sent him a word with a blank expression. Roll. The river is the most obedient. And one bird come together. Zitao did not push this time. Let you roll. River. Ramp. This is not going over. Z. When he said, I mean, get out. River. Ramp. This is no way. Legs have their own ideas. Z. Yan said, I cut it for you. The river slanted and cleared the throat. There are a lot of legs. I'm afraid that you can't finish it. Z. Wary. Wants to get divorced. Jiangzi is just teasing him, not dare what. After all, the feeling of goodness is still red, reminding him that, even if there is a high base of 999, there is hope to fall into a minus 999. The river slant temporarily placed Suzaku and spoke with the body of King Lang. Well, don't be angry, I don't make trouble. Z. Tao, this asterisk knows that he is fooling around. River ramp, I'm trying to show you my spiritual strength. Z. Tao sneered, you are showing your mental illness. Jiang slanted and laughed, you are not right for the children. Did he mentally hurt his self-esteem? Zitao does not think so. Sure enough, this guy's next sentence is, know that your husband is sick, don't hesitate to be a relative. Love what? Z when he can't listen. HUOD got up, I'm gone. The river has surrendered. Speak right, say good things. Z. Tao also believed in his evil. Jiang slanted quickly, I can only erase some of their memories, and I can't create memories. Z. Zinxin is tight. How do you say this? If the asterisk is uncertain, is he not going to die very badly? Jiang Yang couldn't bear to scare him in this kind of thing, and he said, it's also easy. You can do the play and create a corresponding memory for them. Xie Tao understood. Is it necessary to say everything that is said? River. Ramp. Yes. Say separately. I will leave the one left. Erase the erased. Xie. Wei. It's true that he is testing his acting skills all the time. Come on. The river ramp. The King Lang game. Action. Xie Tao also played a fart and laughed directly. Shut up. The tone of the two words was full of smiles, and it was so irritating to the river that he was close to him on his cheek. Xie Tao gave him a look. Is there still a paragraph in the script? Jiang's stinking stinks. This is a hidden rule. Unspoken rules, Pete. Xian's eyes are all bent and bent. Don't delay me. Jiang Xi can still stand it, and he will be able to catch a man and look at his lips. Ziyu pushes him away. Jiang skew. Let's kiss. Xie Wei's cheeks are red and red. No, the river slanted a lot. I haven't kissed for a long time. Xie Wei looked at the Suzaku sitting on the bed. His face was redder. What does it look like? River. Ramp. Nothing. I'm watching. No one else. Xie Wei certainly knows, but it's weird. River ramp. I'll let Suzaku go out. Xie Tao said, this is the residence of Suzaku. River. Ramp. Then let me go out. This is not the point. Xie Tao also let him circle the circle. Let them go out. Then anger and rush into it. Someone outside. As long as there are outsiders, they will wake up. Jiang skewed more wronged. What should I do? Xie Tao said, what do you do? Wait until late. Anyway, you can't be in this way. Even if this person is still leaning. Jiang leaned down and regretted. I knew that the two bodies were together. Xie Yang big eyes. What do you say? I mean, Jiang said with a squint. The two bodies must be in the air. Xie said, where are you deaf? Are these two sentences the same? The river is invincible. The same number of words. Xie Wei. After staying with this guy for a long time to keep the heart, this is the ability to resist the pressure. Taishan collapsed in front of it, and Xie Tao did not change his face. In the face of another body faced intimacy. Xian Yan refused. How does Ren Jiang slanting, and Xi Zhen is not willing. The yellow waste of the river is so cleaned. I have so many bodies. Xie He. Jiang obliquely changed his mouth. I mean, I only love you with 5 hearts, and rest in other places. This is the case. Xi Zhen responded for a while, before returning to the taste. You, Jiang. Skew. I love you. Xie Wei does not eat this set. Roll. The two people have circled a big circle, and can be considered to be on the right side. Xie Tao tried not to laugh at the scene. She was serious in front of Suzaku. I'm sorry, what I said before you was to lie to you. I only love King Lang adults, and I don't want to dismiss him. I hope you be able to understand. Feelings can't be reluctant. Who is who? He said Barabara, and the river slanted and said, yes, I like it all the time. Xie Zhen fierce him. No voice. Jiang slanted poorly. You used to listen to me before. Xie Wei. You also said that you are giving lectures. River. Ramp. I'm also giving lectures now, telling us about our sweet love course. Xie Tao said, I still can't record it. After he realized that he was also taken away by this guy. What was recorded really is filming. After another visit, I finally passed this 1 point river ramp. Come on, next. Xie Tao is too lazy to correct it. Anyway, this thing is almost the same as filming. When he finishes, Jiang will also clip it. Xie Tao said to King Lang in front of Suzaku. I'm sorry, my mind has been decided. I want to be with the Suzaku saint. Our marriage contract. This time, the river was not interrupted. When Xie Tao finished, he asked, how? Jiang skewed his mother into the play. If you really regret marriage, Xie Zhen really wants to shake his head and shout. You are awake. The ants have been racing for 10 years. The river is slanting and refreshing. There is still some time. Do we really take the opportunity to do something? Xie Yang patted him blankly, but his heart was squatting. The brain circuit of the soul is basically mapped to the river. This one is both alive and well, and Zitao is actually worried. He always felt that the previous sex was awkward. Even if I stood at the peak of the central government, even if I became the greatest designer, I even created countless myths, he is pessimistic, even self-abandoned. The more I understand, the more Zitao has to admit. In this sling, it seems that there is no man in the heart of the heart, and actually hides a distressing serious time for such a three-person to be alone cannot be too long, and it is basically necessary to withdraw the words. Think about it too. They are here to show down. The sword is very open. Can you sit down and have a tea chat? This time has also dragged on for a long time. It is Jiang's slanting guarantee. This old animal who has lived for too long. The concept of time is very poor. I can adjust it slightly. Z. Tao is silent. 1,000-year-old dragon, a bird of thousands of years old, is really an old beast. But how can you say this yourself? For the singular style of Jiangzi, Zen is really iron and stone for every heart and heartache. Does this guy blame himself? Why didn't he believe it? The river slant finally let Zitao make up a paragraph. The content is probably Zitao said to King Long, I want to go back to the Rose family and go to the nursery for a while so that I can force you to repair the scales. By the way, let's mention the marriage. Our marriage is still waiting. On the one hand, don't stimulate Suzaku again. On the other hand, I also want to concentrate on repairing scales. When you are healthy, are we holding a wedding? The river slanted and nodded, holding his hand. If you are not in a hurry, can you first build a house? Z. Wedding. Rolling. Next, I would like to say to Suzaku, I have to go back to the Rose family and inform the elders. After all, cancelling the marriage contract is not a trivial matter. Many things have to be handled well. Then we will take a look at the matter and wait for the marriage contract to be cancelled. Is it public? After all, they are all in the Holy Mountain. When the marriage contract is not retired, they are together with Suzaku. They can't be hanged on everyone's face. Even if they talk about it, they have to have a buffer time. The river slanted sound should be good, and said, it doesn't matter if it's not open. Privately, after waiting for his words, Zitao licked his mouth. I will not see you again next time. The river squinted. Zizao sneered. I think the soul is much more lovely than you. River. Slope. This is really a broken leg. Waiting for the door. Suzaku and King Lang are all restored to their original state. One is more than unpredictable, and the eyes cast on the other side are generous and unremarkable, and the past has passed. Zitao stood between them, and realized what it was like to suffocate. Hurry to withdraw, and then he is afraid to wear it. King Lang's focus on Suzaku's words. Good health, the most important thing in the body. Losing love is not terrible. If you live, you will always meet others, Suzaku said to King Long. You are also the best capital for raising your body. Losing love is good. You can continue to repair your desirelessness. Thank you for the pain in the groove. Fortunately, Jiang's editing technique is good. Both of them feel that they are the last winners. They have given enough respect and compassion to the losers, and have not fallen into the limelight. When the three came out together, when they came outside the temple, the green dragon Suzaku said at the same time, I will send you back to Mount Rose. Z. Wei. King Lang looked at Suzaku, and Suzaku looked at King Lang. Both of them raised their eyebrows at the same time. Zizen, who was sandwiched in the middle, felt a bitter chill. The soul of the river guide just boasted that his skills are good. It will go wrong. The author has something to say. Jiang slant. My technology is really good. Have you forgotten it in the days and nights of those decades? Chapter 119. The wonderful pen painted the mountains and seas. 19. To tear the negative heart of the. What should I do now? Both of them have legitimate reasons to send him back to Mount Wei. King Lang sent his fiancée back to her family, which is reasonable. It is reasonable and reasonable for Suzaku to send her sweetheart back to Dinaran. King Lang, Suzaku, your former fiancé, digging the wall, is so busy. In fact, the air conditioning they radiated around them was directed at each other. However, Zitao is among them, and there are still tens of thousands of guilty consciences. It is inevitable that they will be frozen by air conditioning. This dragon is about to open. Zitao is a man who walked through the Knife Mountain Fire Sea and reacted quickly enough. You have not recovered from your body. You don't have to send me. What is a pun? This is it. The unspeakable Jiang Slant silently gave the daughter-in-law a compliment. Cough. It was a bit sorrowful laugh to the end. King Lang is backed up by the Tao. The tail is bloody. The body is quite bad. Suzaku just died. Although the self-healing ability is strong, it has not completely recovered. Therefore, if you don't name the name of Zizen, both of them can accept it. King Lang. Suzaku, he must have said to me, otherwise he will care about the man who has been defamed. Zitao's back sweaty, but surprisingly calm on the face, working with the annoyed adults. Let the black brother send me back to Mount Wendy. Blackbird is the follower of King Long, one of the black men who are silent. Zhuge's eyebrows were slightly twisted. Just about to talk, Zitao said again, after returning to Wee Mountain, I have to deal with the matter with the big brother. This is even more subtle. For King Long, the meaning of Zitao means that, since their marriage is going to be remarried, King Lang Palace naturally has someone to say it in person. If the King Lang is not feeling well, he should have gone by himself, but now he is in a bad situation. Ziwei refused to go, so he called Black. This is also reasonable for Suzaku. Zitao will be remarried with King Lang. There are indeed many things to deal with. It is too shameful for King Lang to come out and send his confession. Ziwei continued, so you don't use it to go back. If things are done, I will be back. He said that he was extremely calm, but in fact he was still panicked. As long as King Lang and Suzaku had a few words, they were finished. Fortunately, both King Lang and Suzaku have been very happy with their own brains. They didn't think much, and they said, then be careful on the road. Everything is said to be the same. Ziziana-san breathed a little, and her heart was slightly warmer. It is estimated that the river has affected them in the dark. Otherwise, Zitao said that it makes sense. It is just paper paste, and it is broken into with a little heat point. If you don't want to be late, you have to leave as soon as possible. Ziwei said goodbye to Zuke, and Suzaku said, be careful. Fortunately, I didn't say that I would go back early. And Ziwei was busy. Zitao did not dare to stay with King Lang and Suzaku alone. He asked, isn't the King Lang adults not going? King Lang Deo. He wanted to say, I'm waiting for you at the King Lang Palace, and the words have been exported. I have some things to return to the King Lang Palace, and I will leave. What happened? King Lang had some doubts and couldn't understand why he suddenly changed his mouth. However, it doesn't matter. He has already promised that Zizen will not stimulate Suzaku. This is indeed more secure. Zitao didn't know that she almost fell off the wire rope. However, he is not staggering on the wire rope much better than falling down. After finally escaping, Zitao and Black Skull returned to Mount Wei. Black crickets were silent all the way, and there was not much to say in half a word. Zizen's heart is all about things. It's best to not talk. He didn't forget that there was a white tiger in the house. When he turned back, the little guy rushed to call his father. He was black, and flew back to the holy mountain to invite the dragon. After all, King Lang is a real priced dragon. Ziwei is a real flower, and what is the rhythm of a white tiger if it is a normal tiger scorpion? Zitao can also be said to be a small pet, and has no kinship with himself. But the little white tiger was born too distinctive. Under the whole day, there was a white tiger saint. He and he were almost a mold, and the fool would doubt it. The black-eyed big brother is obviously not stupid, but also looks savvy. Zizen racked his brains to think of it, and he thought of a tiger 18 to eat, but unfortunately there is nothing too good. When I arrived at Wee Mountain, Zitao just entered the mountain gate, and a purple boy greeted him. 99 brothers. Go to the patriarchal hall, and Zijiu is looking for you everywhere. Tao looked at it and thought it had an accident. Is there a sneak attack? No, said Juvenile. It seems like something happened in your home, Wei. There is always a bad feeling, but don't be a soul or a fancy look. He looked at the black man and wanted to open him. He said, there is something in the family's home. Go and see, Wei said dryly, but, no. Way, I can only go to see the situation first. When he just walked into his home, Zijiu looked up nervously. Jiu, I'm not good. I didn't look at him. Tao said, you don't worry about Zijiu. What happened? Zijiu said, the little tiger is gone. Xie. Very sorry. For the cerebellum tiger, it is really helping me. CZ Zen. ZJIU is even more annoyed. I just went to eat a meal in the air and came back and found that he was gone. Blackbird asked, Tiger, Z. Tao is probably the only father in the world who lost his son and his mother is full of anger. He calmly said, a lost little guy said that he came to find his mother. I helped him to stop him. I wanted to find him. My relatives, who knows that the Qinglang adults have gone wrong. I rushed to the holy mountain and entrusted him to the tribe. Purple. 9 is very embarrassed. I'm really, Z. Said, this does not blame you. The little tiger is very unusual. If he wants to go, you can't stop Xie. Z. Jote blamed himself, but he is so small. Z. Tao said, he is very powerful, and the worms can't help him. Zijiu. Listen to this, but it was calmed down. It was also before the little tiger just arrived at the Wishan mountain, but it broke the hill like worm. After all, it was the child of the white tiger sage. Presumably there would be no problem. Xie Tao said again. Maybe he is going back to find his father. It is also a good thing. Purple. 9 was finally comforted. This conversation did not evade the black shackles, and the black singer did not hear anything wrong with the whole process. A little tiger running around. Xie Tao took care of it, and he came back and disappeared. With such a plot, I can't think of the white tiger as the little tiger's dad. Xie Wenyi is a mother of the little tiger. They don't know when, and when they have a baby. Zijiu saw the black scorpion and asked, is there anything wrong with the black scorpion to come to the Rose Mountain? Xie Tao told her about the delay in the marriage. Purple 9. A little uneasy to see Xie Wenyi. Xie Tao appeased her. I'm okay with the saint. Just want to have more time to prepare. Purple 9 is relieved. The black scorpion performed a ceremony and said, can you meet the patriarch? Zijiu said, of course. Please come with me. In this way, Xie Wenyi can be regarded as a smooth delay in the wedding period. The old patriarch was very excited to see the black cockroach. After finishing the formalities, he said, leave a light meal. Xie Tao's mouth was pumping, and he wanted to fight with the old patriarch. Fortunately, the black scorpion is just right, refused to be bribed, and finished the matter. I have to go back to life. There will be no delay. Xie Tao was very pleased and refused to give the old patriarch a chance to speak. If this is the case, then don't leave the big brother. After sending away the black scorpion, Xie Tao has to rush to the next game. The Rose family agreed to the slave of the late king and returned the dowry within 3 days. This was the 3rd day immediately, and Xie Tao immediately had to leave for the Demon Sea. The old patriarch was worried. We have rummaged through the entire Rose Mountain in a few days and have not found this white rose. Hang Sen also said, it's amazing. Although there are a lot of white roses, there are many 9s in the name, but they can't find them. Blue 4 sneered. This kind of catastrophe. He dared to stay on the Rose Hill. 80% ran early. Xie Wei's knee hurts a bit. After all, it's full of arrows. The wall of the grass. Huang Weiwei said something flattering. The same as the white rose. There are 9 in the same name. We are rejuvenating the Wishan mountain. The flower asterisk who saved the wounded and the other is the bee flying butterfly. It is better than not knowing. One is really scared. Xie Wenyi. I will know the truth after the day, and I don't know if the old yellow on the horse's leg will hate my own mouth. Xie Tao said. In short, I will go to the Demon Sea first. The old patriarch said, oh, I will arrange for someone to go with you with a bride price. So many dowry. Thank you. A person is not sure and definitely want the big guy together. Zijiu and Hangsen both took the initiative to ask and wanted to go to the Demon Sea together. Xie Tao is still very face to face, although it will be pierced sooner or later, but I don't want to be stunned in the face of an acquaintance. In short, it can be delayed for a while, in case there is a chance of 1/10,000th of a minute. People, if you are alive, you should have hope. A strong little rose. The people who were finalized were all strangers, and there were also the red ones that gave the gods of Let's Howking and Jiu's martial arts. Red 2 said to Xie Wenyi, reassure. Big deal. We will leave the bride price and run. The problem is that the monk ran away, and the monk could not run the temple. Hanga really wants to move the temple to run. We raised the family and went to decorate the back garden of the Qinglang Palace. Don't say, this is really a good one, good ghost. Looking back at Ziwen's footing on 5 boats, Qinglang went to the back garden to cut flowers and hate. Zitao had to say, it is not so serious. Although the demon sea advocates freedom, it is not unreasonable. He is so stable, and the roses are quite reassuring, and he is even more convinced point it is very far away from the Wushan mountain to go to the demon sea. With the footsteps of the roses, we have to go for a few days and nights. Fortunately, at the end of the nine-tailed banquet, they also put a sturdy mount they sat up. Not long after they can go to the Jiuwigan point on the road. There are roses on the road. Curious question, why is the nine-tailed ancestor arranging such a mount? Red. Second is really understanding. Of course it is for us to send dowry. Z. Wei. Fortunately, he is sitting in the middle of the center. If one does not grasp the prison, it will be the end of the drama. When I arrived at the Jiuwigang, the roses were very strange, and they looked at each other and looked dazzled. The demon sea is like this. A beautiful palace. It's like snow, ice sculpture. What is it like? This is what the real eternal ice is built, and it will never change. The roses are very cool and very afraid of heat. One by one is overjoyed. Isn't that suitable for us to grow? You are yourself in the snow? Cool and cold are two concepts. Zitao did not say anything. He could not see the palace made of snow, and squatted point very familiar. This is clearly the first version of the castle in the quasi world. Point Nine-tailed is the second prince, and the vampire in the first world. He built his palace into this appearance. Zen is really complicated. Point at the time of Atlantis, Randy had the memory of the first world time as a steward. Could it be that the Nine-tails also have memories of the first 2 worlds? That is so deadly. What is the past life and the present is simply making it harder to increase customs clearance. Zen was so upset that she was not in the mood to appreciate this beautiful ice palace. Point the mount fell, and some people immediately greeted them. The foxes were enchanting, and the people came wearing red clothes, and they were arrogant. Point red 2 is also in red, although the 2 hit the shirt, but the temperament is stunned. A demon, a tiger head. Point the red fox family said, but the white rose adult, Z. Tao hardened his head and said, yes, the red fox family likes to look out and say, are you actually sending a dowry in person? Is this the same in the red clothes? Red 2 immediately said, no, we are waiting for him to finish. The red fox family shed tears. Fortunately, you are here, and don't waste our ancestors to abandon the 8 gods, train the inner Dan, and save you from the edge of life and death. Zin's heart stunned, and he said that the silver fox had only one tail before. The red fox family said, outsiders say that we are fox kinky, but in fact we are the most special, as long as it is determined. It is not dead. Don't say thank you. Even the tiger brother red does not dare to say that this is to retire. The red foxes are crying with pears and rain, which is very touching. Fortunately, you are not the one who is indifferent. Otherwise our foxes will try their best to tear the sin of the beginning and tears into pieces. The red fox is also a personal talent. While crying and saying that it is so murderous, Ziwei was flustered on the face. Point it is true that he is not a negative man, but the problem is that others don't see it this way. The author has something to say. Nine-tails, what is the calculation of bitter meat? Those ugly birds and dragons are dead and have a tail. I have 9, and I take it off and give it to my wife. Chapter 120 Wonderful pen painting mountains and seas. 20 This world. Only Ziwei. You yell at me. I'm still in tears for such a big happy event. It is too bad. The red fox family smiled and blinked. The emotion changed quickly. It was amazing. It was a temperament. Red 2 took the eyes and glanced at Z, and Ziwei nodded slightly, indicating that he was steady. Point the red fox family said, the rose man is coming in quickly, and our demon ancestors are waiting for you in the temple. Z. Tao knows that this time it is not a red second class, but it can't be over. Anyway, he is a asterisk flower, and he has to get used to it in the morning and evening. Point 2 knows that the red fox family actually said, the Jiui palace is cold. We only have one warmed in here. I'm afraid there is no way for everyone to come in. He said it was euphemistic, but the Rose family heard his unspoken words. The Jiuwigang is made by the ice of the Wanian. It is indeed a cold and arrogant. It is a natural and protective body that is usually high. It is not afraid of this coldness, but the cultivation of the roses can be bullied. And knowing that it can't stand this cold, Xie immediately seized the opportunity. Let me go to see the 9 adults. Red. Too strange, worried. Xie deliberately said, no need to worry, we are to send a dowry. How can adults be embarrassed us? Red. Too hearted the gods, and nodded again and again. Yes. This is the case. Anyway, the water does not know where to hide. They bite a dowry. That is the dowry. Zitao followed the Red Fox family into the Jiuigang. This palace is very familiar with Zizen. After all, it is a place where he died for 7 or 8 days. How can he not be impressed? However, the castle made by ice and snow did not have a beautiful beauty. It abandoned the dead and misty of the castle. It seemed to walk in the clouds while walking, and the palace of the ice spirit was the fairy palace above the 9 days. The Red Fox family lowered their voices. The situation of the grown-ups and the ancestors is not so good, so I deliberately opened the outsiders. Z. Tao is most afraid of hearing the situation is not good for words. Why? The souls don't want to live one by one. The Red Fox is a red-eyed. It was very weak. The enchanted ancestors also ran to Rose Mountain to see you. The more they came back, Z. Tao said, come and take me to see him. This is very true, and the fears inside are not half false. The Red Fox squad nodded and took him into a cold and foggy house. Z. Tao did not feel cold because she was carrying warm Dan, but she just thought that this room was like an ice cave. Through the thin cold fog, he saw the silver-haired man leaning against the couch. He seems to be in a small hustle, silver hair scattered on the ice jade-like ice couch. The white shirt on his body flashing freely, revealing a large chest, his arms hanging on one side, the white sleeves dragged to the ground, plainly added some asterisk powerless state. Have to say the asterisk temperament of the second child is really nothing to say. The elegant and charming in the past, the appearance of this disease is more and more heartwarming. Zitao didn't feel much before, but now it was shocked. Especially when the silver fox opened his eyes. The slightly silvery scorpion made his heart tremble. Jiu. He squatted. He slammed up and said, how come you? The Red Fox family said, you are slower. 9. Tails frowned. His face seemed whiter, but he walked down hard and approached Zizen and asked, cold? Z. Tao sighed in her heart and shook her head. Not cold. Joey. We go outside the Han Palace. The Red Fox family couldn't help but say, the body of your demon needs to be rested, and you are away from this cold palace. You, 9-eyed. Eyes are pressed down. Cold channel. Go. The Red Foxes clenched their lower lip and peeked at Zitao. Z when he would not understand. He said, I'm warm. Don't feel cold. Let's stay here. His warm and whispered appearance. The 9-tailed listening is very useful. His look relaxed. Said, don't listen to them nonsense. How can I be so fragile? Z. Said, I'm not so vulnerable, let alone the 9-tailed palace is very beautiful. I want to leave more to see. When the 9 eyes were bright, he asked, where do you think it looks good? I'll let them take it down and send it to Mount Rose. Z. Where? He reluctantly said, where everything looks good. You have to tear it down to me. 9. Tails paused. I will build a cold for you. Okay. Thank you. Is it not good to stay here? 9. Tails laughed, and when the pale lips were bent, there was a thrilling beauty. Well, what you say is good. Z. Tao is inevitable, and it is a distress. I don't know what the 9 tails gave me a pre-existing summary. In short, the life of the person is very good. Zizen can't stand him. He can't stand the hard support and refused to pretend to be pitiful. The river slant is actually very contradictory. When he is born, he can do anything that is shameless. What kind of pretend is pitiful and weak? You have to kiss and hug to go out. He has all done it. But once he is really in poor health, he is killed and refuses to show weakness. He is able to pretend that he has nothing to do and people are unaware. When the dream came true, the river slanted fever for nearly 40 degrees. The whole person was confused and pretending to be normal. If Zitao tried to get his hands hot, he would have been cheated by him. Zitao asked why he didn't tell him. At that time, Jiang slanted poorly. Your husband is strong and strong. and it is not a disease to feel awkward, but, in fact, Zitao knows that he is afraid of him. Maybe he was also afraid that Zitao would not worry. The river slant is such a contradiction. Excessive self-confidence and excessive self-confidence. Ziwen's heart was mixed, and Jiwei sent a bunch of rare things to make him happy. Ziwei whispered, if you are not feeling well, just take a break. 9. Tails. Zitao said, I'm here to accompany you. Okay. He has such a soft voice where the 9 tails can be shackled, but his situation is clear to himself, and wherever he rests, he can rest well. Zitao said again, I just want to stay alone with you for a while. Jiwei immediately said, okay. The foxes who were waiting were all retired, and Zitao stared at the 9 tails. The 9-tailed silver scorpion slowly casts a different color, and the river slanted like a smile. Is it fainted by your husband, Z? Wary. The river slant is not the attitude of the 9-tailed, cautious, and he took the person into his arms and kissed him. How is it, Z? Zen wanted to push him away, seeing his pale lips, and another soft heart let him kiss for a while. Finally died a little blood. The river is beautiful in size, and the soul size beautifully. Zitao still can't know what he is thinking. He doesn't have a good air. You are all alive and dead. The river is half truth and false. You can't live without it if you can't get it. Z. Xingxin said, what nonsense, Jiang. Skuden smiled again. It is indeed nonsense. It is actually a bitterness. If you are not terrible, how can you feel bad, Z? Tao dismantled him. How do the souls know that I will feel bad? According to the final ending of Atlantis, several souls will not believe that he still loves them. If you don't love, then you will feel bad. Think of the sentence that Jiang Tai just said. Zizen really doubts that the souls are. Jiang can't see him really hurt. Open the topic and ask, what happened in these days? 9. Tails did not meet with King Lang's Yuke, so I didn't know those memories, Zitao said to him. Jiang slanted and laughed. It's really dancing on the wire rope, Z. Wary. You are still very embarrassed to say, because of who? Jiang said again, according to this situation, you should first meet with Howking. When they were together, they were smashed into the corners of the 9 tails. What happened later? You were seriously injured and stunned, and were rescued by King Long. Z. Tao thinks so too. He asks, what about Suzaku and White Tiger, River? Ramp, Suzaku is definitely a green dragon. As for the White Tiger, it's hard to say. Maybe earlier, maybe the latest. He heard the word green from his mouth, and Ziyi always felt weird. Zitao also said the little tiger. Jiang said, you don't have to worry about this. It is estimated to be something like the White Tiger's baby spirit, not a real son. Z. Yan's eyes, baby spirit. Jiang slanted his head. The White Tiger has the highest fighting power, and it is normal to be able to repair the baby spirit. The low-ranking baby spirit is more stupid, and will only follow the instinct. Z. Tao curiously asked, his instinct is to recognize me, Jiang. Skuden said, his instinct is to see you. It is reasonable to say that the baby wants to see the master, but the White Tiger is full of you. He will go see you first. Z. Wary. What is really something that can be loved by him? River Ramp. The little tiger disappeared. It is estimated that it is back to the White Tiger. You don't have to worry. Z. Tao was a little worried before, and listening to him was a relief. Jiang Oblique asked him again, have you seen the roster after returning to the Rose Hill? Z. Tao knows what he is thinking about. He said, I haven't had time to look at it, but I brought it. River Ramp. Look, Z. Tao nodded and opened the roster. He saw the body of King Lang before, and he fixed a scale for him. It is reasonable to say, sure enough, the first page of the roster is definitely not blank. At the same time, he also has a new task prompt in the lower right corner of his line of sight. The main line task, found the King Lang illustrations. The collection progress is 1%. The name is missing. Missing name. Zizen asked Jiang Shi, do you know the name of King Lang? River Ramp. They have no name. Z. Yai. Jiang Tz said, the Post King and Jiwei are just code names. The names don't even know them. I think the same is true for the Green Dragon Suzaku and the White Tiger. Z. Tao stared at the fuzzy dragon silhouette on the illustration, thinking, say, many of the world's creatures have no name. River ramp. It should be said that only the flower asterisk 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 has a name. Z. Tao thinks about it. It seems that it is really, rose flowers are just code names. Other families don't have much contact, but King Lang's attendants are black, and that's not a name. Just because his body is only black. Dragon Point the river asterisk 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 began to be poor again. This world, only Zizen, Z. Yan glanced at him. I'm so embarrassed to say that designing a world, even the name is too lazy to think about it. River. Ramp, not too lazy to think, can't think of it. Z. Tao did not understand. Point the river slanted immediately and smashed a basket of love words. There are all Zizen in the brain, and I want to get other names. Z. Zen really believes in his evil. Z. Tao said, when you designed this world, you know who Zizen is. Jiang. Oblique. Fell into the pit. Point Z. Tao is actually quite puzzled. The souls don't know my name. It is reasonable to say that the asterisk 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 of flowers should be called Sane. Point River Ramp. It may be that I also interfered with this quasi world when I came in. I can only think so. Anyway, before Jiang Cheo designed these worlds, I would definitely not know Z Tao. Point at that time, Zizen was probably not born yet. Jiang said again, would you like to look at the 9 chapters here? Shenjian is very important. Maybe the name has to be found from here. Point Z Tao nodded. Go see. The 9-tailed gods and the dragons here are generally the same, and they are also a very large painting. Zizen asked the river, do you see it? Jiang skewed his head and said, a blank piece of paper. Z. Tao stared at the scroll. The painting is the Jiui Gong. That's right. In his eyes, this picture depicts the 9-tailed palace built by the ice. Point the magnificent frost palace is in the dark, adding a lot of bleak and cold. Point River Ramp. Go and see. This time pay attention to the name. Z. Tao nodded, approached the picture, and when he put it on his hand, he was drawn into the picture. Point this should be the place where he and Jiui first met. Zizen thought that he would see 9 tails when he entered the painting. Who knows that he actually saw Sirius in this world? Sirius is a post-king. Point why is Jiui Shenjian in the post? Zizen Zheng wondered and saw the 9 tails standing in the main entrance of the Jiui palace, wearing a silver cloak. Point oh, it seems that his encounter with the 9 tails started from the foot of the wall. Chapter 121 Wonderful pen painting mountain. C21 waving small shovel, the wall corner dug up. How King Wen said, 9-tailed palace to cold. You bring this warm Dan. Take care of it. Z. Tao returns to God and looks to the people around him. Adults. How? King's dissatisfaction is very gentle. Call my name. Name. What is the name of How King? Z. Wei shook his head, and How King was not in a hurry. He whispered softly, what do you like? No need to be cautious. Z. Tao is not cautious, but very curious. Of course, this is just a memory that has already passed. I will ask directly, but I'm afraid I can't ask anything. Point besides, Jiang said that they don't know their own names. This name is probably just the code name of How King. Point Z Tao and How King have already reached the main entrance of the Jiui palace. Point there is a circle of snowy fur collar on the cloak of the 9 tails, which makes him more skin-like and temperament. Point. After holding the hand of Z Tao, How King said hello to him. Where you still use the brothers to personally welcome them. Brother? It turns out that Jiui and How King are the brothers' relationship. Zizen couldn't help but think of the dream that the second prince, 9-tailed, at the time of Atlantis. In the dream, he greened his own brother and brought the former brother to take home. Well, the second child, you still have this taste. It's always the same. Point Z Tao can't help but ask Jiang, is he a bit of a hidden special hobby? 9 tails of side swept away on Z Tao. You are not easy to go out, of course. You have to celebrate for you. How? King Dao said, there is no big gain. After that, he introduced Ziwei to Ziwei, and introduced Ziwei to Jiui. Point Ziwei's low-browed eyebrows. I have seen the 9-tailed demon ancestors. 9 tails are very dignified, and the eye should not squint, let alone dig the corners of the wall, and pretend to be like the people who look down. How King shook hands with Zizen, and appeased his nervousness. Zizen was nervous. He looked at the fox, when he raised a small shovel. Point a group of people entered the Jiui Gong, and the relationship between Jiui and How King was okay. Darn Galaxy had something to say. Point Z Tao can't plug in. He listens and listens, and it feels very interesting. The concept of the demon sea and the holy mountain is different. The latter has a one-on-one look, and prefers to live in a proper manner. The demon sea is more free and sloppy. Although these two are regarded as demon ancestors, they are actually not in charge of the outside, and some are attached. Just stay, want to go and leave, come and go free, no limit. With the understanding of Zitao, the sacred mountain class is distinct, more like Confucian rule. The demon sea is in action, and more inclined to Lao Zuan thought. They are very good. Zitao is not excluded. There is a banquet in the end of the 9, and the furnishings should be beautiful. After all, it is a nice palace. It is very good to play with it. However, after sitting down, Zizen felt that the food was full of enthusiasm, and it was a single point to look carefully. Braised chicken legs, sweet and sour chicken wings, fried chicken breast, pickled chicken feet, crispy chicken rack. How many foxes do you like to eat chicken? The demon sea chicken is afraid not to be eaten up. Zweli, this rose flower cannot digest this big chicken, big meat. 9. Tails looked at Zitao and turned to his post and said, I don't know if you brought someone else, so I didn't prepare anything else. He paused and asked, he is a little monster. This is very arrogant, but as a 9-tailed person, there is nothing wrong with talking to a small rose. How King smiled and said, he is my lover. Zin's heart trembles. It's quite unbearable, and it's hard to see such a serious and affectionate. The 9-tailed twilight flashed and asked, Rose, in fact, Jiuwei can see the body of Zitao at a glance, but there are too many species of flowers, and he can't tell the difference between a beast and a beast. After all, there are many flowers that resemble Rose. After the king should respond, he opened the topic. He is a little afraid of life, and the brothers don't care about him. 9-tailed. Oh. Plain, faint, really moved away from the line of sight, talking about something else. After a while, Zitao had a small jade bottle in his hand, and Hao King whispered, eat this. Tao nodded and opened the bottle, and smelled it. 9-tails look again. When Hao King looked up, he took his eyes off again. Zitao was aware of it, and my heart was funny. Sure enough, this fox is in the same position as the body, and it is not dripping, but it is a pity that Xie sees through. Zitao grinds. The memories of this Shenjian record have a similar trend. He must be taken away by the 9-tails. As for how to blame, does he have to create a chance for the 9-tails with regard to the strength of his death? Can he really slash his own shovel? When he looked at her eyes and blamed it. The old 6 is a sly. The last world is a little angel. The world is also gentle and friendly, taking care of him. Although this happened long ago, Zitao can only do it according to it, and these are all the settings of the soul. He feels distressed, but also feels distressed. But he still can't stop feeling a little distressed. Ziyu's heart is horizontal and looks at the 9-tails. Almost his sight had just fallen, and he was aware of it at the end of the game. He turned around. This action is too obvious. Hao King wondered what happened. Tao quickly bowed his head and said, can you have a little bit of interest? 9-tails seemed to be an illusion, and he stunned. Nothing. After King looked at Ziwei. Ziyan lowered his head and drank the jade in his hand, noticed his sight, and looked up at him in confusion. Well, after King smiled and asked, I like it. Z said, it tastes good. How? King Dao said, there are other tastes I will give you tomorrow. Z Tao really likes it. This thing is refreshing and refreshing. He drank all the body shoot. He couldn't help but ask, can't you do today? How? King is also very popular. If you drink too much, your body can't stand it. Z. Well, okay. He bowed his head and drank a little. This is also the little habit of Zitao. When you meet something you like, you always eat very slowly. It seems that you can eat more slowly. 9-tails looked at the eyes, and the thin lips moved very lightly. Hao King smiled and said, I also brought a bottle. Z. Tao looked at him. Don't you drink too much, Hao? King said, but you can give it a taste. Z. Zio smiled. Is not the same taste, Hao? King Dao, yes. Z. Tao didn't really want to drink, but looking at these gentle differences, I couldn't bear to refuse. Then I taste it. Just drink a little. Hao King took out a jade bottle of different colors. Look which taste is better. Z. Tao opened the bottle cap, and the smell of the nose made his eyes shine. Good fragrance. The smell of the strange is not the same as that of the human and the beast. It doesn't feel the aroma of the meat, but it is particularly sensitive to the taste of the water. It may be a bowl of water that is indistinguishable in the human mouth, and the monster can taste a 399 point the taste of this water. Zitao is difficult to describe with human senses, but at this moment, I really feel delicious. How King whispered, if you like, I will prepare this taste next time. Tao nodded and took a sip, and then handed it in. How King's heart is so soft that he can squeeze out the water. It's okay to drink again. Ziyan's eyes are not to say that drinking too much can't stand it. How King Dao said, well, drink this bottle. Don't drink the bottle just now. Z said, but my bottle is lost. I will waste it if I don't finish it. How? King Dao said, nothing. There are many. Xie Xi bent his eyes. That can't be wasted. He tried to put the lid of the second bottle in the first bottle, so that the first bottle that was not finished was collected. How King said at the end, in fact, this jade can't be stored when it is opened. You can't drink 2 bottles at a time. It's always a bottle. You still choose to drink, thanks to Z. The reaction came up. If it will break, then you will give me another bottle. How? King Z. Tao remembers that, when the dream came true, Jiangzi also did a lot of such stupid things. When he bought the cake, he bought 5 or 6 flavors at a time. When he came back, Zitao looked at it. What are you doing? Are you eating out? River. Ramp. Who knows that this product is all you like, and you can buy it if you can't hold it back. Z. Way him. Waste. The river is surrendering faster than anyone else. I won't dare next time. The next time he really didn't dare to buy so many cakes at one go, but he bought 12 colors of a certain style of a certain brand of clothes. The reason is 1. Zitao is so good to wear. Thinking of this, Wei took a look at the things that How King did, and the sweetness of honey was wiped in her heart. The 2 of them are sweet and greasy, and the 9 tails have long been expressionless. He came down with a cool sentence. You are very good, Z. Tao just remembered, oh, this is the 9-tailed god, and the memories are also 9-tailed. He seems to have turned the cart before the horse. How King seems to feel that this kind of love is not good in the outside show. So sit up straight and start to talk about this with the 9 tails. Zitao was drinking jade while pondering the business. It is necessary to give the 9-tailed manufacturing opportunity, or it will be wrong if you don't remember it. How to make it. Zitao thought seriously. Unconsciously actually drank a bottle of jade. How King said that he can only drink 1 bottle, but he drank a bottle and a half. Soon, Ziwei felt that her stomach was not very comfortable. This stuff really can't drink too much. Ziyu pulled the sleeves of the next king, and then King immediately stopped talking with Jiwei and turned to look at him. What happened? Zhao whispered. After King Zhao, annoyed, I'm not good, should not take 2 bottles out. Saying that you cannot drink more or let him drink too much. Zitao's face was red and red. I'm going to the Ganfang room. How King Dao said, I will accompany you. Z. Yan's face is even redder. I will do it myself. After King looked at the jade bottle, he found that he only sipped a half bottle and sighed. I must tell me if I feel uncomfortable. Z. Tao nodded and went out after the crime of Jiwei. Zitao solved the physiological problem and felt that this was probably the turning point in reality. In the setting, Zhao is estimated to have drunk too much. What kind of accident is it? Zitao deliberately strolled outside and did not stroll. Speaking of how to avoid the 9 tails, come out to find yourself. Zitao couldn't think of it. He waited for a long time and didn't wait for half a fox. For he was afraid that after a long time, he was worried, and he had to go back slowly. Just walking outside the temple door, Zitao heard the sound of 9 tails. This little rose does look like him, but it doesn't seem like the same person. When he stood still. It is reasonable to say that normal people hear this kind of words, and they must be smashed and smashed, and they want to cry and cry. However, Zen was unmoved, and even relieved it can be counted. 9-tailed little fox, you finally have the courage to wave the shovel and prepare to dig the wall. This digging trick is very special. The smell of dog blood is called a sigh. Just listen to the 9 tails and Say, you deceive him like this. Wait until he knows how sad. How? King slowly said, but 200 or 300 years, he will not know. Chapter 122 Myo pen painted mountains and seas 22 lives all in the lie. These 200 or 300 years should refer to the lifespan of the Rose family. For such a long time, it is not long for the beasts and beasts. Xie Xi said, you want to lie to him for a lifetime. How? King whispered, is it not good? Cheating for a lifetime is not a trick for him. Xie Xi said, no, you are really cruel. How? King did not say anything. The sound of the nine tails is a bit fierce. You let him live in a lie all his life. He is a tragedy in his life. It is meaningless. Hearing. Here, Zitao still doesn't understand. The dog's blood is full of squats. Although I don't know who he is, it must be that Baking Wang's heart is sorrowful, and he can't ask for it, or he will die early. Then his little Rose looks like that person, and Howking loves him as a white moonlight. As a brother of Howking, the nine tails are naturally seen at a glance. He feels that the younger brother is obsessed with obscurity, and is kind enough to come out. Unfortunately, his younger brother is still plausible. The Rose family has a lifespan of 200 or 300 years. Howking said that he would lie to Xie Xi for a lifetime. It sounds gentle and cruel. Let a person be a substitute for another person. I don't know until I die. I live in a lie all my life. It is really scalp. If Zen is really just a small rose, if I hear such a dialogue, I really have to be ignorant. How good is Howking to him? How sweet the two are, and how desperate he is after hearing such truth. Because Howking is false for all his good. All the words he said are for others, and those sweet are only a scene of 200 years. Howking is addicted to his own fantasy, treating Xie Xi as someone else. Even planning to lie to him for a lifetime. This is really cruel. It is a pity that Xie Xi is not a small rose. He saw the trick of the nine-tailed little fox at a glance. All of this should be something like illusion, not real. The reason for this suspicion is that Xie Xi is so high that he can see the illusion of the nine-tailed ancestors, but his mind clearly discovers the logic flaws. Imagine, what is the repair of Howking? What is he doing? Zitao heard the conversation between Howking and Xie Xi, and later King would not feel his breath. Howking feels that his breath will still be with the Xie Xi. Also lie to him for a lifetime. This is deliberately told to listen to him. So logically unreasonable. Zen reasonably suspected that this is a nine-tailed illusion. Of course, it is also possible that the nine tails hide the breath of Zen, so that Howking did not notice that he came back. And then after the next set of introductions, the king said truth. The reason why Zitao is more inclined to be illusion, or to confuse the old sixth after king. After all, he is a real little angel in the last world, and the second child, Nine Tails, is a demon little master. In contrast, of course, I believe in little angels, but no matter what, the little Rose who saw this scene is definitely unable to think. I just sipped the jade dew sweetly. And now I heard the truth. I can still stand still, and he is a strong flower. Zitao did not rush into it. He had to brew emotions, slightly substitute it. To forcefully calm down, you have to show sorrow and despair in a subtle way. If you want to say it, you can't say it. Don't say it, and hurt your heart. It's hard. You can play it yourself. When Zitao entered the house, the conversation between the two had turned to other things. After King saw him coming in, he immediately got up and asked, how do you feel, Z? Tao was pale, and after looking at him, he lowered his gaze. It doesn't matter how. King was very annoyed, and held his hand. If you are not comfortable, we will go back first, Z. When he shook hands, and tried to pull it out and stopped. Adult, how? King, well, Z. Tao's lips squirmed, and the voice was very low. I want to go home. This voice made both of them feel at ease, and the nine tails even rose for a while. How King tweeted, is it uncomfortable? I will take you back. Ziyang bit his lower lip and shook his head. Jiuwei notes that he said that he came back to Mount Weiwei after knowing the truth. This little Rose would like to go back to Howking. Howking also noticed something wrong. What happened, Z? Zio Qiang laughed. Sure enough, really shouldn't be greedy. It seems to be saying that he is greedy and drinking too much. Nine tails are clear He regrets that he wants to turn back the clock so that everything he has done before disappears. So Zhao is so sweet with Hawking, even if, no, that's not really sweet, and I don't deserve to own him. Hawking is even more distressed. It's my fault. I shouldn't take both bottles out. Is it uncomfortable? I will take you back to rest. He said that he got up and said to Jiwei, brother, we go back first. 9. Nods nodded. Yeah. No more words can be said. He is afraid that he will rush to grab people. Zitao lost his soul and left behind, and he was still languid. In general, Zitao is not satisfied with this play, and she feels that she has played a 30% or 40%. However, to deal with the soul, he may only come up with half of the achievements, no matter what the soul is, even if it is a lot of nine-tailed little fox. That looks like it can be done. The record in this Shenzhen is only about 9 tails, so when he walked out of the nine-tail palace and was about to leave with Hawking, he suddenly felt a pull, like popping up the picture and then coming in again. Zitao had a little sorrow, and when she opened her eyes, she felt a biting cold. It was cold, and his petals trembled. Wait, what is the condition of the petals? Oh, he changed back to the rose flower, and it was frozen into ice in the snow and ice. At this time, he heard 9 anxious shouts. Little Rose, where are you? Z. Tao wants to speak, but unfortunately it is too cold. He can't even keep his figure, and he still has a mouth. The nine-tailed voice is dumb. He is not worthy of your love. It is not worth it. If you come out, if you want to go home, I will send you back. You will. At this time, he seemed to finally feel the faintness of the rose flower that was about to disappear. Ninetails rushed in, and from the depths of the ice and snow, the little white rose, which was almost transparent, was carefully held in the palm of his hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Wonderful Pen Painting. Shanhei 23. Zizen couldn't hear what the nine-tails were saying, and the temperature was not a flower to bear. Fortunately, after Jiwei took him, he transmitted him a steady stream of heat, which eased his body stiffness. Zitao was not cold, but she was still lazy, and had no strength. She couldn't change her back. Ninetails whispered to him, is it better, Z? Wei? Sorry, Roseflower will not speak. Ninetails did not want him to respond, just to control the heat carefully, not to burn to the small roses, and would not let him feel cold again. In fact, it is very difficult to produce heat in the Ninetails. He repairs the exercises to the yin to the cold. If you want to get these heats, you have to reverse the exercises. This is not so simple as the mouth, but the real hit pulse. A few days ago, Jiwei absolutely couldn't imagine that he would do this for a small flower. He would offend his brother at all costs, and he did not hesitate to use it to warm him. As long as he is brought back to the palace, he will be taken care of by himself, but he can't help it, and he can't wait for a minute or two. Seeing that he is uncomfortable. Why? They just met one side. Why did he care so much? It was like being stunned and lost his mind. Zud. The airless power of the nest in the palm of the hand. It does not have to bother to play. This kind of powerless appearance and life is not much difference. Jiwei took him back to the Jiwei Gong and immediately asked someone to bring warm dan. The foxes sent a can, which contained a lot of warm dan. The Ninetails all fell out in one breath, piled up around the little rose, and surrounded him like a quilt. Ziwei, fox, violent things. This is really the nine-tailed ancestor of their diligent family. Jiwei asked Ziwei, is it still cold? Z moved the petals, and he meant trouble to take warm dan, and panic. Ninetails smiled and opened their mouths, and said, it's not cold, Z. Wei. Flowers speak with fox, can't communicate. After turning into a flower, Zitao didn't have a lot of time to think about it. I always felt that it was a day later, and one day later, it was awkward. This is the lack of energy caused by physical weakness, which can be another appearance in the Nine-Eyed Eyes Little Rose's autistic. Although I saved the flowers, I did not want to face the reality. In the past few days, Jiwei has found countless doctors to see Xie Tao. Physicians have said the flower body is not serious. Nine-tailed. Questioning, why don't you shape it? The doctor sighed. It is he who does not want to change shape. Xie. When he heard this sentence, I really want to vomit. Quack. He wants to change shape, but he has no strength. The nine-tails smashed, and when they made a sigh of sorrow, they cheered again and carefully accompanied Xie. Xie Tao is very useful, and I really like the intimate appearance of the nine-tails. Of course, the river is also very good for him, but the guy is essentially a puppy. Just 3 seconds. Too much to fight. Like a nine-tailed cautious. Sure enough, the soul is more lovely than the body, Xiaoyu thought. So about 7 or 8 days passed, and Jiuwei brought a bunch of jade bottles. He eagerly said, although it took a lot of work, it was good to get it. You love it, Xie. Wei. Is he going to perform a touch? Hey, how can a flower show such a complex emotion? It is too difficult. This jade dew is estimated to be a simple ingredient. Xie Wei, however, has a few drops on the petals, and it feels that the strength of the whole body is multiplied, and once again, it has changed back to the human body. The nine eyes are bright and the voice is a little nervous. Do you want to drink some more? Thanks. To Xie Wei, I have to touch the scene. After all, I'm a personal person. He looked at the jade bottle, his eyebrows wrinkled very lightly, pale, and said, I don't want to drink. 9. Tails. Xie Tao turned his head and seemed to have no strength to see this jade. The nine-tailed reaction came over. He had a bitter chest and comforted him. These are good for your body. You still, Xie. Zen shook his head and said nothing. Nine-tailed and said, don't you leave the post, king. This world is no longer worried about you. Hearing the name, Xie's lips trembled, and the dodge of the dodge highlighted the psychology he wanted to escape. Nine-tails hold his shoulder and look at him. He regards you as a substitute for others. He is not looking at you at all. Do you want to give up your life for such a person? This word, cruelly uncovering the scars of the little rose, is cruel, but also detoxification. Some things do not say that they will only evade, and after escaping, they will only wait for a more fierce explosion after a long time. It's very painful now, and it's stronger than the bones. Xie Tao shook his head and looked pale. Don't say, please, don't say. 9. Tails stared at him. If you want to live in deception for a lifetime, I can send you back. Xie. Heo suddenly looked up and said, don't. I don't want to go back. The nine-tailed look is all distressed. Forget him. He really is not worthy of your love. Xie. When he took a little bit of it and sent her emotions quickly. If you don't deserve it, you don't like it. How good it is. Yes, the value is not worth it. It is never a measure of a person. Who wants to like someone who doesn't love themselves? Who wants to pay a heart to a destined tragedy? Who wants to put the most passionate feelings of life into a person who is not worth it? This kind of thing can be emotional. If you can use reason to control, then there are so many crazy men and women. Jiuwei listened to him saying that a heart was poked into a horse's nest. Yeah, if you don't like it, you don't like it, then he doesn't have to worry about him. What happened to the late king's deception? Xiao's life is so short. Is it not good to be happy for a lifetime? Why does he want to wake him up? Still not unwilling. I know intellectually what is the best, but it is still emotional. To do things with high sounding reasons, but in fact, for the sake of one's own lust, to the end of the endless abyss, that can only be brought out of each other. They didn't talk anymore. They were so close, but they were so far apart, thinking about their own thoughts. Xie Tao can basically guess the direction. He cannot bear to see the nine-tails and then sad, simply push the drama. Nine-tailed adults. Zen called him softly. Nine-tails looked over, and the silver plaque reflected him all over the hole. Whatever you say, as long as I can do it, I will help you. Even if you send it back to Howking, even if you let you continue to sleep. And Xie Wei whispered, I heard that you have a spell that makes people forget everything. 9. Tails stayed. Xie Tao continued, can you help me? These 5 words are full of despair and helplessness, and a fox heart bursts out. Okay. He endured the bitterness that came from his throat. I will help you, Xie. Xiao smiled and his eyes were covered with thin water mist. Thank you, nine-tailed. Voices dry up. No thanks. This is the origin of the ecstasy. After the king said that Zitao was enchanted by Jiuwei, it should be this time point of course, in the setting of the soul, whether Ziwei took the initiative or asked him to use it, he did not know point. However, these are not important. Anyway, Zitao has forgotten her husband and fell in love with the 9. The nine-tailed ecstasy is of course useless to the present Zizen. In theory, he is not a painter and will not be affected by the spells here point, but he can easily adjust his mood point. After all, the post king is also good and the 9 tails are all rivers, which are all distressed. When I woke up, Zitao forgot the post king and saw the 9 tails that smiled softly. Jiuwei, little Rose, you are going to the 9-tail palace all the way. What do you want to do? Thank you for your help. 9-tailed laughed. I was confused by my fascination and couldn't find my way home. Zen's heart was stinking and shameless, but the face was a faint blush. Zitao fell in love with Jiuwei. Sadly, Zitao was regarded as a substitute Byron King, and now Jiuwei has become a substitute for Hao King. When Jiuwei used ecstasy, he shifted his emotions and moved his obsession with his post to himself. This is tantamount to drinking and quenching thirst for him, but it is a relief for Ziwei. You can forget your memory with ecstasy. But once you see Xia, you will remember everything instantly. When the time is desperate to double, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to face. It is not the same to transfer emotions. Even if Zitao sees her again, she can't think of anything, because he didn't forget, but he changed people. Such ecstasy, unless the 9 tails are seriously injured, no one can break. 9 tails do not want to thank Zizen for living in the dream of being deceived by Hao King. He himself chose to deceive himself, and he was sober-minded that he was always facing. Zitao's love for him, his dependence on him, his attachment to him, everything about him is under the premise of treating him as a post-king. How ironic. The so-called reason in front of the feelings is so vulnerable. Zitao and Jiuwei passed a period of honey in the oil, but the good times did not last long. Hao King still found. When Hao King looked over, he saw Ziwei and Jiuwei kissing under a cold plum. The silver-haired man took the waist of the white rose. The little rose wrapped around his neck and held his kiss on his head. The eyes were all intimate and intimate, as if this person was enough in the snow and ice. Hao King low drink out. 9 tails. The back of the 9 tails was stiff, and Z was held in his arms. He looked at him coldly. How come you are looking for him? How? King Dao, it is your design to frame me. 9-tailed. Face expressionlessly. If you have no heart, what can I do? After the King dynasty, the blue gluten burst. Let him go. Jiuwei said, I like him. I only have him alone in my heart. Is it not comparable? After he didn't finish his words, Hao King couldn't bear it and launched an attack. 9-tailed will push Zizen to the side, go up to fight. The brothers instantly hit the ground. Zizen can understand it, but he faintly thinks that the 9 tails are weaker. After all, the style is different and the direction is good. This ecstasy is the root of invincibility for the 9 tails, but this spell has a drawback, and it will solve the last cast. That is to say, if he used it for Hao King, he would certainly increase his chances of winning, but he would solve Z's body point, so he will never use it. Hao King is hateful, and the start is extremely heavy. It is completely disregarding life and death. The 9-tailed festival retreats, and finally he is smashed out by the late king when the flaws frequently occur. 9 tails retired more than 10 meters, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood. After king did not intend to let him go, quickly moved forward and grabbed his neck, remove the ecstasy. 9-tailed. Face cream white, but sneered. What about the solution? He knows all. Hao King's thin lips are close. Solution. 9 tails chuckled. No. Hao King was punched on his lower abdomen. As long as you are seriously injured, ecstasy will naturally solve it. They are brothers and brothers. They know each other very well. The 9-tailed spells are flawed. Afterwards, the king is also clear. His so-called 2 sentences are just the last feelings of the brothers and sisters. scruples. Xie Xi saw this, but I still don't understand. As usual, the nine-tailed fox will be killed by Howking. You kill yourself, this kind of thing. You are the first river. Seeing that Howking was hitting again, Zitao tried his best to rush up and block the fist in front of the nine-tailed body. In an instant, it seems that time is fixed and the heavens and the earth are inverted. Howking and Xie Xi are heartbreaking. White Xie Xi I knocked on the mother. It hurts. The author has something to say. Cough. Don't squat back. Wait until his time. You know what's going on. Well, you are going to come in handy. The essence of this world is really not a sure field, but a very interesting kernel. I'm not a professional household insurer. My real profession is long and thick. Face. Chapter 124. A pen and a sea shovel. 24. Shovel followed by another shovel. Zitao fell in the arms of Xie Xi, but he saw the blood of the back of the mouth after a cough. At the last moment, when Zitao rushed up, Howking forced his hand and was countered. This made the nine-tailed hit almost double on his own point. If this is not the case, the physique of Rose has long since vanished. Even so, Zitao is also falling apart. Half dead. The difference in strength is too great, and a little aftermath makes the fragile Rose quickly become a dead flower. Ninetails panicked, holding Z's hand and shaking uncontrollably. How are you, Xie Xi? Tao can still speak, he said. You are really good. After hearing this sentence, King, the body shakes a bit. A pair of different colors are strikingly clear. Apparently emotional fluctuations. The nine-tailed heart was also slashed. You, not even afraid of death. Because of the ecstasy. In the eyes of Zizen, he is a post-king. Zitao is not going to be a post-king. Does he love him so much? Loves life and death without fear. After King came forward, he whispered to Xie Xi. Xie Xi grabbed the clothes of the nine-tails and was full of guards. Howking stood still, stopped in the same place, sullen as if it was integrated with the ice and snow. Night holding Xie Xi whispered, nothing, don't be afraid. He picked up the little rose and walked toward Howking. The two were intertwined and obsolete. Howking said, give him to me. Nine-tailed horse voices no better than Howking. What qualifications do you have? After King reached out and grabbed the nine-tailed arm, his hands were blue and violent, and his voice was like a dying male lion. Take him. He hasn't finished yet. Zizen's weak voice. After the King ancestors, let us go. This words completely ruined all the strength of Howking. He looked at Zizen. The scorpion seemed to be bloody. You let me let you go, Z. He closed his eyes tiredly, but his hand kept holding the nine-tailed clothes and clung to him tightly, as if he was afraid that he would disappear. Xie deeply realized what it means to be self-sufficient. He clearly holds Zitao, but he seems to have replaced his identity. He is a post-king, and Howking is him. It's not like they are indeed identities. Zitao's heart is only after King. He is the one with nothing. Xie lost his soul and left Ziyu to leave. Howking stayed in the same place. He looked at them slyly, his thin lips moved, and whispered, Xie. Hearing this name, the back of the nine-tails was stiff and the footsteps were firm. You couldn't give the little roses to Howking, and the man's heart had only the flower gods that he had gone. Zitao also heard it. He squatted, although it is speculated that the white moonlight of King may be a flower god. But, well, should he be a flower asterisk in the setting? He is his own substitute. He is infected by the river oblique. When an Iyuhao took Zitao back to the Jiui Gong, Zitao had passed out. It is a miracle that he can still breathe because of such a heavy injury. I don't know how long I have been sleeping. When Xie wakes up again, I hear the conversation outside. The nine-tailed personal attendant of the Red Fox Road. Adults, this is absolutely impossible. 9. Tails did not say anything. Another green fox doctor also said, you have only to left, and then you break yourself. Just, Xie said, it's not a real tail, but it's just a repair. It's time to practice again. Red Fox Road, you are pure-blooded nine-tails. Where is it? Seems that he was glanced at, and the red fox shut up. The fox family does have such a saying, that the ordinary foxes are concentrating on cultivation, and the higher the tail, the more the tail. But looking at the entire demon sea, I have never heard of a fox that can repair nine tails. The nine-tailed demon ancestors are unique in the world. He was born with 9 tails, but it was not cultivated. Hearing this, Zizen is not surprised. As early as before entering the painting, he knew that Jiuwei had trained his 8 tails to save his life. Now he knows the original point. Another fox said, "You can cut off the 8 tails. I'm afraid of ecstasy. If the 9 tails are seriously injured, the effect of ecstasy will be dissipated. Losing 8 tails. Is this a serious injury? It's just a breath," Jiuwei said. "There is not much to manage. He has to live. He has to live well." Zen's heart is full of mischief, distressed and helpless. Fortunately, the river slant in reality will not have such a time. He will not be weak enough to need him to give his life to save him. He will not let him have this. When you are sad and desperate, he will work harder to understand him and make real connections on the basis of mutual affection. When he woke up and he opened his eyes to see the 9 tails, 9-tailed squatting was no different, but his face was white. He was soft and asked softly, "Is it better?" Tao feels that her body is a little heavy, but it should be no big deal. He said, "It's much better." 9 tails kissed him on his forehead. "This is not allowed in the future." Tao said, "I can't care. If the queen of the post king is dead, I will." He didn't finish talking, and he stopped. The 9 tails were clearly understood, and the blood that had piled up on his face disappeared without a trace. Thanks to Z, he is quite sure that he wants to say 9 tails, but after he came out, he became a post king. It seems that the 9-tailed body is too heavy, and the ecstasy can't hold it anymore. 9 tails did not hear, and opened the topic. "You are hurt too much. The meridians are almost completely broken, although the basic recovery now, but the strength of the drug may be rejected with you. It takes time to integrate." Tao screwed her eyebrows. Some of the 9 tails couldn't go any longer. He smiled and said, "You rest. If you have something, call me." Tao avoided mentioning the name and restated, "Adult, how did you cure me?" The 9-tailed body was stiff and said, "I have a lot of strange treasures here. It is not a breeze to cure your little roses." He did not say. Tao did not have the heart to ask again. Jiang oblique love's face. Tao knows from this day. Tao did not see the 9 tails when he was awake. He was hiding from him in the daytime, and he was only by his side at night, and it was all night. Tao knows that he is there, but he wants to blink, but he can't open it. He wants to comfort him, but he doesn't dare to speak. He is afraid that, if he says it, he will be saddened. About 7 or 8 days later, Zizen suddenly felt a pain in his chest, followed by a numbness in his lower body, and lost consciousness. He heard that someone came in, and heard the 9-tailed dumb question, "What the asterisk is going on?" It is not that the exclusion period has passed, the green fox nervously said. He is a stranger after all. The adult is too strong. He certainly does not adapt so quickly. Jiuwei's heart is burning. Is there any way to adapt him? After a series of intermittent exchanges, King Hu said, "I still send him back to Mount Weishan. I know the land. The Rose Mountain is his birthplace. The soil element there are homologous to him. Waiting there will definitely help him. The source. Adapt your strength." Jiuwei. Stunned. The green fox said again, "You can't go to Rose Mountain. You can't go to the Jiuwei Gang. Just bye." This time, Tao was basically clear. Bei Weiwei and Hao King fell in love because they found out that they were substitutes, so they fled the post king and were found in the snow and ice. In order to let him forget the post king, Jiuwei used him to ecstasy, and Bei Weiwei fell in love with him. Later, he was discovered by Hao King. The two men made a big fight and Bei Weiwei died to save the 9 tails. 9 tails paid their own 8 tails to save the white roses, which was extremely weak. However, the strength of this holy beast was too strong, and the body of Bei Weiwei could not stand it. There was always a rejection reaction, and Jiuwei had to send him back to Mount Rose. Back to Mount Wei. Bei Weiwei estimated that there was no rejection, but Jiuwei could not stay by his side. With the gradual decline of ecstasy, Bei Weiwei remembered Hao King. When she left the Weishan Mountain to go to the 100 Flowers Festival, she suffered from rejection and rebellion. She was seriously injured and was rescued by King Long. In order to save him, King Long used him to use the town soul. The side effect of the thing was amnesia. So Bai Weiwei forgot the past and went to the holy mountain. This script, no problem. Zitao feels that the souls are not easy. In order to rationalize his man's behavior on the 6th boat, it is also very hard. What should I do now? Solely the gods. At this time, Zitao appeared in the lower right corner of the prompt. The first is finished and is used. Chapter 125. It's only 200 or 300 years, but it's my life. This is a good thing. Xie Wei and other roses have to thank. But he quickly realized a problem. In the picture, why is the system still able to give him a hint? Can this be used in painting? Zitao hesitated for a while and didn't use it for a while. There should be another paragraph in Shen Jian's recollections. Probably when he came to Mount Weishan to find Z. After all, the point in time and reality is almost there. Zitao did not use is afraid that the Nine Tails suddenly appeared. If you see to Xie Wei, he is afraid to suspect Fox. According to the previous thinking, now he should go out and stroll and meet the little silver fox in the fireflies. But Xie Wei did not go. He did not follow the direction of Shen Jian, but he found a place to hide. He still doesn't want to leave the gods because he hasn't found the name of the Nine Tails yet. In the Shenjian of Qinglong, Zitao had no experience, only afraid that he was trapped inside, so he went to the end step by step and was finally bounced out. If he is not so step by step this time, will he make some changes? What will happen? Zitao hid in an empty house, locked the door, and closed the window. He used the trick. A person who is exactly the same as him appears in front of him. This is much more different than looking in the mirror. After all, it is 3-dimensional. Zitao poked a bit, and he didn't move. Even his eyes were not. That's it? What is the use? At this time, he found a hint in the lower right corner. Low order can only perform simple commands and communication below 3 words independently reshaped. The body will not be damaged after death. The ontology is hurting, and you can take the priority as a substitute, ignoring the distance, but it must be in the quasi world. When Zitao saw the first tip, the corner of his mouth was pumped, and he was very disgusted. Less than 3 words. Is there a need for an order? Go straight to sleep. Siri is much better than you. Seeing the second hint, he didn't react much. If it was drowned, his body was still damaged. This privilege is stupid. Until I saw the third tip, Zitao remembered that she seemed to have the attributes of a European emperor. I don't know if it is his illusion. I always feel that after I'm with the river, he is lucky to go to the abyss without going back. You can use it as a substitute, and this is more powerful. Although there is a barbecued pork, Xie Wei can be fatally wounded and immune to pain 3 times, but ordinary injuries are no way. Like before, he lost his hand and smashed him. If he had a long time, he wouldn't have to hurt his teeth. Zitao left the cockroach in this room, and the next order was on standby. This asterisk is a 9-tailed, and there is no need to go to other souls for the time being, so the greatest use of it is to bear the wound. Zitao is not sure if he will encounter any danger, but there is a talisman in it. No need to use it. When he left, Zitao began to make the next one. What surprised him was that the second one was made much faster than the first one. Probably it had a mold, so it was faster. Of course, how fast is it? A few days of hard work is still necessary. Zizen is not in a hurry. He has to find a way to find the name of the Nine Tails according to the progress of Shenjian. When he finds the Weishan mountain in Jiuwei, he will be popped up in all likelihood. If he does not want to go out, he will have to change the past. Zitao decided to take the initiative to attack. He is going to the Demon Sea to find 9. At this time, the 9 tails have not yet been sent to the bride price. He wants to go to the Demon Sea is not an easy task, but Zitao is not afraid of delay time in the Shenjian. He walked on foot. After 3 days of walking, he was rejected, and the whole lower body was stiff and painful. Fortunately, there is a flaw. Xie Wei directly transferred the damage, and insisted on continuing. Coupled with the barbecued pork to explore the road, Zitao went to the Demon Sea after 10 days of stubbornness. When I arrived at the Demon Sea, I was still far away from the Jiuwei Gong, but Zizen was not in a hurry. For so long, I thought that Jiuwei had been looking for him everywhere in the sky. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the Demon Sea, his body had just suffered a reflex, and he was discovered by the Fox family. Oh my god, Green Fox exclaimed. Are you coming from Rose Hill, Z? Tao has already transferred the damage, but he is still hurting. I can see the nine-tailed adults. King Hu. Road. Nine-tailed adults send you back to Mount Weishan to protect you. He didn't finish his words, and the nine-tails had already appeared. He held Z Tao in his arms and gasped, and he said with distress, "How do you like this, Z?" Tao leaned in his arms, weak and weak, whispered, "I want to see you." Nine tails. King Hu quickly said, "Adult, let's go back to the Jiahao Palace. You can't stay here for a long time." Nine-tailed dumb nephew asked Zen, "You should think of it. He has become weaker and weaker in the past few days, and ecstasy has been unable to hold back. Little Rose should have thought of it early." Zihao paused and nodded very lightly. The nine-tailed arm was stiff and barely smiled. "So you came to the Demon Sea to find Howking, Z?" Wei shook his head hard. "No, I'm here to find you." Nine tails escaped his sight. "Is there anything I need to help?" "You can do it. If I can do it, I will definitely help you. Even if it is to help you return to Howking. Z Tao said. "Of course you can do it. Only you can do it in this world." The nine-tailed silver plaque hangs down. "Do you want me to use ecstasy for Howking? Actually, if you go back, he will definitely." "What?" The fox is thinking. Z Tao is here to feed the sugar. Who would like to think this guy first stuffed himself a mouthful of arsenic? "I don't want to go back to the Queen of the King dynasty." Z Wei directly cut off his cranky thoughts. Jiu Wei squatted. Z Wei looked at him and said seriously, "I have remembered it, and I will not confuse you with Howking's ancestors. You are yours. After the king ancestor is a post-king ancestor. I just want to be with you." Ninetails looked at him fiercely, and his eyes were all unbelievable. Z Tao knows that this is not the direction of Shenzhen. This is a completely different ending, but he will try it. Who said that the finished ending must be the real ending? Z Tao said, "Nine-tailed adults, I want to be with you. Maybe only 200 or 300 years, but it is my life." Nine tails of thin lips trembled. It seems that a bunch of words poured into the mouth, but in the end there are only a few words left. "You don't lie to me, Z." Tao did not know that I heard this sentence a few times. "Do not lie to me. Do not lie to me. Do not lie to me. What is the river sloping in the end?" Z Tao wrapped around her neck and kissed his lips. The whole man was smashed, and he recovered for a long while, and he took back the initiative and kissed him hotly and madly. When the two separated, they were already panting. Z Wei asked, "What happened to your body?" Nine tails were down. Z Tao asked, "Is it to save me?" The nine-tailed brain circuit is really looking for abusive type. "You don't have to blame yourself. You don't have to compensate for anything. I will save you." "What are you talking about?" Z said. "Do you think I will take my life for compensation?" Nine tails squatting. Z Tao said again, "Can you let me see your identity?" Nodded 9 times and turned into a silver fox. The nine-tailed silver fox is very large. It is said that the nine tails are spread out to cover the sky. But now he is very small, like a real fox, so small that Z can easily hold it up. Nine-tailed stuffy voice, "You don't care. I will recover when I practice, Z." Wei said with a heartache, "How long will it take?" Nine tails. Z Tao knows that he is hard to support and no longer asks. Changed his mouth. "Adult, is your tail still there? Although it is alchemy, it is only the power to release the tail. Presumably, the tails are still there." Silver fox slammed the ground. "Lost, so they are still there." Ziyan's eyes lit up. Jiu Wei said, "It's useless. They are out of me. It won't take long to disappear. The ugly thing to die must not be seen by Xiaoyi." Z Tao asked, "I heard that you were also injured in the same year. Was it repaired by the flower god?" "I thought it was a 100% sure thing." Who knows that the nine tails actually said, "That is the rumor of the flower family. I have never seen a flower god, and where has it been repaired by him?" Z Tao did not expect that it would be like this. He asked, "You have never seen a flower god?" Nine tails did not hesitate. "I have never seen it, Z Yi." But they all said. Jiu Wei said, "The flower asterisk was very prestigious in the past, but it was not so exaggerated. He did have grace in Beihu and Howking, but later Beihu and Howking broke, and the holy mountain demon was separated. The flower-related things were also rumored. when it is not true. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.